Testing. Are we live? Wait for it. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend or weekday. But if you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But good morning. We have an exciting week. You already got earnings kicked off. Commodities are going crazy. A couple of updates there out of China with GDP. We even got our real estate data. You got a lot of the Fed this week, and you got a lot of people already talking about many different economic factors. You're already talking about recession from the banks down to, again, what is going on with China, and then what do we have for the commodities and oil? UNG is up. Oil is up a little bit, I'm pretty sure, and then given the fact that it's Easter, a lot of the European countries are actually still closed. So we got a lot that we're going to go over. Today's going to be another fun one. I hope you have awoken bright and early and are ready. And good morning. How are ya? Good morning, Dean. What's up, Tyler Brown? Oh, Kurt McGurr. I got Mark Sanders in the morning, baby. Oh, bright and early. Good morning. Good morning. I'm in John Benny Silverio. That's what I like to hear. Lori's in the house. Jerry. What's up, Jaria? What's up, Ethan? What's up, Lil John? What's up, Maria? How you living? Carly, Matthew, Jerry again, Mohi. Oh, Mohi. I got Graham bright and early, baby. What's up, Graham? How you ready for another week, Graham? I know you're ready for another week, Graham. We got Alexander Ray with our chest to the sun. Jarmaine, what's up? Keanu. Oh, good morning. You guys ready? I'm excited. I missed you. I didn't like the long weekend. I don't like this extra day off type vibe, type beat. Nah. Get me back to the cult, baby. Let's get back there. There's so much in them. Are you ready? Have you been rebirthed? Do you feel revived? Oh, come on. I don't know if they feel me, baby. Oh, man, it's beautiful. Beautiful. I just want you to know you're my favorite code. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before we get into any news, let us get our random play generator. So here it is. God bless you if you have posted below. If you find a winning play, you're going to get $100. So that's good. At least it's incentivized. I mean, we're trying to get some good plays out here, man. So Lord bless it. Let's see what we got, baby. Let's see what we got. God bless it. Amen, Jay. Tell him. Oh, EEFT May 20th. Put 253. Give it to me. One for Shalom. Peace in the Middle East. Earnings play. What's EEFT? I don't even know what EEFT is. Is this a real play? Euronet Worldwide. All right. I could be down with it. I mean, it's very random and I like it. I actually, it's very random and I like it. So let's go. Let's get it, baby. All right. I'm saving it. What's that? EEFT May 120 put. He has his at 253. So we'll have to go for, what's it called? A cheaper one, if anything. That one's interesting. EEFT. EEFT, baby. So we'll keep that one on the list. But, Chad, good morning. I missed you guys. I hope you're ready to be back. Let us get into the news a little bit. Let's see what we got. Bank of America and BNY Mellon, they had posted earnings that were generally upbeat. Bank of America beat consensus on adjusted EPS and trading revenue, though equity underwriting overwhelmed. CFO Alistair Borthwick said the bank had very little direct exposure to Russia-based companies. BNY Mellon earnings also came in ahead of estimates, but it blamed sanctions and Russia actions for missing on the top line. Bank of America did not really struggle too much with the Russia thing, so that was good. Odds of a U.S. recession are about 35% over the next 2 years, according to Goldman's latest prediction. History suggests that the Fed will struggle to tighten financial conditions enough to cool inflation without causing a contraction. Chief economist Jane Hotsis wrote in a report calling it a hard path to a soft landing. That's as the IMF gears up to downgrade its global growth forecast, with policymakers heading to Washington this week for meetings of the fund and of the World Bank. Equity futures fell while Treasury yields rose. Asia-Pacific stocks also fell, sapped by Japan and China. Markets in Australia, Hong Kong, and much of Europe remained shut down for Easter. A cautious overall investor mood bolstered the dollar and gold. Oil fluctuated as continuing pandemic restrictions in China were weighed against supply disruptions in Libya. Mariupol is holding out, but its defenders are resisting while basically encircled by Russian forces. Ukraine foreign minister told CBS billionaire Roman Abramovich traveled to Kyiv in a bid to restart peace talks. People familiar said. Vladimir Zelensky said Saturday that talks were at a dead end. Government said it completed a EU questionnaire to start a membership application. Interfax Ukraine reported. Ukrainian officials will attend the IMF and World Bank meetings. Add Libyan supply disruption to the growing list of bullish factors for oil. More than half of the country's output of 1.2 million barrels a day could be down as protests against PM Abdul Hamid Dabia spread to more areas. Production from Sahara, the company's biggest deposit, was suspended today, while two ports had earlier stopped loadings and output was halted at El Feel. Meanwhile, the Kremlin indicated OPEC's output policy may not change. Elon Musk channeled Elvis in a cryptic tweet that may be a wink and nod to a potential tender offer to Twitter shareholders for control of the company. Musk wrote, "Love me tender," seemingly threatening a direct appeal to shareholders in his bid for ownership. He said earlier that the board's interests won't be aligned with shareholders when founder Jack Dorsey leaves, as they'll collectively own almost no shares. For years, Alibaba had a legitimate shot at becoming Amazon of China. Its market valuation soared to more than $850 billion in 2020 as it expanded into new businesses and closed the gap with its U.S. rival. But Beijing's crackdown on the private sector has laid waste to that strategy. China's economic woes keep mounting. The country reported the biggest drop in consumer spending and worst unemployment rate since the early months of the pandemic. March figures came alongside a stronger than expected acceleration in first quarter GDP, though it did not capture the full extent of COVID restrictions. April's data may reveal more weakness. Bloomberg Economics said authorities are taking note, with Shanghai unveiling plans to bring factories back online. It's hard for even the most seasoned veterans to make sense of the market right now, with bonds rallying along equities one day and then the next day both falling. Peter Van de Joort, managing director of multi-asset solutions at Man Group, joined the latest What Goes Up podcast to discuss what he sees as the right assets to be in. The 60-40 portfolio isn't exactly dead, he said, but my question is, was it ever really alive? Morgan Stanley is going to sell IG debt for a 4-part deal today. Bearish investor sentiment may be starting to ease, at least according to European signals from the futures market. A gauge of aggregate speculative bets on U.S., European, EM, Japanese equity futures and options jumped by the most in almost 2 years last week. CFTC data showed the MSCI's index of global stocks has fallen 3% for the month amid inflation worries and the war in Ukraine. So interesting. Some people getting a little bullish there. Very interesting. Very interesting. 9 a.m. Canada March existing home sales. 11:30 U.S. to sell 57 billion 13-week bills, and then 48 billion of 26-week bills. St. Louis Fed Bullard, he's speaking at 1 p.m. IMF and World Bank meeting starts, and then Boston Marathon for the 126th time. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? That was interesting. What else do we got? A recession may happen in 2022 or 2023. Donald Trump endorsed venture capitalist and hillbilly elegy author J.D. Vance in a crowded May 3rd Republican primary for Ohio. U.S. saw 3 mass shootings over the Easter weekend, including 2 in South Carolina and 1 in Pittsburgh. Mexico's lower house rejected Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador's bill to restore state control of the electricity sector. The defeat will reduce uncertainty and lead to more investment in the coming years. Chileans' disapproval of President Gabriel Boric rose to 57%. Emmanuel Macron would beat Marine Le Pen 55 to 45 in the election, apparently in the runoff. Russia's central bank conceded it's found no clear alternatives to the world's major reserves after sanctions left its position of only yuan and gold. We need to look toward the future, but at the moment, I'm struggling to give specific suggestions, Governor Elvira Nabalina said. Draghi sees faster energy dependence. Haruhiko Kuroda escalated his warnings on sharp yen moves. The BOJ governor described recent moves as rapid and said the BOJ will need to take into account such negative factors. Finance Minister Shunichi Suzuki reiterated his view that excessive and disorderly swings can be negative. More China data. Industrial production gained 5% year-on-year in March, beating estimates of 4. Retail sales shrank 3.5 on the year in the same period, while urban investment growth slowed to 9.3. China's GDP to debt, or debt to GDP, climbed 266 in the first quarter, first increase since 2020. Leverage loan ratio both gained in government and non-financial sectors, while the household sector was marginally lower for the fourth quarter. China's March commodity output, refiners led by teapots processed less crude last month as margins narrowed and costlier prices. Drop came as local output expanded to the highest level in more than 6 years, and apparent oil demand rose 2.4 to 13 million barrels a day. Coal and gas production surged to record levels. Among metals, steel output shrank while that of aluminum rose. Investments in U.S.-listed commodity ETFs more than tripled to $1.3 billion last week for the 13th straight week, led by precious metal. Oil erased earlier losses after Libyan supply disruption intensified. Gasoline edged lower, and China exported more last month. Gold rose to a 5-week high as the war elevated inflation and the risk of U.S. recession boost demand. LME was closed for a holiday. Wheat and corn jumped. Southwest said it received an indication of interest well above Carl Icahn's bid of 82.5. Larson is weighing a merger of Tech Arms, Mindtree, and LT for $22 billion firm. GBL is nearing a deal to buy healthcare services from Aphidia for $1.7 billion. Natus Medical agreed to be bought by affiliate ArcMed for $1.2 billion. Tesla restarted production at Shanghai factory after laying out stringent measures for staff, including multiple daily tests and hand-washing rules. Each worker will be given a sleeping bag and a mattress, while others will be allocated for catering and entertainment. So if you don't know that, China they want to restart, so they're having a lot of the employers have plans to even house their employees to sleep. So as you can see, Tesla's giving sleeping bags and mattresses, and they're going to get catering and entertaining. It's not Natus Medical. I don't think that's Nautilus. It's Natus Medical, not Nautilus Medical. SoftBank is reshuffling leadership from Latin America funder Shu Nayata and Paulo Pisani. Uber will integrate Rakuten's payment services and Uber Eats and mobility in Japan, building on efforts to make its services more accessible in international markets. China Eastern resumed commercial flights to 737-800 jets, same type of plane that recently crashed in China. Didi Global sinks on delisting plans and wider quarterly loss. Crypto fund founder warns industry of North Korean cyber attacks. Rivian's EV factory constrained by chips off to a slow start. Jim Farley tries to reinvent Ford and catch up to Tesla. Goldman, youngest black partner, leaving to start his own fund. Chevron price target raised to $191 from $173 at Raymond James. United Health's price target raised to $549 from $482 at Deutsche Bank. United Health price target raised $600 from $510 at BMO. Price target on UNH, $600 from $550 at Oppenheimer. Verizon raises minimum wage to $20 an hour. Management changes, Walmart, Philips, $66 in eBay. The Boston Marathon, that is taking place today with more than 28,000 runners taking to the streets. AP reported top contenders. The women field includes Paris Jepin-Churcher and Jocelyn Jeposki and Degutu Aziamua. I can't even read any of these names. Goldman's youngest black partner, Darren Dixon, is leaving to start his own fund, adding to the string of exits in the past year. The bank's small pool of top-ranking black executives. 35-year-old was named partner in 2020. Most recently ran Global Capital Solutions, and he's known for his rapid rise. He's in talks with backers to start an infrastructure-focused fund that would mimic the style of his lucrative money-making group at Goldman. Back in business, the Evergreen container that has been stuck in Chesapeake Bay for more than a month is moving again. Alex Jones' InfoWars filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy amid a defamation lawsuit brought by relatives of children killed in the 2012 Sandy Hook massacre. Jones and his companies were found liable after a far-right radio host called the shootings a hoax. Holiday box office Fantastic Beasts, The Secretives of Dumbledore, opened in at $43 million. Not bad. Ayunda Faza Maidua is making waves. Indonesia named the 27-year-old pop star as its G20 spokesperson. The latest move into points, which analysts say is a series of vanity appointments the government is making as part of a bid to connect with the young population. Ayunda, who lacks any diplomatic or economic experience, takes on the role as the G20 takes place against the backdrop of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Bro, they got Bro, they got like Selena Gomez as their G20 spokesperson. It goes pretty hard. Yeah, she kind of looked like Selena. It's good. It's cool. It's dope. On this day in history, San Francisco was struck by a devastating earthquake in 1906. Is that what I think it is? Oh my gosh, it is. That's real. Monday morning. Oh my gosh. Post-Easter. Bradley Frizzle in the peach, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. Oh, it was real. I stopped for a sec. Oh my gosh. Oh, good morning. Welcome back. Oh, the pre-market peach off the rip. Y'all see that? Oh, did you see that? Oh my gosh. Yo, that was unreal. I thought it was fake. I couldn't. Oh my gosh. Bradley Frizzle. Good morning, baby. The streak continues. Bro, this is like 3 years. 3 years. No hitter. They don't know. They don't know, baby. They don't know. Good morning. Oh, my gosh. Holy crap. Good. That's what we needed, baby. Oh, now we feel back, right? Now we feel back. Is this real life right? Yeah, it is real life. I feel you. I was just asking myself that question. I saw the peach early on. Oh, my gosh. That's amazing. That's amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, on this day in history, San Francisco, they were struck by a devastating earthquake in 1906. Fires in the city lasted several days and more than 3,000 people died. The quake was the first major natural disaster to be documented by photography and motion picture footage. It preceded the development of the Richter scale, but it was thought to have measured anywhere from 7.7 to as high as 8.3. So there it is. That was today. San Fran, baby. San Fran. Oh, excuse me. But that is pretty much it. I got a couple of things I'm going to be watching as far as plays. We talked about it on the watch list. Hopefully you didn't miss it. Morgan Stanley in relation to Bank of America and any of the other bank earnings. Again, they're all finalizing. Most of them did good, so I will be looking at that one. MasterCard, you have American Express earnings at the end of the week. They've been doing good. I might go for a pre-earnings play there. I like them. ARLP. I'm really liking Cole right now. I actually haven't seen it yet. So let's see how we're looking. But again, UNG and a lot of the other ones are doing good. But I think ARLP will do good. Again, those premiums are in an interesting spot. UNG, that one's in the money, and it is just ripping. Again, I think we have till Thursday, and then we're going to lose the weather effect there on UNG. Then wheat and corn, both of them are highs. Again, UNG, corn is actually at a breakout level there of $8, so watch out for that. Netflix, their earnings is Tuesday. Premiums are down 50%. We're going to see how that plays out Thursday. You have United Airlines for earnings, and just in general, a lot of the travel stocks have been moving, so I really like that one. And then Uber, that's related to it, but they were kind of down there pre-market. And then Twitter, tender offer news there with Elon. It could be a little bit good. Oh, COP, that's a good one. I actually like that one. I actually like that one a lot. So we are going to see, but there was that. Where's our random play? Our random play was like EEFT. And then I think we're pretty good. There's a couple of pre-market movers. Alibaba likely to return to growth for gross merchandise. Barclays, they gave them an upgrade, but they're still down 2%. AXTA got downgraded. They're down 2%. Gap shares gained 1%. They got raised by who? Morgan Stanley. Mulan Auto up 6% after announcing it will have an electric vehicle battery pack production in California. Redbox Entertainment shares down 2% after being downgraded. Travel stocks decline U.S. pre-market after last week's results fueled a rally. JetBlue's already down, and then Twitter is up 4.5%. Said Apple Big Red. Is that what we got on the SPY too? Oh, yeah. What is that? Apple is actually just whoop. Not seeing anything now. Let me check. WTI climbs. Bank of A to make more money from zero rate floor. Yeah, I don't see anything just yet, but that one's not pretty. That one's not pretty. All right, EEFT. But we got 4 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're ready. Are you ready? Do you know how blessed you are? Are you ready to be back? Do you feel the excitement? Do you realize that you live in the greatest country in the world? Do you realize that you could change your life today and you could not be confined to a caste system? You would just have to pay taxes? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you feel me. But ladies and gentlemen, Before we do anything here at the Colt, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So on behalf of the Colt, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge and special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. And shout out to the police officers, firefighters, doctors, nurses, teachers, all the other public service out there, baby, every single day, each and every day. I hope you know we love and appreciate you, and thank you for your service. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senators! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Good morning, Chad. Good morning. Good morning, Chadadonia. Oh, the Jets have been sent. The market is back. Oh, Apple's already moved. You have so many pieces of news. So many more earnings on the way. It's just beginning. So I hope you are locked in. Call out any plays. Let's have some fun and just get settled into it. Remember, you get a lot of news this week. So honestly, I mean, I'm sure we're going to get a lot of movement here at Open, but just keep in mind, any dollar that you spend, you can stretch it by going for earnings, and you are going to hear from the Fed 4 different times this week. Again, twice from Powell on Thursday. So just don't forget that. We got a lot of things. You got Bullard later on today, but just let this whole week develop because there is a lot. And just don't forget there, again, the importance there of earnings. So we got about 1 minute here. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you are hyped and happy and excited. And just get ready, baby. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Yeah, wheat is up. Commodities, again, oil's going to be interesting. You got Libyan news. So we're going to watch, again, commodities are up here too. So we will find out how it all plays out. But I'm sure by the end of this week, we're going to get a lot of back and forth. Again, with UNG and some of the other alternatives up there, it's going to be very key. Very, very key. Caller put, Elon might make a tender offer. So where he's pretty much going to offer everybody in the public if they want to sell their shares. So that's why the stock is up. I think Twitter, it could go both ways. And like I said on the watch list yesterday, it's like the longer we could wait on Twitter and try to buy it when the premium's kind of last second, the more likely we are to make money. So we will see. We will see. But you got about 20 seconds. Chad, let's have some fun today. Let's call out some news and make it a good one. Make it a good one. You're blessed, okay? It's good to be back. I missed it, man. That 3 days felt so long. Round 1. Fight. World Bank cuts 2022 global GDP from to 3.2 from 4.1. It's not good. Did my order go in? No. Oh, Yangs are up. Oh, I forgot. I also need to get the random play. I haven't got that one. So random play was like EEFT May 20th 120 puts, a little bit more expensive. I forgot to grab that. I'm looking at some other ones. You said the DVN's up. TLT's barely up. Don't forget about Bank of America. Again, you had the, what's it called there? Oh, those EEFTs, I can't even get filled on anything there. All of them have like $1 something ask. I put in an order. I might have to get the EFT later. I don't think it's going to get filled. So we'll see. We got to let that one chill out a little bit. Chip stocks, Ford on the high. Bank of America is coming up. Again, there's going to be a couple other related to that. Altria, ARLP has no bid. It'll get back up there. Then I need to check wheat and corn in a little bit. All right, and Baba Chicle. Baba, I want to take a look at again with if the Yangs did go up. I think that one's big. Oh, come on. I'm trying to get filled on something. Roblox dumping. UAL's down 3, especially with earnings. All right, I grabbed one. Sri Lanka cut their credit rating. Tesla, Big Red, AMD, Bank of America just popped up. Even the market's up here a decent amount. Tesla's starting to move. Tesla's coming down. Watch Twitter. Bank of America just rocketed. LNG tanker. Some other news, but don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a play on Micron. On what's it called? MasterCard. I did an April 29th weekly. I was going to go for May 5th, May 20th, but I went very short time just to kind of benefit off of American Express pre-earnings run-up. So just watch out for that one. That one's going to be a little tricky. But don't trade that. Apple's on the high again. Bank of America, JP Morgan, they just woke up there a little bit. The Caterpillar play also, that thing's moving. And yeah, the Yangs did go up. I got a call on MasterCard, pre-earnings run-up. So if it goes crazy from here, and again, all the banks are moving, and we're just trying. Then this was down 1%, so a lot of the premiums were cheaper. Oh, drip today, NVIDIA, added JP, good work, good work. Let's see what else we got. ARLP came down. Wheat, there, I thought that wheat was negative. K-Web, Baba, City's on the high. Oh, wow. 807 on corn. That's crazy. CCJ. What's the other one? Where's Twitter? Twitter sold off. JP 126. Yeah, I feel like Twitter's done this every morning where it's up and then kind of just sell. They added a bunch of new options to that Twitter option chain, though. They're trying to make that money. We're actually above VWAP. TLT barely up right now. VZ no candles. DWAC pump. Let's see. Oh, where are those EWJs? I think the Oxys came back. I want to check Conoco too. Bank of America going to rip harder. Bank of America is probably the first one that did very, very good. Honestly, you might be able to get one. You could check Wells Fargo and the other ones. JP Morgan's moving, but if Wells Fargo does keep moving, that's good. And then Caterpillar's great. Caterpillar's up 200% over more on that one again, and even the old Yangs came back. Yeah, Bank of America is still rocking. Goldman, too. Don't forget, Morgan Stanley was a good one. Bowen's on the bottom. So is Alibaba. Twitter red. And then the EWJ, those are 100%. I want to take a look at that one. Twitter's going to be an interesting one. Again, sometime by the end of the week, if you get an Elon comment, I mean, this could drive a lot of things up. Again, if they do a tender offer where he starts trying to just buy people's shares in the open market, I mean, then it could start getting a little interesting. When is Baba's earnings? Baba's earnings is May 12th. Straddles on Twitter. It would be good. I think it just matters on the price, though. That's it. Remember, if you play it both ways, there's gonna be a break even essentially. Damn, Twitter really sold off. Should have bought Uber. Let's see travel again. Travel got off to a weak start today. Yeah, like all the travel names. Delta's coming back up again. UAL, they're down like what, 2% now. They were down 4% earlier. LMT. Let's check banks. It looks like Citi's on the high again. Again, Bank of America, JP Morgan, all of them. Gap did good. Gap got like an upgrade this morning, and they were able to hold up. Yeah, so JP's up almost 1%. Baba's still at the low. Roblo, Mega Clap, yeah, back to $40. No love on that one today. Veru on the chain. They're down 5. Hey, where's my AMD and NVIDIA? Walgreens coming up. You're holding cap full. I still have that one, yeah. Again, that one covers till earnings, I believe. So that's the best part about the Caterpillar. I was even looking at Baba. That other Baba plays up 50%. Our Yangs are up, but the old Babas are up too. And that's what I was looking at. I was like, man, it covers earnings, which makes it pretty interesting. But same thing even with the Caterpillar play, and I like it. Banks are still going. Again, Bank of America earnings is the real catalyst. They're kind of leading the way right there. Ford pop. Ford's up 0.35. I mean, Tesla, they may turn around. Tesla's down a quarter. And then Netflix, too. They're coming down. Remember, Netflix earnings is tomorrow. LMT earnings tomorrow, too. Earnings will not be on May for Baba. If you could get the actual day, that'd be nice. That's just what TD Ameritrade says. So we'll see. Gap is up 4%. Again, they're only up 1% in the morning, so a pretty decent move. Those old plays are still up 100%, believe it or not. Remember, we had like one more contract left. Those things are up. Shop selling off. Uber at the low. Oxy's on the high. JP Morgan's at the high. ConocoPhillips up 1.5. A better deal. Corn hits $8 a bushel. First time since 2012. The good old 808. Even wheat's breaking out at 3%. So I have $3,000 on that corn future, but I don't know. $8 is the key level we've been waiting for. I'm eventually going to have to sell out of that one. No one knows the actual date yet for Baba. Well, that's good info. TLT's coming down. At least we know there's some broader confusion. 808, coin clap. Yeah, wheat's going up there too. Baba's selling off a little bit more. Gap contracts are moving up. MOS rocketing, I'm sure, with all the food stuff today. MOS and NTR have been a little bit weird. What is that? AR off 52-week high. Nugget. Antero Resources. What is this thing? Alcoa's going up. Watch out some of the material plays. Oxy, they're on the high. Again, that old weekly is even making some moves on there. Yeah, that old weekly is still positive from Oxy from a couple weeks ago. If you remember. Bitcoin, Airbnb to the long term. Good ad. Amen. Long term. It's good for the soul. It's good for the soul. We actually need to talk a lot more about the long term. I had a lot of long term weekend. I don't know. I kept reading the Bible. There's a lot of stuff that came up for the long term. I even got to listen to some, some Earl Nightingale, bro. You know, and just always reminded me of the long term. Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, they're all at the highs there. MasterCard's chilling out there. Yanyo, what's up, baby? Good morning. I get that ARC play. I got ARLP, but no ARC. ARC was too expensive. We're in ARLP. It'd be NTR 1.6, MOS 1.4, JPM to 140 if it keeps this strength. Well, we'll see. This is just the first day after one good bank earning, so we'll find out. Halliburton 52-week high. Bonds are starting to do this sell-off again, so how the market responds is key. Remember, we are still you're definitely not out of the clear. I mean, we gapped up from that 437. Why does that look so ugly? That was our first candle on the day. What is this? Yeah, remember, we were a lot lower, so this is a nice little gap up, but we'll see how it plays out in between bonds and all of that. The UNG plays up 350. I haven't double-checked. Remember, we made them the last set double free, but they were up around 300. I think I'm up 400 on it. Yeah, we have 400 temper. I was like 350 was yesterday, but the remaining contracts should be up around 400% or 300 if you got them in a little later. WJ. JP Morgan. That's crazy. Again, it's the first good earnings we've gotten. Affirm Goldman Sachs partnership chatter. Firm popping off of that. Check news on that one. I don't see it yet. It could be Twitter. But Firm's already moving on that. It's unconfirmed. Be careful. But it is moving. ARLP, wheat breaking out. I mean, all the commodities, again, bonds are going down there. We need ARLP to come to life a little bit. Again, Affirm. You could play that if you would like. Wheat 11.23. Again, we haven't been to this price on wheat. You got to realize this is the highs. You're back to those first 3-day high levels from the first ever big wheat pop. So again, I know wheat's been climbing slow, but when you pull out the chart, you'll see it's a very, very big level for a lot of them. Yeah, the Caterpillars are absolutely wrecking it. There's a firm news right now. It's pure rumor. I can't see it it's not on my wire, but people on Twitter and chat are talking about it. You got a potential partnership with Goldman, just a candle there, but be careful. No plays, purely rumor. No crash square. Uber selling nonstop. Yeah, Uber down 2.5. Again, a lot of the momentum from travel last week, it just faded this morning. We'll see. Oil energy plays going crazy, I'm sure. Again, UNG, B&O, all of that. Even the fact that I think they're all still kind of up. Yeah, like, again, 1.1% on Brent. And then the Libyan stuff, we're going to find out what happens. Airbnb coming down. Back below 170. UAL, that's down 2. They were down 4. Abivan, the low 2. Altria's looking actually pretty good. They're back up to 55. That's crazy. RTX 180, Roblox clap. Caterpillar's still rocking. You should have what? I think you have 400%, 3 to 400% on the Caterpillars now. That one is going crazy. And then Baba, those options are pretty much staying the same price. What was theirs? EWJ2. DD's on the high for some reason. DD's getting a bunch of candles. DD, big pop. They're down 15%, but they're moving big right now. DD drops 21% after New York listing plan. So no other update. Again, they're already down 20% on the day, but they're moving. Deer, sympathy to cat. That could be a good one. And then Caterpillar just getting ready for earnings now. This is breaking out prior to that. Are we selling off again? I mean, we had a nice little gap up. Things are holding. The things I would be worried about is if bonds, and if we kind of see that weird bond dance that we've been going over. Cat Divi 422, nice. Amazon's hitting a low, but they're still positive. Apple, yeah, and there is no love for Netflix, low key. For earnings, I'm surprised. Yeah, MasterCard is up. Caterpillar is still at the high. Dude, what scammers? Come on. Scammers. Okay, I sold out of that Baba May put. It was just an old one that we had for a while. It was up 50%, and I'm just going to hold the Yanks. What day were they? MA calls. They were for next week. And then Baba, a little mini bounce there. Old Morgan Stanley's came up a little bit. Alcoa's on the high. Any live news right now? Not anything coming through. I mean, there's news all the time, but the question is, will it move the market? But we haven't got anything too crazy that's came across. JP Morgan, Caterpillar again. Now that play has just gone stupid. And then the Yangs came back up still. Walmarts are up on the ask. That one's actually still holding as a value. Same thing with Altria, but the Altria plays are down. Yeah, Caterpillar is crazy. Caterpillar is a very interesting one. There's Ultra. SPY's even hanging on barely 0.25%. NASDAQ is down, believe it or not. 0.25%, and then Dow is up 0.5%. Look. HP ripping. OIH 3. Market is broken. It's a good day. It's a good day. It's a good day, you know? It's a good day. There's EWJ. I don't know, man. AWJ, you would look at just, damn. I want to hold it, but I want to take profit on those. Cap plays went up. Yeah, the cap plays are up over 300% now. Snow TLT back to green, barely. But yeah, it is bouncing off the bottom. Tesla's on the low. Coin all time. Where's Twitter? Tesla's actually selling off there. MA pop. We'll see. Not really. JP Morgan and banks are still holding great. SWK for E. COP calls. The first ones went up, but that one I really think is going to be a good lagger. EQT, 52-week high on that one. Caterpillar, first red candle in a while here. Yeah, corn, biggest high since 2012. It's coming down a little bit, though. I don't know. I'm kind of contemplating selling out my future. No, not like my future, like the future contract, not like my personal future. We could take $3,000 here. I mean, I've held this since when? Since March 28th, almost a month. I guess not too bad. But it's a very, very key one. I didn't make the random play. I just put in an offer. I'm selling my future. It sounded weird when you say you're selling your future. Oh, wait, I got filled on the random play. I put it in for $100. Yeah, I got the random play. EEFT, whatever, put. I just put in a limit order. SPY going red. Long term, still suffering. Not necessarily. I feel like suffering is more like longer dated, if that makes sense. If you actually chart your long term, you've probably spent 90% of days not suffering than suffering, if that makes sense. So therefore, the level of suffering, I don't know if it would be equivalent. Maybe we'll just say it's down today. I'm so sick of sell-offs in the morning. Okay. TLT coming back again. Why doesn't the random play go on stream alerts? Just because it's a random play from the comments on there. It's not. We've never done that. So I don't think we do it anytime soon. Neo does sing that song. Not like Neo, but yeah. Villa or VNLA, Vanilla. Janice Henderson, short duration. I think it's a lot higher. It says at 49, but I just saw it on the high ticker. JD's going up. So watch the China names again. They gap down. Apple's coming down now too. Microsoft again. Netflix. They're not getting any love. The Dow's coming down, but the Dow's the leader. Tech is already down 50% right now. Bullard comes on at 1 p.m. Eastern. So in like 3 or 4 hours, kind of like middle of the day. And then we already got our, what's it called? We already got earnings from Bank of America. That set off the banks. They're actually still holding too. Again, Bank of America is still up. That's very, very good. AXP still going. We went for the MasterCard. MasterCard's barely holding. Travel just sold off all of it. We might be getting more real estate stuff. We already got a lot of data today. But actually, no. Today, just housing index, and that's it. NAHB housing market index at 10, and then tomorrow we get a lot more housing starts. But economically, like economic data is pretty lacking this week. There's not anything crazy. If anything, the Fed Thursday and then the 3 or 4 other Fed speakers, those will probably be the big ones. CVE 52-week high. We need those plays to come back or we double dip them. Yeah, it says they're down 20% now on the CVEs. Those are for December too, though. Low key. I could be down with this one. Let's check. Damn, 5,000 on the short term. We're at the Decembers. I just want to see if these are lagging. Oh, we already got the cheapest ones. They kind of are. You see how they're a lot cheaper from earlier, so the premiums, but nah, they've raised it though. I guess we just paid a lot more. Like these are still kind of expensive, but these things, man. So this is what I'm looking for here on that. I think maybe we wait a little bit, give it some decay. If it could go a little bit higher, and then we could catch those on the delay. Those could be good, but I'm still holding those. Yeah, I know. I'm still down on them too. We bought them high, but that's why I'm saying just like EXC, this is waiting for the lag, and you could see it from the same. The stock is literally up, 45 or what was that? 15 to almost 20, 15 to 18. That's like 30%, and then the options are down. So that tells us something. And then that way, too, if it does keep continuing, we could take advantage of it. Do you think the positive catalyst is once the Fed completes rate hikes, all the money being pulled out has to come back? Potentially. I mean, I think I don't really see a positive after the Fed is done, if that makes sense. I think the only positive that I could get from the Fed is that in the process of tightening, it just takes them a long time to break something. That's about it. So pretty much, I'm under the logic. A lot of people are under the idea or the impression that, the Fed is going to start tightening policy till it breaks something. So the real positive that could happen out of all of it is that if the Fed takes a long time, if it takes them 2 years, 3 years to reach their tightening goal and the economy doesn't get clapped before then, I would consider that a positive. And I would see the market go up in that one. But other than that, it's kind of a matter of does that occur or not? And if it doesn't, then, again, the next 2 years, we would be in an interesting situation. Come on, corn. And then wheat still trying to fight at 3%. Bank of America falling. Altria, some of the value names are coming down. Yeah, Bank of America is too. XOM. Oil plays seem to be holding up pretty fine. Arizona. Nike's leading the losers here on the low side, apparently, too. Goldman's 35% chance of recession. I think it's about right. I think it's probably a little bit higher. But I do agree with their assessment. Again, they're pretty much saying with what I just said there, where I'm saying a lot of people on Wall Street are under this idea that the Fed is going to just tighten until it breaks something. So that already holds a negative connotation. TSM is popping. Remember, they had earnings last week. Oxy's going up. TLT's at the low. SPY's coming down now. Now Dow is literally bouncing at positive. So this is it. Everything just flipped red. Remember, we had a big gap up, and we closed at those very low levels from last week. Again, these are all levels of support, so we will see what happens. And then wheat is breaking out there. They just hit a new high on the day. Occidental and oil plays are going up. Some of the materials chilled out. There's MOS. BABA bounced very, very big. EWJ still there. EWG. Gold is leading on the high ticker right now. Again, TSM is still moving up there. ET on the high. Microsoft coming up now. But TSM's actually looking pretty decent. And the UNG plays 435%. Jeez. I did not sell the EWGs, no. I'm talking EWJ. I wanted to, but I have not. Again, old Oxy play, the weekly. That one's back up to 6%. I thought that was up more. Airbnb got whacked. UNG got hooked up. I think the ARLPs woke up. Facebook, Microsoft, big candles right there. ARLP, you got 50 on the bid. What price could you see yourself adding more Airbnb? Maybe like 100 to like 110. If it came down, I'm not going to buy, I pretty much I waited a whole year to ever get Abivai at like 100. The nature of the stock, the biotech, how things are, I wouldn't be surprised to see, what's it called? Like another, FDA approval type popper drop. And that's, that's where I think you're going to get some good opportunity. But other than that, we're chilling. UNG, it's still going up. Yeah. Bro, that play was nutty. That play was nutty. Volume low. Biotech's bounce. DD had one little bounce again. DD's down on what's it called? DD is down on their plans to delist from earlier today. And then Ryan says there's a penny stock, $8 price target, QLGN, UNG still going. QLGN, 70-cent stock, $8 price target at Zacks. Be careful with that, but it's moving. Amazon just woke up there. Again, Microsoft was too. Tesla. Damn, UNG at 27. Chips are moving. Let's see. Yeah, AMD's up 0.4. Actually, all the chips are doing very, very well. Again, SPY and Dow are positive. And honestly, in that little bounce right there, that just brought the NASDAQ positive. That was very weird. We just went from very green to like very flip-flop there, and then everything went red, and now everything is about to go positive. Liquid natural gas plays. So we're already in UNG. Again, we're up 450% on those. We've been playing them for a couple weeks now. Bank of America. Wheat is coming up now, too. All the commodities. Yeah, 808 on corn. Oh, he's crazy. Surprisingly, I think I'm getting a way better return on the corn, though, or on the wheat than the corn future. I don't know if it's more leverage or not. MQ Financial pushing or lagging. Let's check JP Morgan. They might come back up. Bank of America is continuing. They're about to hit the high. X down bad. That is weird. Again, Alcoa was up a lot more here too. So we'll see TLT's at the low. Let's see. On Kangaroo shall hate map. Please hold, my friend. Okay. Nvidia again. Normally supposed to receive divvy on April for what? Abivai, that was probably the X dividend. So you get paid out a month after X divvy, usually. So don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I sold out 2 of the 3 remaining UNGs at 448. So I got back, it's about 460% at that price. And then we got 1 more contract left. We bought those at 80 cents. So again, I took some on Friday. They went up even more again. Took another set. We've been slowly scaling out of it. I just got 1 more contract left for June. And they're still up 450, but we've cashed out pretty good on that one from the last couple weeks. We will see. Wait. 809.75. Let me check this one out. This is wild. When was that last run up? That was April last year. Oh, it's kind of similar. Low key. Similar dates there with corn. The yen's really bad. Again, the EWJ, we even got that Hiroshita Kuroda comment, whatever, but he was, they were commenting on the big swings there with the Japanese yen. So it's like, and then that one EWG play, EWJ, we're up good on it, but it's a very, very interesting one. Netflix fought back. Does Disney sympathy? It does, but for the last couple times, I think I've played the Disney sympathy twice. In the last 2 earnings, it got clapped. Just because Netflix just wasn't good earnings. EWJ, Spies coming down again. I'd watch Netflix again. Just don't forget, they do have their earnings here in the next day, tomorrow after hours. Twitter board salary will be 0 if my bid succeeds. Honestly, I don't know. We're going to see whenever he gets that tender offer out there. That'll be the catalyst, but the stock has already moved a lot. Bond will be 0. 3 million saved right there. That's pretty funny, though. Dude, again, that battle is heating up. That's why I really like, if you want to make money on the Twitter one, you could get in now, but I really think if you find a way to play both sides last minute, that's where I think the most money is going to be made. So it's kind of it's just a game of musical chairs right now till you get the next update from either Twitter's board or from Elon himself. Apple, Microsoft, they're just chilling in the middle. Not too crazy. Tesla holding. Twitter's going up. But yeah, Tesla's look good. Even the Nasdaq's holding pretty good. We were down a lot more. We're coming towards these lower levels, but it is doing a lot better than you would expect, especially with some of the commodities making huge moves. DraftKings, it's an interesting price. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Again, we're waiting a little bit till there's more earnings. And then JP Morgan still below the price target, so I would probably take JP Morgan over DraftKings. But I mean, let's see where we're at by the end of the week. Casa Systems, they're on the high. Twitter's on the high again too. Casa is moving, $6 stock. Didi, Twitter, again, it could be reacting to that tweet there, so it's moving good. Yeah, Twitter's popping. Amazon, nice strength up 1. Again, that Casa stock. AMD, NVIDIA, chip makers are going too. Does DraftKings have an event this week? They might. Qualcomm on the high. Again, Casa and Twitter. Even Amazon's doing pretty good. Again, don't forget about Netflix. Caterpillar chilled out and came down. Hershey's still up but chilled. Altria is negative now. Walgreens negative now. Abbevie still down another %. Tesla popping off a little bit too. Yeah, Tesla's positive. Caterpillar, you can't sell if you want. Again, we have earnings on it, and you're up like 200 or 300% on that. So it's really up to you on that one. I think it's done good so far. The question is, do you want to take the profits now, or do you want to try to gamble a little bit for earnings? Uber bounce. Yeah, Uber's only down 1. Caterpillar has 230. There's UNG. Wheat came down. Corn is still elevated. IYT, is it down? Still down 0.5%. Again, not too pretty there. Kind of matches up a little bit, but we'll see. Remember, that's a good indicator to be watching. So those EWGs, you have to be messing with me at this point.
Only happen in a classroom.
I need to go pee.
Many fun opportunities
be nice.
to learn around us every day. And that's especially
be nice. If you get timed out randomly, don't ask questions why. Chances are you weren't nice. I need to go to the bathroom. But Biden and the Easter Bunny.
Easter egg roll together. Racing and making crafts, reading books, and of course, meeting the Easter Bunny. Education never stops. The determined spirit of education is what we wanted to honor in this Easter egg roll. So we turned the South Lawn into a school community. Today, we hope you learn by going to the Reading Nook, roll some eggs, and most of all, have fun. Welcome to your house, the people's house. Happy Easter. Now, please welcome my husband, our president, Joe Biden. Sorry.
My job is to keep it from raining for another 2 minutes. Jill and I are excited to have you at the White House. We weren't able to host this Easter egg roll last year because of the pandemic, but this year we're finally getting together again, and it's so special. It means so much to see and hear the children and all the families show up to be here today. The joy, the laughter, and the occasional, at least with my young grandson, it's only 2, the occasional, there's Easter Bunny. A little startled sometimes.
No one laughed. But, yeah, I just need to go to the bathroom. Thank you for being respectful. We love you. God bless you. Happy Monday. Happy April. Some would say it's a start of a new year. I'm just saying. We're back. I got a good positive message for you today. It's a little early. But, give it a second here. And we'll see. Pandemic is over. I mean, tell that to my mom. If you could get my mom to believe it, I feel you. Little by little, but still. UNG, yeah, I sold out 2 out of 3 right there. We had just under 500%. Got one more left. So we're going to see Didi's running. Twitter picked up. Again, Didi was down 25% today on they gave out a plan to delist. Yeah, and the thing even with, because I was even talking to my mom about it, and she was like, well, why is China locking down? And if you guys didn't see today, the Chinese, the Chinese economy, some of their numbers haven't been that bad since 2020, or 2019, like middle or beginning of the pandemic, pretty much. Some of them were the worst numbers since the pandemic, economically speaking. And then they came out with a plan to have employees work from work, or live at work, not work from work. So they're literally making a plan there to they're saying that if you want to operate your business and reopen the economy, again, even Tesla's doing it, you have to provide living scenarios from your work. So live from work. It's pretty wild. We went from work from home. Now they're saying your home is work in China. It's pretty wild, honestly. Very, very wild. But again, China's economic data and then the Didi stuff, that's why things are down. Again, even Japan was not good at all. MAR's on the high. That's weird. Hilton and Marriott. I don't know why. Maybe Airbnb comes back up here. But booking, yeah, that again, it's kind of doing that lagging travel mood, that travel move that we saw the other day. China lockdowns are giving me 2019 vibes for real. I think it's a little different. I mean, back then, I was a lot more worried. In 2019, I was very, very worried. But this time, I mean, it seems to be more, again, I mean, it's like, I don't know. It's like borderline human rights. I I don't know how to describe it. It's very like, it's kind of sad out there. Like some people in the chat are saying like it's slavery and stuff like that. But like if you see some of it, it's just a lot. It's very, very different than what we had last time. You heard about the Airbnb shooting? Was that one of the there was like 3 different shootings over the weekend. They held up with that poison pill. I don't know. It's crazy. I mean, the Twitter thing, again, Elon definitely has other plans right now. He even made out a tweet. The stock went up. Jack Dorsey over the weekend. And their poison pill was BS. I mean, like I said, it's pretty wild. They're willing to dilute the company by 50% practically just to stop Elon, which is pretty wild if you think about it. Ater. UAL's coming up again. They were down like 4 or 5% in the morning. Let's check oil again. Some of the oil plays came down. 809 on corn. ZW, go wheat. Let's check. Young Brent. Brent's barely moving, actually. Again, Europe's closed, though, too. So that could be part of it. EXC coming up. Kind of makes you agree with Elon that he doesn't trust the board. 100%. 100%. We were talking about it, and it just, like we said, to enact one of those later, and then they did, and then they're saying it gives the board the ability to buy shares at 50% lower. It's not only that he would have to pay double, it's just that it would allow the board, it would allow all of these people who already own less than Elon the ability to buy 50%, buy as much as the stock for a 50% discount. So if you're on the board of Twitter right now and Elon acquires another 5% of the company, you will be eligible to buy as many shares as you want, and that means they could even issue more shares. You would be able to buy those shares at $23 a pop. So it's and that's for everybody. It would stop Elon Musk, but then it would devalue everybody else if they went through it. So that's just like any normal person owning the stock, any other bigger investor, they would all get diluted. So again, that's why they call it a poison pill. It's still poison. It's not like it's a magic pill that stops Elon. You have to poison everybody to stop an unwarranted takeover. Now, Twitter's about to hit another high right now. It's getting up there a little bit. I like Twitter. I want to play it, but the thing is the premiums are high. My plan with Twitter, I'm hoping that the situation takes time to unfold, and then there's going to be a moment where both the premiums on both sides die, and then we'll be able to take advantage of it. But for now, I have no play on it. Tesla pop coming through the highs, back to $1,000 right there. Apple on the high, Microsoft, good call-outs there again. It's kind of like this little drop the little pop from the bottom. A lot of them started waking up. Make sure you keep an eye on Netflix because they have earnings tomorrow. It's the ultimate. If I can't have it, no one can. Pretty much. Just buy the shares. You can, but then it doesn't account for anything to the downside. Because remember, the stock's up 30%. Elon is going to probably make a tender offer, but then he's also on the table. He also has it on the table that he can, he could dump half of the shares if he wanted to. A drunk driver hit you over the weekend? Oh, my gosh. I hope you're doing better, man. That's crazy. That is crazy, bro. God bless you, and we hope you're doing okay. Shout out to Cole, man. Glad you're here in the morning. Isn't Twitter going to tank if everyone could get diluted? Again, for that to occur, Elon would have to buy 5% more of the company. So essentially, what could happen here is that Elon can make a tender offer to buy stock from random shareholders, and then depending on if he gets to that extra 5%, then it would enact the poison pill, and then you would have the reaction there on everybody else. Demonstrates how valuable censorship is. Even then, I could give you one. I hate to, this is one of the things where I don't want to be political, but even in the politics of it, I think this is a big driving factor of the Twitter deal. You have to realize you have a midterm election and then more elections coming up in the next 2 years. So you have to ask yourself, if Elon Musk had the ability to control Twitter, who do you think would get unbanned? And then, especially coming into an election cycle, you just got to think about it. Yes, that's why he tweeted, "Love Me Tender." Exactly. It's an Elvis song, but he's pretty much hinting at a tender offer for everybody else. Trump said he wouldn't use it again if he got... I know, right? He has a new company. I would get him panned. SPY back to the highs. Even Uber's coming up. Twitter, Lyft is on the high. So Uber recovered like 1.2 or something like that. LMT on the bottom. Chip makers are killing it right now still. Tender, I think it's because it's like a preliminary offer and it's not like a binding one. It's just like throwing it out there initially with different terms. Volume isn't bad. Roblo came back up a little bit, but 40 is that key level. TXN. What about TXN and WDC? Aren't they going to report soon? TGT on the high. Walmart. Those Walmart plays are still kind of holding too. The Caterpillars, they chilled out. They were really on fire in the morning. Where's TLT? There's wheat. Wheat is nice. UNG. Yeah, ARLP, the bid dropped. I want that one. Again, today was a wild day for energy. The next thing we're going to have to see is if Brent actually takes off. That's going to be the next thing over the next couple days. Again, we're already back to like, what, 111 or something? 113? Still pretty high when you look at the daily. So if this brings us right back, I remember 120 pretty much. If we could hold above 120 and it doesn't break that within a couple of days, then the bullishness oil is back on, and then all of the supply stuff gone out the window. Can we stop pretending everything's all good when we know it's not? I think a lot of people are under that impression that it's not that good. The question is timing. Again, even Goldman Sachs today, they were talking about 35% odds of a recession, but then the big thing they were talking about that lowered their percentage is how long it takes to occur. So I don't think the issue right now in the markets, I mean, again, depending on how savvy you are or not, I don't think people are being naive right now. I think people now are just trying to figure out the timing. If anything, I think people are trying to figure out, okay, when do all of these changes finally, settle in? When do they get baked in? When does the Fed get baked in? When does a new regime of oil prices and commodity prices? I mean, even then, another one is inflation. This is what the Fed is trying to stop, but I already think they're too late. You got to realize it. We've been saying the I word for years now. It's been a couple years that we've been saying, inflation, and now that's becoming ingrained, if you think about it. So now within the psychology of a lot of normal people down to Wall Street and investors, inflation and this logic of prices being infected, that's ingrained. Intel's on the high, kind of popping a little extra here. TLT, new low. I have an old TLT that came back to life. You know that? There was an old TLT that we had that came back to life. It's down 30% now, but this thing's for 2023. This thing was down like 99%. I was tripping on that. And then fucking core needs to go crazy this week. What is going to break or who? I would just say what's going to break would be a fast-paced economic system, or I guess a lot of money from the Fed is the only way to describe it. I guess high growth environment would slow down. That's what we mean by breaking. Same levels. I thought Boyle moved off weather and gas market surges. Boyle is related there with UNG and just any of them. Again, natural gas, but this is like more levered. And the reason why when we played UNG a couple of weeks ago, when did we get UNG? Let me check the date. Wait, why is it my history loading? Oh, there it is. I got it on April 4th. So we bought UNG April 4th, and this is what I want you to see. Because already by April 4th, it was already up a lot. So, and I remember around here, I was saying not to play it. Because you can see, look at, oil during this time, from January to April, it moved up a lot, and it did a lot. Again, commodities, wheat, everything, but UNG wasn't really moving. And then as the situation in Europe got bad and they began banning Russian fuel, it eventually started hitting the point now where people started pricing in, oh shit, even though UNG and natural gas in the United States is insulated from most of the world and usually responds to weather and stuff like that, now that the Europe LNG is about to decline, people are assuming we are going to start exporting, and then that's why it started going up. And then on top of it, just last week, there was a big weather event in the, where was it? The Dakotas in like the northern part of America, and that affected some things as well as even the planting season for some commodities or agriculture names. With the oil, it'll still affect EWG. It's just going to affect it slow. Again, I mean, think about it. It's still been a couple of weeks. The latest update we've gotten from Europe, Germany, or anything, we have not really gotten anything too crazy. Acceptable to email you tickers. You can email me whatever you want. Yeah, go ahead. I mean, again, the question you got to ask yourself is if it is sometimes it's just faster in the chat. And lately, I don't know, bro, that guy over the weekend. So, again, I got back to as many emails as I can, but I think one of our stalkers had the day off on Easter, and they just, flooded our emails. So I've been getting a bunch of, a lot of emails are just, I have 50 spam emails for every normal one email, and we already got a lot of normal emails. So be there. Give me some time, if anything, but you could do either or. Yeah, the LNG transporters, those will be key. Short ETF. I mean, till we get the volatility, we'll see. But usually not. I mean, usually just like UVXY. $7.33, my friends. Airbnb's lagging behind all the travel names. Twitter. You ever been to Eggies or Egg Slut? I've been to Egg Slut. It's very good. It sounds very aggressive when you say it out loud, but it's very, very good. Very, very good. But I have something for you. I have something good. Are you guys ready? Are you locked and loaded? Are you prepared on this beautiful Monday? Warren says Intuit's hire former regulators unethical. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, how you living, man? I need your help right now. I got a good positive message for you. It's a good way to start off the new year of April, baby. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you could hear my voice, I need you to hit the thumbs up button. I need you to check in. I got a positive message for you, but I just need to know who's going to hear this. This one's a good one, and we're at 1,000 like resistance. I can't get past it without you. So if you hear my voice, hit the thumbs up button. It's like checking in. It's like attendance. Very, very minimally invasive. No purchase or procedure required. Super simple. You just hit the like button. I know you're here. If you don't hit the like button, it may cut you out. Apparently, we've had some issues with that where people, they miss the cutout, and then that's it. Just stop for them. I hate when that happens, so I would not want that to happen. So hit the thumbs up button. You hear my voice. And again, I want to know you're going to hear this. This one's a good one. I'm telling you, it's Monday, baby. We back in the game. It's Monday. You had your holiday. Now you're back. Now you got a couple more months. You're almost halfway through the year, so let's go, baby. Look at that. 400 people have already checked in. 400 people. Oh, my goodness. Don't get left behind there. That's beautiful, Chad. I love you. God bless you. God bless. Dude, that's 400 right there. Isn't that crazy? That means there's 400 people sitting there, checking in, ready to go, ready to be. Like or get clapped. It doesn't always happen, but we would hate for any issues to happen, you know? Wow, that's 500. All right, I'm cutting it off. I'll give it like 5-10 more seconds. Final Final call, final last aboard. What do they say? All aboard. This is the final one. This is the final one. Oh, I love this one, though. I love this one. Are you ready? Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? God bless you. I love all of you. For real, man, good to be back. I missed you guys, and I just hope you didn't go an extra day without hearing, man. You have a purpose, okay? Just don't forget about that. Just don't forget you have a purpose, and don't let them play you. You were born in this generation for a reason. You got it? You got it? Good. You got talents and abilities. Let's strengthen them and work on our craft and make them the best so you could be the best of person that you are designed to be, baby. Amen? Amen. Oh, they don't feel me. So here it is. Here's your story. Once upon a time, there was a guy, and he wanted to watch football. You know, he wanted to watch the NBA playoffs. And he was at home, and he was watching the NBA playoffs, and he had a little 4-year-old son, and then his son just kept coming at him and was like, hey, let's play. Let's play. Let's play. His son kept talking, and he just really wanted to watch the game. So what he did is he took a newspaper, and there was a picture of the world, like a map of the whole world. So then he took the newspaper, ripped it up into like 12 or 15 different pieces, and he told the kid, he said, hey, man, show me how smart you are, and put back the piece of earth. Put back the newspaper all together. Just put it all back together. And then he was like, okay. He thought it would distract the kid, and, you know, the kid would leave him alone, and then he could go watch his sports game. So he goes back to watching it. The kid goes back to putting this together, but only after a couple of minutes, the child comes back, and the whole thing is pieced together. He has all of it together. And then he shows his dad, and his dad was actually surprised. He was like, wow, that was really fast. He was like, how did you do that so quick? He was like, that's amazing, actually. I didn't think you would do it that fast. He's like, how did you do it? And then the little boy told him, he was like, well, I didn't actually put the world together. I actually flipped it over, and on the other side of the newspaper, there was a man. And all I got to do is just put the man together, and then I flipped it back, and then it put the whole world together. And then at that moment, the dad smiled at him and said, yeah, son, you're right. That's actually how it works. Once the man is all together, the world comes together just fine. And that is your positive message of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Work on the man and work on yourself. And once the man is whole, everything is whole. Amen. Amen. Woo! There you go, baby. There you go. I'm going to cry. It's a good one. Just focus on putting the man together. Everything will work. You'll be good. You'll be good. It's a good one. It's a good one. I like it. I like it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm in the coat. It's the clean your room philosophy. Yes, it's a good one. I like it. I've never heard that one. As you'll be surprised, that one's actually from Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale. What a beautiful Monday. Indeed, what a beautiful Monday. I like it. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Again, and everything right now in the market, crazy. Ford's ripping right now. A lot of things are actually going up right here. High tickers gassing. SPY's hitting a new high. Tesla, again, Tesla could be the earnings run-up. Again, this Thursday. So, I mean, we could even go after that if we wanted to. But Ford is starting to move right in there. TLT's at the low. BABA came up a little bit. BRCC, again, chip makers. Those are a big leader today. Everything's up now 1/3%. It's pretty much matched up. Again, very, very wild because they all went negative at one point today. And then we were coming off a big low on Friday, but seems like a pretty good start to the week. What do I think of Redfin? I actually like Redfin a lot. So it's unfortunate because I have other names that I want right now, and there's just so much on the table. But I mean, Redfin at some of those prices, I'm a big, big fan of. OP, NTR, they're going up. So is Mosaic. I don't know where the NTRs are. And then is UNG still climbing? Ford is doing great. S&P is coming back to a high right now. UNG, bro, that thing's crazy. Zillow, Open, just Redfin. Zillow and Open Door are a little bit different. I like Redfin because Redfin has a, they have a finger on the real estate game, the agent game. Redfin helps people buy and sell homes beyond just showing people the home. So Zillow, they don't do that. Zillow sells leads. Zillow tries to flip houses. Open Doors is just all about flipping houses. But Redfin, Redfin buys houses too, but not as much. But Redfin has the ability to buy and sell homes and make money off of facilitating the transaction. Do you pay more than Open Door? It depends on the property. I think if your property is in better condition, then yeah, 100%. And even then, Open Door still charges you commissions. That's what people don't realize. Like even Zillow too, they're scammers. They usually, like, I know Zillow at the very least. Open Door, I think it might depend, but I know you still pay some fees. But Zillow, you literally, like, even if you sold your home to Zillow, they still charge you the 2.5% commission for the fee. So did Open Door charge you commission? So pretty much, you said they paid you more, but what was your commission rate? Open Door is easier for a lot of sellers. It is. We were going to sell a flip to them. I know Lending Tips wanted to sell his, and then I had another one. We were just going to sell them a flip, and they offered to, pay a decent amount. I'm working hard on houses. Let's go. You're going to get one. You're going to get one. That's it. Anytime I worked hard on them, it always came. Sometimes it came fast. Sometimes it was slow. But as long as you are actually working on that, applying yourself every day, you're going to find your deal. And you'll see. And then you'll look back and it'll all be worth it. Open Door commission fees. Yeah, see, so you're still paying the 5%, which sucks. Yeah, commission, and you guys still pay closing costs and consent. So it's the same thing. They just give a decent offer, but that's what I'm saying. It's like if your property is in good condition, I'm going to do better than this because I don't charge the 5%. So if we have an agent that could represent and you don't have any agent thing, that's it. And then depending on it, I would either pay for closing costs or not. And then seller commissions, you don't have to. So I don't know if you guys saw me calculate a number the other day on Friday for Lowell. And remember, I put out a number and I said 10% for like factors and certain costs. So you can see this is right there is almost, that's what, 7-8% right there. But still good though. Again, Open Door will give you better. Zillow, I think, scams harder. Would you buy a townhouse in Oregon? Yeah, especially if it's not on market. Do you think there's such thing as an area too saturated to wholesale? I'm in SoFlo and I hear people tell me that. I feel like anybody who ever says something is unsaturated, I feel like they're a mix of smart and lazy at the same time. That's how I view it. I feel like it's the people who say they say it's too they're smart and they have the ability to do it, but they never close one, and then they'll just say it's too saturated. But I don't think it is. I don't think anything is ever too saturated. I think, especially in real estate, it's just like all you need is one good deal. Again, even where we're closing some of these, I mean, I'm in the most saturated markets out there in Southern California, but the deals are there. So I would think, I think you could do it anywhere. It just really, and that's the best part about it is that all it takes is just one individual who is very motivated, and you're out there, you'll be good to go. As an agent, would you recommend wholesaling? I mean, don't like screw over your clients, but you could always do it if you ever come across a property. You could always let them know. You say, I could list it for you as an agent, but I'm also interested in buying it myself. Any weekly options? I mean, you could go for banks based on the Fed speakers. Otherwise, any weeklies, I would just go for the earnings run-ups. You could go after Tesla. You could go after United Airlines. You could go after AXP, MasterCard, even Lockheed Martin, but they report tomorrow. But those are all the weeklies you could go after. But the Fed is going to be a little difficult. But then the actual, the thing that it could affect would be those bank stocks. Bullard is going to be at 1 p.m. Eastern today. Or 4 Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. I think. Let me check. Fed Bullard, 1 p.m. I think this is Pacific time. We'll see. Between 1 and 4, I'm getting different times. Screener. I used one on Bloomberg, and I input my own settings. I haven't even looked at it, actually, in a while. I think 4 p.m. Eastern, so 1 Pacific time. Boone says Western sanctions have failed, acknowledges biting inflation. Bank of America, dark floor, dark pool orders, dark floor. Bank of America is still doing good, though. First bank earnings that actually went up and stayed up. So we'll see if that actually holds end of the day. And then even JP Morgan coming back a little bit. Goldman, Morgan Stanley was the best. Charles Schwab got clobbered. There's also, what's it called too? Bank of Mellon. Coca-Cola on the low. So SPY chilled out. You had that little tech push. I mean, Tesla, Twitter, Microsoft, Apple, they all started moving there. But we're still up 0.25%. We kind of chilled there. So we'll see either just going to naturally get up there. We're going to get another hype move, or other news might start to play in. MOS still holding 180%. Not bad. Are you gonna continue to add WBD? No, I'm just gonna hold it, but I don't plan to add any to it. And then the NUEs are up 50%. I forgot about that one. When's that one? Is that till January? That's October. Yeah, like Nucor, Caterpillar, all of those are actually pretty fire. April 20. Oh, wait. Nucor is in a couple of days for earnings? No way. Yeah, earnings all this week. I did not know that. Popping every quarter. Starting the season. I know. I'm excited. I think this earnings season, we're going to see how it plays out with everything in the background. You know what I'm saying? With, again, commodities, price of energy, fuel, all of that. So we're going to see what happens. You see the China versus 10-year Treasury inverted. Yeah, you now have a higher yield in America than China, which is very, very odd. Very, very odd. But then again, I mean, that could start affecting flows very, very well. NVAX, they're down to 50. Weren't they at like 180 or 210? Jeez. Dang, Novaks. They got clapped. Are we selling calls on May? That one's up to you. Again, I mean, 300% in about 2 days. It's up to you if you want to play the earnings or not. So they have earnings in a couple of weeks. You could keep riding the run up. They have ex-dividend in a couple days. You could keep riding that. But at this point, too, I mean, $70 into $300. This one, I mean, use this as your account so that you can, so you can decide what you're going to play in the future or not. You know what I'm saying? One good play like that could pay for 2 or 3 earnings. So it's totally up to you. But this is where you make decisions as a trader, and this is how you're going to, get your skills a little bit better. Wells Fargo, I like it. I like the banks in general. I mean, I think they got a day or two more to kind of, get everything out the way still. But for the most part, I mean, most of them beat. They still have the same problems that they had a couple of quarters ago. But now we're just kind of watching them recover. So as long as nothing gets too bad, it'll be good in the MOS. Yeah, bro, the MOSs are up a lot. I didn't really like that play from when we bought it. And not only did it go up, it is actually held up. So I have the 85s for June. They're up 200% now. But yeah, the premiums are starting to rocket. Wheat came back down. X may be a good new core. It could, definitely. And X has been more volatile. Same thing even with Alcoa as well, too. Alcoa could be really, really fire. Let me check. Yeah, they added a bunch to the chain. They're kind of Oracle, new low. There's no Europe. Yeah, Europe is closed because of Easter still. Europe, Australia, and another place, I believe. Affirm, there was like a rumor that they were partnering with Goldman. That was right here, and then it came back down. Yeah, there's good Alcoa plays. They're like in the middle. They're like kind of lagging. They're still expensive. They're cheaper than where they were a couple weeks ago. But then it's like the MOS is just like they're breaking out. We got June. Oh, I guess these ones went out of the money to near the money. You see what I'm saying? Like these are at an all-time high. Very odd. BAC, UWMC. I'm not going to average down yet. Again, just make sure you have the long-term alerts or follow my Instagram because we have a lot of long-term discussion. We're going to talk about it more. I'm even waiting for the next play, but at the very least, I mean, there's just so much conversation around it because there's so much options. There's so many options of stocks we could buy that I would just make sure you're up to date with it. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be the best way as we start moving forward. But there's a lot of stuff. I have plans for a lot of different industries, but it depends kind of where we end up here after earnings. Intel up, I couldn't tell you. All the chip makers did very, very good today. Kohl's is climbing back up. TLT June 125. Maybe get more time if you want any. I honestly, I don't think you would. It wouldn't be too bad if you got what's it called? I'm blanking on that. What was I saying? No, I just blanked. Oh, yeah, more time. Yeah, just simply get more time for TLT. Just because if anything is going to switch, I would, bonds are just, they're in a very weird moment. June is just not enough time. Again, even like, what's it called? Even like the other TLT, I have an old TLT that came back to life. So that's where, but that one had like 2 years of time on it. Ater, I've heard that one a lot. Why POP has been murdered compared. I mean, both of them, PLL has their own little, like, they've been offering shares. I mean, they've had a share offering. LAC, I think they even had an offering and other stuff. So this is just what happens with these types of companies. That's why you want to make sure they're legit. But, if they have specific corporate actions, it's going to affect things. Why not Twitter shares? You can go with Twitter shares. You're just going to run the risk of it going down again another 30-40% just from the last set of news. So that's there's just risk on both sides. Options, premium, stock. I know a lot of people say they're down to hold it. They don't care if they lose 30. If that's how you feel, I would go with the Twitter shares. But it's still, there's a lot of movement that we've gotten in the last week or so. So there's just a lot of volatility risk no matter how you play it. DraftKings, I like this one too. It's a good one. DraftKings, Redfin, all very, very low levels. Yeah, but Redfin at 14. A bond SPY divergence. We'll probably go over it later. I mean, it's something we've probably talked about a couple times every single week, especially even like right now or even today. There was a couple of notes there in the morning, how people are even saying how confusing it is. One day it's like this, one day it's like that. So it's a very complex topic. We've talked about it a lot. Maybe check back some of the other videos, or if it does become a little bit more important here in the next coming days, we could talk about it. What's the selling puts? What's the risk between selling deeper in the money for higher premium? It's just automatically exercisable. That's it. So you could automatically take a loss, and then if you do it next to X dividend date, you could get double clapped. Say TLT is snitching. I would say TLT is snitching, but it's a little different. Yeah, crash indicator for 2022. That will tell you about the bond divergence. But it is, what's it called? It's snitching, but it's not like the same as when bond yields go down, when people are rushing to safety. It just, right now, all we could tell with, like, again, how historic the move has been to the high side of yields, it's just something is wrong with the bond market. Something is changing. And now the easiest thing to understand about the bond market that's changed is literally the Fed is actually tapering. The Fed is not reinvesting. Your rates are actually higher from the Fed, all of that. U.S. households expect mortgage rates to rise to 6.7 in 1 year. Consumer expectation for Fed housing. Households say less likely to buy houses if they move. U.S. consumer expect rent increases of 11% over next year. So that's coming in right now. The Fed consumer housing expectations. So they're expecting mortgage rates to be 6.7 in 1 year, and that 11% rental price increase. U.S. inspection of wheat for export, 432,000 metric tons. Why are we popping off that? I don't think it's reacting to that news as much as kind of just, again, it just hit 8 o'clock. So you're getting news headlines, and then 30 minutes, Europe is going to close, but most of Europe's already closed. No, they said that pretty much based on who they interviewed from the Fed, people are expecting that by 2023 or April 2023, interest rates will be at 6.7 for a 30-year mortgage. Corn, 1.1 versus 1. Bro, I even think seasonally with corn, yeah, corn is taking off on that. Wheat had a little bit of a move. How do you think they'll make houses more attainable after 6.7? Houses won't start. They'll stop going up 30% a year. So this is good, honest. In a weird way, I'm a little worried about 6%, but what I've been seeing with real estate, it's kind of good than not, because now it's like the rates are going to be higher, but this is now going to stop houses from going up 28%. So like literally, like if you wanted a house in San Diego, I have very bad news for you. Like even in the last quarter, the last couple of months, just at the beginning of this year, even with interest rates going up, house prices in San Diego are still up 28% year over year. So the way that this could help is that eventually is that if it could kind of keep the prices from going up 20%, 15% and get us back to a normal, 5 to 10% in a year, then I think that could work out. No, 28% is high in a year in real estate. Like back in my day when I was buying real estate very early, and even when I was telling you guys to buy it, like when I was really telling the cult to buy it before even 2020, we were only expecting like 7 to 8% returns in a year. So imagine that. You're getting 30%. You're getting 4 times the return in 1 year. Yeah, I don't think 6.7 is not enough to crash it, but it could definitely slow some things down. It's 3D. Will home builders decline? Maybe it just depends. I mean, that's a big play right now in real estate, though, is that like in California, they're lowering a lot of standards and changing zoning laws to allow more builds. So maybe that's where 3D printing will come in and stuff like that if they allow it. But till then, we'll see. Rent increase, real estate crash. No, because, I mean, you saw over the last, it's easier to get out of rent. I think other things could lead to that. Again, I don't think real estate is going to crash as much as I think it's going to be, just come back to normal. And then then we could talk about a crash. You see what I'm saying? Right now, it's not like real estate is getting injured. Right now, you're trying to just slow down a behemoth. So all of the increases right now are just going to slow down the craziness. And then once the craziness is slowed down, then we could talk about declining, if that makes sense. Rates used to be 6. I ain't tripping about the loans. Amen. Amen. That's the boomer talk of Uncle. Meta expanding Instagram product tagging to everyone in U.S. No reaction. Amazon or Shop in terms of value. I think Amazon's doing a little bit better, and they're going to have a very interesting quarter, especially after their last release. And you got a stock split. But then Shopify, if Shopify could come back to life, it's gonna do very, very well. Do you think rents can drop eventually? But it's gonna, again, just like we need the rates to slow things down. And, it's good. You just need everybody to calm the fuck down in real estate. That's it. So it's like higher rates, you price people out, you slow things down, house prices stop going up 30% a year, we're going to be good. You know what I'm saying? And then eventually things will calm down. But right now, this is the problem with inflation. This is the inflation that is not recorded on CPI, that is so behind, that is just not, this is where it really hits people because it's very sticky. Rent inflation is very sticky. Once the price of rent goes up, it's secured on a 12-month contract or more. So it's like we just need these things to calm down, and that's when rents could calm down and go down, stay the same. But I don't think it would, Again, I don't think it's going to plummet things, but I do think it is going to level things out and get us back to a more appropriate pace of gains in real estate, as opposed to just, making so much every single month or year on real estate and what it does to the prices for everyone. Oil, big chicle. Yep. 112 on Brent. Natural gas spikes to the highest since '08. Natural gas futures surge almost 7%, highest since '08. It's rally of 107% this year, biggest gain amongst U.S. traded commodities. Prices have been fueled by mounting fears of shortage due to widening gap in inventories Americans rely on and businesses for the winter. Shale gas drillers have so far to catch up with post-pandemic rebound. While the U.S. is exporting record volumes of liquefied natural gas amid a global supply crunch, the rally has been underpinned by a shortage of coal, meaning power generators have limited ability to switch away from gas even at higher prices. Natural gas may continue to rise at least until there's a clear sign of consistent growth in production or demand destruction, traders say. So more likely next year we'll see rent prices go down. I mean, pretty much everybody's forgetting a step. There's stabilization. That's it. So before anything comes down, it has to stabilize first, because right now it's going up. So right now it's going to go up and up and up and up and up and up. It's ascending, and then it's going to stabilize, and then it's going to hold a level for X amount of time, and then we could talk about a decline. But it doesn't go from climbing to decline, if that makes sense. LQD on the high or on the low. I did make my weekend over 50 emails. Saturday, one person said, I'm not trying to sell, but I'll hold on your info. There you go. Ask if you could send him something. Be like, do you mind if I send you some steroids or a gift basket? Have fun. Make him your friend. That's how Lending Tips does it. I don't know how he does it. That's your new friend. Make him your new friend, and there you go. Just be like, thank you for actually responding to me, man. I sent out 50 million emails, so here's a gift to you. And if you ever want some free training workouts, I got you. There you go. You hit them with that, and then boom. Just make sure they never forget you. You got to hit them up every 2 to 3 weeks now. Okay, once a month maybe. Dividend arbitrage, not really. You got to be really good at math. Mary Jane call 420 expiration. Is that on the ETF? Ally on the rise. Oh, that's what you're saying. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize it. Oh, bro, I thought you were making a play. It's 420 in 2 days. You potheads. Well, there you go. That's easy. That's easy. I know exactly when Twitter's going to move now. Why are you calling that out? I thought he was a play, bro. I thought there was a 420 call on like a marijuana ETF. That's why I was like, which one did you get? No, bro. Elon on fucking 420. Are you kidding me? You telling me he's not going to put in a tender offer on 420? Why wouldn't he? Oh, man. JPM still looking like the top pick. Yeah, we just got to let time do its thing. Go through the rest of the earnings. But yeah, it's still below our price. The earnings across the bank earnings weren't bad. I mean, people don't like the loss provisions and shit like that, but I think it's better than not. I think they're preparing for it. I think they're ready. They're only missing out on underwriting fees because there's not 100 IPOs and SPACs every month. So other than that, I think they're good. High rate environment eventually the banks are going to get money off of the yields right now. But now they're not, right? It just doesn't make sense. So like right now, bank stocks should be through the roof, but they're not. But I think it's a lot of time has gone on where they haven't been there. So I think it will eventually react. And that's why I'm just waiting. I'm just going to give it some time. Is there any type of news play that could change my mind? If Uber goes below $30, like if they have bad earnings, If there's like another 10-20% haircut on any of the plays I'm already down on that I really like, or there's something earnings-wise, then yes, I could change my mind. Other than that, unless anything becomes dramatically cheaper, I'm liking a lot of JP Morgan. Yeah, big buyer on wheat. Bro, wheat is killer, man. I've made almost as much on my wheat play than my corn future. So they're both about 10%. I mean, but it got better leverage, but the wheat play's done very, very well. I love the exposure I'm getting through wheat. Shout out to Sal, baby. Shout out to Sal. And then I still got those other futures that we're holding on to. Actually, I want to see, do you think they're going to let me buy the future? Do they have it? Let's see. What's it at? 1080. Oh, shit. They allow wheat now. Oh, hell yeah, bro. Nice. We could play wheat. Nice. That's on a future one. That's good. That's very, very good, actually. Doge Day. Why JP Morgan over Bank of America? I think JP Morgan is just more solid. Bank of America is like, they just have a different way to go about things, you know? So JP Morgan is more international, and that's kind of more risk, but I like the segments JP Morgan has. You know, JP Morgan, I mean, one area that I really like of JP Morgan that I think a lot of people don't see is that JP Morgan has Chase. So they have like the credit cards. So they have the Chase Private Reserve, the Chase Sapphire, all of that, and they're trying to compete with American Express. So I just like some of the segments that they have, and then again, J.P. Morgan, they're gonna get more. They're gonna get more of the again, underwriting deals, IPOs, certain stuff like that. I think more people on Wall Street are gonna get there. They got a way better trading team, all of that stuff. But the big thing is, like, I like some of the segments that they have. But I think JP Morgan, people forget, they own Chase. And I do like Chase in many, many regards. See, bro, look, I could have bought these. Man, I would have made so much money on those if they let me buy them earlier. About SPY now reacting. Give it to, I mean, we've seen that for 2 months. You know what I'm saying? So it's like one day it does, one day it doesn't. I can't make any conclusion from it off of these, but we just got to be nimble and keep your eye on it. Again, I even have old TLT plays coming back to life, which is blowing my mind because they were down so bad. But it's just, in general, it's just like what's going on with bonds is clearly a big thing in the market, but it has yet to upset the SPY. Now, that's why Jerome Powell on Wednesday or Thursday could be so pivotal. Because if Jerome Powell in 2 of those meetings signals anything negative, then we got a problem. If he signals the double hike or very hawkishness, maybe that, and then the bonds lead into it, then maybe that gets everything moving. I got my braces out today. That's good. That's a good day. It's a big day. I'll make sure you brush your teeth good still, okay? Non-comp bids for 6-month bills, 718 million. Wheat. So SPY's coming back down. We're at VWAP again. Got a couple of run-ups early in the morning, but NASDAQ is now red again. SPY only 0.11, then 0.2 on the Dow. Powell's like came out as hawkish, but that's what I'm saying is like he could put it in the bag right now and just say, hey, double rate hike, this is going to happen. And he could signal it 2 weeks ahead of the Fed. Then we might get the market reacting. What TLTs? I have January 23 95 puts. Let me see. I want to check some butterflies. Dude, why do I have the hiccups all of a sudden? It's back. Powell is going to be twice on Thursday. Damn, bro, that's 405. Let's see. UNG highs 7%. $417, so that'd be like what, $437? Would it be, or would it be? I need $10. $427. I'm just checking. So 500 to make 10,000. I think I need a wide. I'm just looking at some of the butterflies. Netflix new lows. But yeah, SPY's coming down. Let me double check these again. $420. 400. Damn it. Why butterfly instead of naked put? I mean, both of them had the same results last time, and if there's volatility, at least the butterflies will hold up better until the end. And even then, I mean, again, that's what we noticed from the last time with volatility. If we get a lot of ups and downs, I think the butterfly would be better. I could do like a iron fly and lead the end open, and we could see from there. This one's 1,600. Damn, these are expensive. Might have to wait a little bit. These are not cheap. Twitter's coming through the high right now. TLT still at the low. Natural gas, SD. So we only got one more UNG left. I cut out them. Again, we got like 500% on them. Bloop. Again, Twitter through the high. That's a good one. Via low. Oxy's coming. Violo's doing very good. Josh Scholes helping you on perspective. It's a good one, man. The Josh Scholes model goes hard. It goes hard. Video is in the description. You would think Twitter and Snap would be doing better. You would. They do, or Snap and Pinterest, but they have different structures. But I'm sure earnings will be the decider. Netflix, Bank of America again up. Passed my written permit test for like driving. There you go, baby. You better have a long term, man. You know what I'm saying? If you just getting your permit, if you better get a long term. You better get a long term, man. That means you like 15 or something. Excuse me. Drink water for hiccups. I kind of like it. It's kind of entertainment. It just feels good. You know what I'm saying? Just deployed some of my long term. That felt good. I needed my long term fix. Amen. Do a fake cough. Yeah, it makes me hiccup right away. It's good. We just getting back to it. What did you think about adding snap and bad earnings? I know. Because even then, even if it had bad earnings and went down 50%, we would still be up 100%. I'm not really in the business of buying plays that we're done very, 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 very well at. So it's like if I'm up 100% and I have other stuff in the portfolio that we could still build, I'm not really going to go for them. Yeah, the baby indicator, honestly, the market chilled out. He fell out of the headlines, and then, I mean, things calmed down. PayPal is going to be an interesting one. Again, I don't know if they could have that many bad earnings in a row. That's what I'm worried about, but we will have to see. I'm trying to hold my breath. Boil on the eye. Yeah, this don't work. Just bear with me. Bear with me. We'll get it. Block is getting PayPal out of here. Again, it all just depends on their earnings. PayPal, I mean, they've had 4 or 5 bad earnings and guide downs in a row. If they could do good, it'll be fire. If not, then we're gonna have a problem. Disney selling off, so is Netflix. I think Twitter is still at the high. They're doing good. A booking flipped. Shot Airbnb. Yeah, Boyle, UNG. This is the biggest move on UNG in almost what? At least 10 years? Let's see, at least TLT bounce. SPY's coming back to where we opened at. And again, we were at 436 pre-market, so we just had a very, very big one. We have not added anything to the long term, and we got a lot of questions on it. And, we got to talk a lot about the long term today. Just make sure, though, at the very least, that you have the free long term alerts so you get a text message, or follow me on Instagram so you don't miss it. Especially as, we're going to make a lot of moves and there's a lot of opportunities. I mean, we talk about it as much as we can. I try to answer every question, but, something's just giving me the reminder to let you know, just don't miss. Just stay up to date and you're going to be good. You don't need to really stress about anything too much, but just make sure that you get that long-term alert, or just follow up on Instagram so you'll be good to go. Excuse me. SPY's coming down. Wells Fargo, banks on the high. IYT is on the low. I wonder if those UPSs are up. You have to disable short codes. Oh, those UPS are down. We're below Friday's low. Are we? I think so. It's weird. What was that little gap thing? We just had a very weird pre-market gap down. But yeah, we are below Friday's close now. Ride or die, baby. What's up? I love you. I love you. Still waiting on that candle vid. Oh yeah, I got to make a long term. I forgot. I said I was gonna post it once I buy something with the long term. Are you gonna keep investing at this moment? Yeah, and we have been keep investing. Throughout all of this, we've just been buying. It's love, baby. God bless you, my friend. God bless you. We've been buying through January, February, even March. Again, we've been. Sometimes we're going a little slower there, but fully invested. Don't plan to stop. Again, I don't know. Like over the weekend, I don't know if it was like the resurrection of Jesus Christ, but something in me was revived about the long term, and I'm so excited for the long term. You have no idea. No idea. I'm telling you. So we are going to keep buying, and we plan to. We're going to be wise about it little by little, but, the long term and making sure that we are purchasing, especially in this marketplace, because I'm telling you, leading into any decline, there's always opportunity in the last 12 to 24 months, and then even after. And I think some of the quality we've been picking up, it's gonna be fire. And just at the end of the day, it's just like, don't ever forget, the long term is what's gonna change a lot of people's lives when it comes to stocks. So don't ever sleep on that. And let's go, baby. Oof. I want to scream, but I'll hiccup. PHILO. Well, the large sum for the long term and average in slowly. I would just spread it out if you want, or if you whatever you consider a large amount, just cut it in half and start with that, and then still deposit. But it's a mix of both. It's about how much you start with, and then how much you're able to add. But don't, starting with a lot isn't going to really change anything if you don't have the discipline to maintain it throughout anyways. How do you choose a company to invest in? I just go off of stuff that, I believe is going to be here in 10 years. And that if I, if I was holding just stuff that I use on a daily basis, that's pretty much it. And then we balance it 60, 40, 70, 30 between, mainly growth. And then we make sure 30 to 40% is dividends. And that's pretty much it. Just waterboard yourself. It'll get rid of the hiccups. I love this comment. This one's a good one. Not the waterboard one. But talking with my buddies about the stock market would react if student loans were forgiven. I think we'd see one of the craziest rallies in market history. That's a very good analysis. I like it. I would kind of agree. I said it though. I said I don't think we'll ever see. I don't think we'll ever see the hot money rally that we saw. But now that I think about it though, I do think it would cause some level of rally. If a couple trillion of student loans was forgiven. Oh, I got crazy. Bro, I got craziness. I have the craziest tinfoil. I don't know if it'll get me banned, but because it's related to the certain topic, but I do believe I have historical context that could make this. It's just very, very interesting. Oh, I don't know if you guys could handle. I might make a whole video on this, low key. Hold on. Okay, let me see. Hold on, I need to get my evidence. I need to get my evidence. I need to show you what I'm talking about. It's crazy. I figured it out, I think. I don't even think this is tinfoil. It's just controversial. That's it. It's not even tinfoil. I think it's 100% correct. And it's just early. I'm just very early with it, and only a history book will tell us, or we'll have to piece it together. Hold on. Okay, are you ready? It's funny because guess what video it relates to? It's a video that I told you about inflation in 2020. Do you guys remember this chart? Here's the dollar. Are you ready? Here's the dollar. Putin decorates army unit. So remember what happened. This is the 2001-2002 crash, right? Is Twitter breaking out? Let's see. Yeah, Twitter's hitting another high again. So remember, this is the dollar leading into the 0102 crash. And then what do you notice? The dollar strengthened almost 20% in like a year or two, right? And then what happened? The dollar got severely weakened. So do you guys remember the video on inflation, how I brought this up? And remember we brought up 2002? And then I brought up this for you. Does anybody remember this? When the euro was circulated? Does anybody remember this? I showed you this video many times, and I brought this up. But remember, my theory is, this was all my theory. Again, this is just old theory of Josh. But like I've said, you know, what ended up happening, the only way my theory was back then, that the only way they were able to stop the dollar from getting too strong, they had to weaken the currency. And then what did they do? They literally introduced the euro in 1999, and then in 2002, a brand new currency was introduced. That's how you stopped the dollar deflation that was clapping everything, right? So exactly, they pretty much said, hey, we need a supply and demand. We need to issue a brand new currency and dump it on the world. That's the only way we could weaken the dollar right now. Otherwise, we're gonna have deflation hell, worse than the Great Depression. Tech stocks were crashing. It was bad, right? Are you guys following me? Are you following? Is everybody with me? Is everybody with me? I haven't even given you the conclusion. So this is my opinion. I could be incorrect, but I'm comparing it, as you see, to Europe and the introduction of the euro and how we would, you know, we like to throw money around to achieve a certain objective sometimes, or it could have a good objective on the monetary front to weaken currency or balance global currency, right? So here's my additional thesis. Ukraine is the new EU. Or Ukraine is pretty much the new euro, is what I'm saying. Does it make sense? I don't know if you feel me. I don't know if you feel me. Think about it. So we have a bunch of inflation now, but look at the dollar's strengthening. If we run into an issue and we have all of this money into the system and it's causing all of these problems from inflation to this and that, think about what we're going to do. We're just going to dump all of this money into Ukraine, as we have been doing. Think about how much money we've given already. So now all of this money that would be hurting us with inflation and other things, we're exporting our dollars to Ukraine. So by exporting our dollars, we could limit some of the negative effect that we have with it, or down the road, depending on what we need to do, we could control dollar supply by what we do with Ukraine and some of the other European stuff. So it's like a deflationary black hole. Yeah, exactly. I think, again, it's one of the only places right now we could put a bunch of money in there, and then literally it's a burn mechanism. It's not messed up. It's actually, you know, I'm not trying to implicate anything negative. Actually, I'm saying our support of Ukraine could have a positive effect for the dollar in the long run. Is actually what I'm saying. Literally, that we could export our dollars to an area that needs it and that wants it and desires it and demands it, and then it's a win-win for both parties, where pretty much we export our dollars, slow down some of our effects, they get aid, they get resources, and then it's a win-win for everybody. So there's nothing negative. It's just, again, I think it's just controversial if you ever mention any of these countries nowadays. But I think I'm right on that one. I think that's what we may see in the history books a couple years from now, is that eventually, we were able to export our dollars. It was a win-win, and both sides were able to benefit. And that way, it's very unique, and it's a very rare situation that we've seen come to life. We give them dollars. What do we get in return? Less inflation. We're only exporting billions of trillions. Well, that's what I'm saying, over time. I mean, it's only been a couple of months, and I think we've already gone. I think we're almost at $1 trillion. The dollars were printed, yes, but the demand. So we would be giving demand to it, essentially. They would be holding them in reserves or whatever, and at least they would be using it in a different capacity, or at the very least, less money would be slushing around the United States. Again, because if that money's there, and now too, here's the thing, if the dollar did somehow, if the Fed turned into failure and now the dollar starts rocketing, turning us into deflation, if we ever needed to print more or kind of weaken stuff, pretty much we're going to use Europe as a dump to our dollars or another currency to balance things out. It's just starting to look like that might be the path in the mid to long term. So we used Afghanistan to keep inflation low over the years. Not necessarily, because they have different currencies, and then what's going to be linked to Afghanistan in the Middle East. They're not linked to the same things as a European nation. They're linked to oil. So you have to, Ukraine has some natural resources, or a decent amount, but it all depends on the scope. But I don't know. I feel like we have given $1 trillion already to Ukraine. CVM running. $1 trillion. I think the latest one that we approved was 800. Was it 800 million or billion? Maybe it was 800 million. But I know I think there's at least 20 or 30 billion that we've done. Maybe I'm thinking 100. Yeah, then I'm thinking 100 billion. Excuse me. Not 1 trillion yet. Amazon's on the low. Twitter's making... No, that's UNG. I thought it was Twitter. UNG, Boyle again, bro. That thing's crazy. Maybe I should have held a couple more. At least we got one more. I sold them out at what? 480 or 460? 440. They're at 480 to 490 now. I was given weapons, help it. Stuff is already paid for. At the end of the day, it's balance of trade. It's just money, again, capital account, current account. Even if stuff gets there, there's a value associated to it. And then if we are literally exporting dollars and sending it away, that already it has some effect for balance sheets at the very least. That's like the easiest way to look at it. So even if something was created, so even if there's a missile or a plane and we send it and it has $100 million worth of value, it does not matter what happens. If it gets traded to that other country, it gets recorded by how much it's worth. Does that make sense? So and then that's going to affect your balance of payment. Money in versus money out, goods in versus goods out. Gap pre-market was below Tuesday. Oh, yeah, it was very low. That's what I was saying. Right now, we're below Friday's low. NASDAQ's down half. Everything's down now. NASDAQ's 0.5%, Dow and S&P 0.25%. But, like, today's pre-market was, like, what, 436.23? And then, again, anything below there, we start hitting those key levels. But do you realize this is making life more harder for everyone around the world who doesn't denominate their money? Yes, and that's why I think that's America's goal. Again, that as it was in the 70s and even early 2000s, dollar hegemony and spreading the dollar everywhere. And that's why, again, Ukraine makes sense, because if you get that money out there and you get people using it, that's why some of you are like, this doesn't make sense. But it's like, if you send money and goods and you have other countries holding it, they're going to just keep using the dollar, and that's what it does. But the dollar is at risk right now too. At the end of the day, some of the brightest minds in the world, oh my gosh, look at UNG. UNG is going crazy. But they've already, people have addressed this already, saying, you witnessed in the last couple of months the United States, the land of the free, the land where we've relatively been hands off when it comes to finances, has just done a very restrictive action that could hurt the security of the dollar, essentially, by banning things and sanctions and going after people. So that's part of it. But at the end of the day, the more you get people using the dollar, the better. That's why there's an incentive to export the dollar and get people kind of addicted to it, more or less. CVM on the high. UNG is going ape. New low of the day. I think that's the pre-market low. We're getting there. 436.22. Yeah, UNG is crazy. They're up 530% now. Sky H, CVM. Boyle, what's CVM? Celsius Corp. Sanjeev Gupta secures new $125 million loan for U.S. Steel. All the earning. IBM, I think they report April 19th, tomorrow. This is looking like the real third wave. Pretty much. I mean, it sucks because we did hit a new low. But yeah, it can. Again, I think Thursday. But you got to realize that whatever Powell could be very bullish on Thursday, and boom, we get a massive bounce. But if Powell is hawkish on Thursday, we're probably going to see things flush this week. Again, Powell is not one to play with, especially this week and what he could potentially bring up. There's just a lot on the table. Bro, 8.11 is corn halted limit up or something? No. 8.11.75. This guy's crazy, man. Yeah, you got Powell twice. Powell is on Thursday twice. He's speaking in the morning, and then 3-4 hours later, he's going to debate with the rest of the central bankers. So, and then what everybody is looking forward to what he might say that could move the market the most is if he brings up the double rate hike and if he solidifies it, and then if he gives any sort of timing on the balance sheet reduction and where that's going to lead to. But mainly, if he comes off and cements a very hawkish attitude, that right there might get us moving, especially with how much the bonds have moved. Down here in Texas, new planting of nothing but corn and wheat everywhere. Yeah. Again, it's going to take some time, and now the cold weather is hurting. But, yeah, we'll see coming into a couple months from now. But that's why, like, a lot of the corn numbers have declined. And even though people are planting, a lot of the other stuff is just, the price is still going up. But that's why people are planting, because the price is going high. The higher the price goes, that's a price signal. They want people to plant, and then, boom, they go from there. Netflix is going to be interesting. I like it, but it's already dropped a decent amount. I was surprised. We have Bullard today. MA calls clapped. I forgot about that one this morning. Oh, yes. Yeah, they're down 32%. CVM blowing up. Celsius. Are we going to lose as a reserve currency in the next decade? It just depends on how things go. Like we said, there's a clear, the sanctions and what we did over Russia's stuff, it was a big deal. And it definitely, it doesn't matter who you are in the back of your mind. People are never going to forget that. But it all depends on how all of these situations play out in the next decade. Pfizer, UNG is crazy. Twitter's still holding up, though. CVM, again, that's like 170 highs. I think Bullard is at towards the end of the day. Euro is already closed. We kind of had a little reaction, but again, for Easter, they are closed on Monday. So is Australia, too. What effects are the sanctions supposed to have? They were supposed to deter Russia from doing stuff, but they just were, again, we had this discussion before they sanctioned anything. Remember, I told you guys, again, it's just different when you sanction a country that over the last decade has dealt with sanctions, right? You know, the plan was to hurt them economically speaking, to raise the pressure so that they would be deterred from continuing their military operation. But like a lot of people said, you know, early on, sanctions won't do anything to Russia. So even though we unleashed the big ones, the fact that we did not cut off the oil and energy, it has not really, you know, it's still affected them, and they've acknowledged it, but it's doing it at a much, much, much slower pace. So the idea is it's supposed to hurt them where it's just, again, like right now, it's very simple. If you cut off, like if every country, even though it would hurt them, if they were like, hey, everybody around the world, we are embargoing Russian oil, how would that hurt Russia? Russia would have no money to operate their government budget. That's it. Very simply. Now they would have no money coming into their reserves, no money to make payments. They would be broke. And then it would be much harder for the government to handle what's going on there and control their currency. People would have been struggling. People would have got mad. They would have revolted. Or the government would have said, shit, we can't balance our books. We need this. So there you go. The idea is put them in a tough economic situation where it hurts them economically, where they will be forced to change their behavior. But that's why it's kind of like, you know, weird, because they just not have done the thing that would stop the war. The thing that will stop the war, you embargo all Russian oil. Every single country that says they are down to stop Russia, they do that. This war is over in a month, 2 months. Russia goes broke. They're not making, you know, billions of dollars a day. But until that happens, it's just the other sanctions which, you know, choke their economic output, and it chokes, you know, how much money can move, but it doesn't necessarily, you know, make them broke as fast as you would like, or to make them stop anything. Yeah, a little bit of a flush, 436.50 to 436.40. Again, we are hitting the low of the day. You're a little bit closer there. Again, it was like 436 flat or 436.20. CGM still going. Banks starting to come. Banks did good though today, but yeah, they are a little bit.
How things are going. How disruptive has this been?
I need to go to the bathroom.
Really
Follow me on Instagram.
To those results later on
I love
this
you.
week. I also want to talk
Shout out
about,
to
you were
Cole.
talking
Happy
about
Monday.
how with Rivian you can take your hands off the steering wheel. It's going to stay where it is. The wheels stick. Let's talk about what happens when you take your hands off the steering wheel in a Tesla. Autopilot is getting some serious regulatory scrutiny. There's a story on this on the Bloomberg, one of our most read stories right now. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so go on the Bloomberg terminal, go on Bloomberg.com and read this column by Craig Trudell, our global autos editor, and Keith Lang. Basically, regulators are now hinting they're going to take some more serious action, right? NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, has basically always had this line: there is no commercially available vehicle that can drive itself. But if you look at the timeline of actions they've taken, for example, in June 2021, they started requiring automakers to disclose crashes where some kind of automation or self-driving technology was involved. The question now is, like, is this administration under Biden and through its relevant agencies, is this the next spark point between Tesla and the administration? We have to say, Katie, very quick, it's a relatively few incidents, right? It's a dozen or so incidents, specifically where a Tesla using autopilot or full self-driving has crashed into a parked emergency vehicle. That's the specific case study we're looking at. But the actions taken by these regulators and the comments made in interviews with Bloomberg suggest that we might see a sort of expansion of that investigation, expansion of the actions that could be taken.
All right, well, something we will continue to watch as the days and months unfold. Bloomberg's Ed Ludlow with our EV Roundup today. Thank you very much. Great job again at that factory in Illinois. In New York, this
EV Roundup.
is Bloomberg.
EV Roundup. Disney lowest since November. How y'all living, Chad? Doing good. Still a slow sell-off today. Again, wait till earnings. You're going to get more after hours, but then tomorrow, another earnings season. So we'll see. But now, SPY looks like it's catching up to bonds. Everything's down. It's not too bad, though. It's 0.5% to 1/3%. Yeah, CVM, bro, 200 highs. Last we said 160 right here. I have no idea what they do, so be careful with that one. But it is moving. And interested in that property. Yeah, I need to get back to. I'd like it. I mean, see the final offer on it, but it is decent. You don't want to go ahead and flip that one, or are you gonna get the one for you to personally live in? The random play was like EEFT or something. Bank of Russia to hold 1 week repo auction. Damn, they're going to use the repos. AMD, they're doing good. They just got a little pop. So did NVIDIA. SPY pop off the bottom, too. CVM is Cancer Therapeutics. So it's a biotech. Celsi. There's longevity. Wheat. Dude, corn is at 8.14. My goodness. So pretty much what the thing that I want to sell the future. It sounds so weird when you say that. I want to sell the future, but it's reminding me of here. This was April 21. So like literally almost the exact same dates. I feel like seasonally it had its little run right here, and it went from what? 500 to 700, and then after breaking 600 to another one. I don't know. I think it might go up to 9. I think that's when I'd want to cut out. Elon, I want to sell the future. Sell the future based on knowledge of the past. Damn, that's crazy, bro. Russia has added 11 battalion tactical groups. Would I have to complete my pre-licensing before my first flip? No, you could do both. I mean, the only advantage is if you become licensed and then you want to do a flip, you're going to save money on commissions when you go to buy the house, or if you find it off market. Otherwise, you will need a way to go about getting that transaction facilitated, and then that's 2% at the very least. Apple, ARLP. Bro, UNG is wicked. I'm paying for closing costs with my commission. Yeah, you could really lower the fees again. And then if you do that, I mean, you get back or you could at least get back a lot of cash. And then if you get something with low down, I mean, you're good to go. The real estate email, Colt, CULT, realestate@gmail.com. UNG, I think it will cool off, but again, it's related to weather, exports, and a couple of things. I mean, I just took profits off the table. I only have one contract left because we made so much on it, but eventually it will cool down. But right now, it's doing something it hasn't done in a decade. NTR, I need to check the NTRs. Okay, the average down is up 130, and the other one's only down 9. So the 130s are down 9%, the 135s are up 133 on NTR. creative financing? Do you do a lot of seller finance or sub 2 deals? I don't offer seller financing, but if somebody offers it, I'm interested in it. But I mean, I'm all about any creative financing. It just depends. Not if I'm a seller though. If I'm a buyer, usually. Yeah, next, see St. Louis Fed.
By the Council on Foreign Relations. Tomorrow, a lot of earnings. J&J and Lockheed Martin before the bell. Netflix and IBM after the bell. We'll also get U.S. housing starts data, plus G20 finance ministers, central bankers as well will be gathering in Washington for the IMF World Bank meetings.
World Bank. That's how I feel. But again, Bullard, he's coming on later today. Tesla run up. I haven't checked the premiums. I mean, assuming they're not up 50%. I think you might be able to get ahead of it, and especially if Tesla makes a big move. And Tesla's moved 1% today. So let's see. Let me check yeah, premiums are actually down. This one could be a good one. Yeah, Tesla options are down. You might be able to. Again, if it sells off like Netflix, I went early. Netflix pre-earnings plays dropped 50% because stock went down every single day. So if it goes up, it's good. The premiums are not expensive right now on Tesla. It would be a better time now than not, I would say. But if the stock goes down leading into tomorrow, Thursday, you will get clapped off of it. Yeah, the Tesla options are actually guttered coming into earnings. CVM halted 75%. JP Morgan is waking up. UNG still holding. Bank of America, new high. Yang. Why is the market down? A lot of different things here today. Again, oil, energy, commodities. Then China's data was not good. A lot of markets are still closed. Bond markets still started tripping. And then earnings. Earnings was decent for the banks. I'm surprised they didn't give more of a boost, but that was pretty much it. The market doesn't go up anymore. You guys have it's been a rough 6 months. Don't worry. Don't worry. Hey, yo, Johnson, what's up, baby? Good morning and happy Friday. Happy Monday. Feels like Friday a little bit, kind of. We buying the dip. Unless it's earnings. I mean, I would be focusing on your earnings plays right now. We're waiting for the long term and what we're going to add to it. So make sure you got the long term alerts. But other than that, I would focus on the earnings plays you want. Go after them. Again, commodities and energy. It seems like it's going to be another big week for them, so we'll see. Should I send to you or ask them first? You could do both, but ask them how much they're looking for. Tell them your uncle's trying to buy a house, and let them know how much they want, and tell them they could save anywhere from 5 to 20% depending on how much work it needs or how they plan to list it. Is Uncle married? He is. He's married to work. That's her name. He said it before in a song. He said, y'all bitch about work, and that bitch my wife. You know, so he said something like that. I don't know. But yeah, he is. He is. Amazon. Twitter still holding. I do like those Tesla options. I don't know. This ain't no gang shit. This is a tribe. The option was make shit. Or we gonna die. Yelling to attend some G20 events even if Russia takes part. Roblox still. It's breaking below 40. 3 handle. A random play I don't even know. It's like EEFT or something. I saved it, but I got it too, but I don't know what it is. Sport. RRC, that ended up going up. Liev hit by missile strike. That's on Bloomberg. Cane or soybean. I'd probably go with soybean, but they've been planting a lot. But I think soybeans would probably be there. But why those two? I mean, why wouldn't you play corn or wheat at this point? Again, corn or wheat might be active for the next year. Again, people are planting and doing a lot of other stuff. But, that's what you got to ask yourself. I like oats too. Airbnb on the low, NTR on the high. Fed futures, yeah, I had them up earlier. They went down today, but they didn't do it. It's like they went down and came back up. It's just a little bit lower from last week. We're starting to decline again. But ever since end of March, it's kind of holding, it reminds me of early February, and that's kind of what I'm waiting for. And I think after Powell speaks, the market might catch up to it, so we'll see. I still do have the final EWZ. Those are up. They're only up 100% now. Remember, those are up 300%. Is there any way to get almond futures? I don't know. I would have to look into that. Uber, yeah, dude, Uber had a little drop and then pop, or a pop and then drop. The yield curve, I think it's still uninverted. He's actually surviving. Remember, that was only, but again, I mean, if we get another move, I wouldn't be surprised. It's coming down, though. It's at, no, it's at 0.39. The yield curve is actually chilled out dramatically. At least the 2s and 10s. List of all tradable futures on Ameritrade. Stock. This is a weird list. Oh, you could go metals, energy, agriculture. What were you looking for? Oh, you could trade the commodity index? Shit, you could just go for that. Wait, these all settle physically? Yo, hold up. I think all the corn, bro, I could actually get the corn. Uh-oh, that's kind of scary. If I hold too long, I'll have to set up delivery. Uh-oh. How many? I have 60,000 bushels, I think. That's what I'm entitled to. That's how futures work. I thought on TD Ameritrade they just they made it settle in cash. I mean, I kind of down though. Yeah, Didi, they announced their plans to delist. So they were down even 25% at one point. Biden admin confident 2030 climate target will be met. I don't know. I might be able to. I think I could store that much corn. How big is 60,000 bushels? Uncle said cornmeal. Josh said bet. Verizon 250 call kind of cheap, or Visa could be. I mean, my MasterCards went down, but if they do kick back up, that could be a good one. I like it. I like MasterCard, Visa. They've all been doing good. Biden to tout progress on electric vehicles today. One bushel of corn is 56 pounds. So that'd be like what? That'd be a ton. I could probably fit it in my garage. I would probably have to replace the gym. The gym would turn into a corn storage. It'd be good. I'd give that away at that'd be the gifts I'd give out every year. I'll just give people mad corn. Yeah, you can make tortillas. You can make a lot of stuff. I'm down. 3.3 million pounds. Okay, we could do that. Did they add contracts? Uberman, I've not checked. That's 3. I might be down to keep the mini one. I might keep the mini one, and then I might get that delivered. Low key. I kind of just want it. What would it look like? I need to call them. Because I have the mini future as well. And this one said it was also deliverable physically. So this one's a lot smaller. I think I could handle like a 1,000 bushels. Or you know what I'm saying? Yelling to attend some G20 events. We already got that one. The discretion. Let's actually take a look. Let's see what we got. So energy's leading, financials, materials. Tech is actually holding on. Other than that, it's weird because consumer staples are down. Consumer discretionary, a lot of them are reporting. You know what I'm saying? That's it. So, because a lot of them are reporting this week. We'll see how it plays out. But it's kind of a mix of the last couple days. But for the most part, seems like energy and safe haven ones are the ones doing the best. Your stepdad worked for the transport management. He might need to help out if we do it. I honestly think it would be a good video. I just want to know what it's like. That's it. I just honestly, I might be, if it's not too crazy of cost, I just kind of want to get the mini one delivered because I just want to know what it looks like. And like, I don't know. I want to know what that process is like. Let's see, ask him how much it would cost to deliver mini corn on the mini future. A lot of labor. I'll just be like, pull up as a driveway, put it in the garage. We're good to go. That's it. It's good to go. It's good to go. I'll be like, I'll tip them in corn. I'll be like, here, take a bushel for yourself. There you go. There you go. I'll be like, Keith, it's on the house, man. It's on the house. Milk to surpass. They have milk futures. Here's a bushel for your thoughts. Nutex Health. Low ticker's picking up. Nutex, NUTX, big candle there. Zoom down to 104. Oh, MOS on the high too. Amazon hitting a low. SPY is coming down a little bit. Let's see the Zoom. Man, Zoom is... What are we looking at? Can you have them deliver them to Egypt? I think You just have to set up the logistics. I think you have to set up and have somebody prepared to receive it too. FTI, SPY's coming down. We're hitting another low. There it is. Again, a couple of growth names, a couple of commodity names are still ripping here. But Amazon's even coming down now. Facebook hasn't hit a new low yet. Neither has Microsoft or Apple. Amazon is, but a lot of things are moving. Nucor on the high too. CD does it. That's what I thought, but it said, we just read the thing and it says it settles in physical. Tesla. Where's Tesla? It's interesting. The commodity, like the fertilizer plays, that one's interesting today. Again, Nucor, that's separate, but like an NTR and MOS, even like Caterpillar, some of these plays are just climbing and they're in their own little world. What was there? Nucor, Caterpillar. Caterpillar even chilled out. Those were up a lot more in the morning. We're at IYT down 1.3, so it looks like we're finally like catching up. Because again, today it was bad, or it was a little bit worse, but yeah, we're down 1.3. SPY's only down 0.3. Airbnb down 3.3. What is that? Charles Schwab down 8. Dollar index 0.4 gain. It's pretty big. UN Security Council to meet Tuesday. Wayfair on the low. Amazon again with another low. So again, Apple, Microsoft, the rest of them aren't playing along. I mean, tech is down 0.71. Dow only 0.3. SPY 0.34. EXC pop. EXC, there it is, bro. EXC he's been slowing down since we got those profits a little bit. I haven't even looked at the chain yet. Damn. MOS is still running. Yeah, so these we had a good price on these. GDX pop in trash Monday. They do not facilitate the deliveries, including corn. All positions physically settled have to be rolled or closed prior to the beginning of delivery. Okay. So even though it's the actual contract that would settle, they probably just force you to, damn it, so we can't get corn anymore, boys. Unfortunately, our corn dreams. I only made a MasterCard play, and then I took profits on UNG. MasterCard plays down like 30%. Kept it small. It's only $100, but that one, and then we took another $1,000 off of UNG. From corn baron to corn baron. I see what you did there. Still sent the text. I'm going to get the info. It's good. It's probably good info to have, right? I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Shout out to Stream Alerts and corn deliveries. Amen. Netflix, man. Netflix, Netflix is a bad sign right now. Pre-earnings run up did not go well. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I mean, maybe we'd have to buy in right now and hopefully get the run up. But keep that in mind. That Netflix so far, I mean, we bought it, 2-3 days ago? And it's already went down. Still early, 9:15, hitting another low, 436.02. You are at the level of the gap down pre-market, ladies and gentlemen. So remember, we had a weird gap down and then we went up. It was a very, very weird morning here, but now you are well below the lows there of Friday and even Tuesday last week. And now we are hitting a new low on this SPY. So this is starting to break down a little bit. Again, anything below 436, remember I told you, that's that low right here. And again, you could see it. You would stay below there. So this is going to be a battle level. We'll see how this ends up holding up there. SQQ on the high now. Even Tesla's coming down. Amazon's coming down. Watch the big ones. J&J, they report tomorrow morning. Hasbro holder Altifox says shift in strategy needed. Hasbro might pop. I don't know if this is because of a activist investor, but there's a comment there. Yeah, take a look at that one. White House economic advisor Bernstein speaks on Bloomberg. Middle-class Americans are seeing tax relief. What do you got, Bernstein? Oh, this guy.
Be appropriate. You can look at all the market shops with their different probabilities. I was just reading a Goldman Sachs report this morning. It looked like a very careful piece of work. They, not us, they put the probability at 15% in the next 12 months, 35%, I believe, over the next 24. That's Goldman Sachs, and that's just one of many different market predictions out there. Look, I think the thing that's getting missed in this recession probability discussion is the extent of tailwinds in the current economy.
White House economic advisor.
The labor market is a big piece of that. Friday, a report came out that was kind of overlooked, and this was on state employment and unemployment rates. 17 states are posting their lowest unemployment rate on record. I think we all have to recognize the strength of the job market as a significant tailwind to this economy, providing income gains to working Americans. Household balance sheets are in very strong shape. That's also something that, by the way, factored into those Goldman Sachs probabilities. You really have to look at the extent of savings and net worth among households in the aggregate to understand the macroeconomic tailwinds that help push back on some of the very real headwinds that are also in play.
And Jared, don't get me wrong, I love those tailwinds. Those sound really good. But what about some headwinds that may be outside your control? We had Secretary Yellen last week say actually there are potentially enormous economic repercussions because of the war in Ukraine. And then we have the problem with China, with their lockdown and what that might mean for the supply chain. How do you take those into account in making your projections?
I think the important thing there is to really drill down into the diagnosis and understand that we have very strong demand, but we continue to have constraints in supply chains. Now, interestingly and importantly, in the labor market, we've actually seen some improvement in labor force participation. And if we can get that supply to come up to the strong levels of labor demand, that's going to continue to boost that tailwind. Now, on the energy side, which of course is key and very much related to Putin's unprovoked war, it is the case that since the president worked with allies to release 180 million barrels of oil from the strategic reserves over the next 6 months, that's our contribution, another 60 million, so we're up to 240 from allies with whom he's organizing this. The price of gas at the pump has come down 20 cents. Now, there's a lot of dynamics that go into that global price. It's not just the strategic reserve release, but that is very much in the mix. And that's an example of the kind of effort that we can bring to the table to help ameliorate some of those supply constraints.
Jared, I saw there was a report came out of your shop, the Council of Economic Advisors, last week that dealt with the economy very comprehensively. It was very long, 432 pages, I think, as I recall. But one of the things it said specifically was the problems of the supply chain go beyond the pandemic. They go to things like climate and some of the disruptions of climate. How do you incorporate those? Because maybe some of these constraints, which do drive inflation, may go beyond actually the temporary effects of the pandemic.
That's really important. I mean, we're so ensconced in current events, as we should be. But I think what we tried to get into in the economic report of the president, that's the piece you're describing, and particularly in the supply chain chapter, is some of the more lasting issues we have there with making our supply chains more resilient, more flexible. And in fact, that relates right back to the president's agenda. Okay, so onshoring things that we need, and particularly in terms of security risks, of credit risks, the kinds of defense or health risks where you saw that exposed during the pandemic, but also ways in which we're not, that our chain has kind of a broader pipe, a broader portfolio portfolio. There were instances in the last year or so where literally 1 or 2 microchip plants would come off production, and you'd see plants around here in Canada and Mexico closed for 6 weeks. That kind of a thin, unresilient supply chain, it did exist before the pandemic, and that chapter, which I commend to everyone, really gets into how we can fix that over the longer term.
Jared, it's always such a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you so much for your time today. That's
My
Jared
pleasure.
Bernstein of the White House Council of Economic Advisors. Coming up, COVID lockdowns taking a toll on the Chinese economy as consumer spending slumps. More on that conversation still ahead.
Yep. Again,
This is
bad
Dallas
China
Power.
data today, but again, remember we brought up the boats last time? That thing is getting even worse out there in China. You will see. So again, even in the next coming weeks, we may still get some of that impacts from China, but that is also, it's already priced in a lot here today. No, the ships today in China are like unreal. Bro, there's a bunch, and they're either both waiting to unload or not moving at all. So they still have to drop stuff off, then they have to come back somewhere, and then it's like, it's bad. Dude, I'm telling you, it is 10 times the size of what you saw last year in America. So remember when everybody would get on a plane and they're like, oh my gosh, look at the boats. And then Jen Psaki had to talk about the boats and they're like, relax. And then they made the boats hide further down the water. So you just want to see the boats. Well, take that number and then multiply it by 10. And that's what you have right now in China. Do they contain perishables? Not all of them. I don't think so. I don't think that's the issue. The issue is the backlog, because now all those boats are waiting. You're going to have to wait. They're going to do their thing, and then they're going to go from there. They're going to go back and forth. They're going to have to unload them. Then new ships keep coming in. It's a fat backlog, and then they are worried about everything else. Nigerian buys Twitter calls. Surprisingly, did not move the stock. See how that plays out. Again, maybe CNBC, Nigerian. Let me see if I can pull up the maps. We could just do vessels. I'll just show you all the vessels. We'll let this load for a little bit. Looking at Yang. I am. We're still in that play. It went up today, or back to our levels. It came down a little bit, but it's pretty much break even. It was up a little bit more in the morning. Serious faith in options. Nigerian just wants the price to go up, so it's harder for Elon. What? Tinfoil? Courtney. How many ships at the Suez? I don't even think a lot are waiting there. So here's China. Here, maybe I should just put destination China. So there's Beijing, and then this is Shanghai. Yeah, these are all look at all of these boats. So this is all the people waiting right now. I mean, I could get you and I could show you which ones are moving and not. So like last seen navigation status. Like this is the amount of ships that are anchored. Again, this is a lot of ships. I think anchored or moored, most of them, more than half. So just about half of them are moving. The rest are just sitting there getting ready. But you could see it. All of these ships are destined to China. Every single one of these, any ship that's on the map right now is a vessel that's headed towards China. So it's like, it's pretty wild because all these arrows. So like everybody in Australia, anybody around here, they are all headed towards this port. So again, anybody on this, they're going to go around and then they're going to connect. But it's backed up because of the last 3-4 weeks. China has done a no COVID strategy. They've locked down the whole country. Yeah, this is because of their lockdown. You could see, I think you can't see what they have. You can see what they have on it, or at least the type of ship. Like, again, bulk carriers, whether it's fishing, some are going to be oil. I mean, bulk carriers will end up showing you, you know, just like random goods and services. It's still the same thing. You don't see the oil ships, but you could see here, you know, where they're at. And most of them are, they're not being used. So like 3/4 of these are either moored or anchored out of all of what you could see here. Soon we'll be blaming everything on China. Probably, depending on how it plays out, or just going to make everything just that much crazier. Yeah, SPY's coming down. That's it, you guys. 435. Anything below here, it will be a lot. I mean, we could still have a bounce, but anything below these levels is going to be a lot more difficult. And now, once it breaks below here, I mean, the trend from January, March, everywhere else, I mean, it's not looking too hot. The butterfly, no, it's expired. We lost on that one. Between those like 1700 between both of them. But I am going to put another one on. I was looking at them today, but I just never took one. China did this to assist. Well, actually, China doing this has helped out the West a lot, just because it brought the price of oil down substantially. It made it look like the SPR had some effect. There's no way UNG. I mean, UNG's crazy. UNG, MOS again on the high. Coinbase had that little sell-off and bounce. Yeah, MOS still keeps going. That's the thing. Like, if China didn't shut down oil right now, I don't know what it would be like, considering we dump so much. But everything just makes it look like the China's demand dropping really did help out. Thoughts on LNG now that it's cooled down? LNG is just, it's crazy. So, like, I don't know if are you talking like liquid natural gas or like chinery, but either way, I mean, UNG in general and just any of the natural gas, I mean, I don't think this is even chilled out. I think it's just now, maybe by end of Thursday, we'll find out. LNG, I'm not too sure. I think a lot of the other LNG stocks or like anything related to oil, they kind of all look like this. None have broken out. So I would wait a little bit. But you can't go for, again, I think I would watch for any of the lagging option plays. I think those are the best. That's what I've noticed with plays like LNG or like Oxy or any of these companies. It seems like those have been the real opportunity is the lagging options. Thoughts on Walgreens? I like both of them, but again, Walgreens is even up a lot from where we even got it. So I don't know if I would wait till it goes down if I was going to buy more, pretty much. NFE, natural gas, IMPP, HUSA, Indo. Those were going crazy on Friday, I think. What caused the drop? I mean, China's economic data wasn't good. There was bad China news this morning. Again, bonds, that did not help out at all. The banks were good, but didn't help out. And then everybody getting worried again with energy, price of commodities, all of that. And then now preparing for earnings and then the Fed by the end of this week. Brent crude is breaking out. Wheat's coming up. Corn's coming down. Yeah, and then even then that odds of U.S. recession, that Goldman note, people didn't really like that one. And then Maripol, they're surrounded. A couple of negative war headlines. But hopefully you guys have noticed any of the war headlines, they really have stopped hitting the market. I mean, even this morning, people were saying Abramovich was even going to restart the peace talks. So Indo again, and the Indo. What was the other one? It was like Houston Energy or something. IMPP is going up. I feel like we saw all of these on Friday. Remember that? So Indo, IMPP, every single one of those. Someone in the chat just called them out, but they're all going. They're all moving. HUSA. Yeah, they're going up there too. It's doing it again. So all of those IMPP, HUSA, all of that, they're starting to move. So there it is. OKE. Where's Nike? I know Nike went down today. Mulan. Mulan was up early in the morning. Indo's rocketing. 7%. Another big candle. I do like Spotify. I really do. Unless it really drops, like I said, because we want JP Morgan still, but there's a lot of good names. I do like Spotify still. Energy and tech are opposite on the S&P momentum paths. Divergence relative momentum in the S&P shows the resurgence of energy versus tech. Energy is a clear winner today as S&P declines and tech slumps. Energy is rising again and is almost back to the March peak. Energy is clear, which was the highest since before the 2022 COVID sell-off. Tech, on the other hand, as a proportion of the S&P, has fallen to its lowest level since June. There's no chance of energy overtaking tech or many other S&P sectors, but it's by far the big winner among cyclicals and in general. This year in the stock market grip with fear of inflation and recession at 4.2% of the S&P, energy is bigger than utilities, real estate, and materials, but needs a lot more momentum to challenge the next biggest sector, consumer staples, at 6.5%. What they know about FANG 2.0. There was a couple notes on FANG 2.0 over the weekend. It's getting some more exposure. People are liking the whole FANG 2.0, so we'll see. Apple is at the low now. Again, we're going even lower, 435.65. Or is that 85? I'm blind. That's 85, 82. TLT is also at a low here right now. Again, every single index is low. SPY down 0.4, bonds down 0.7, NASDAQ down 0.9. WBD, I'm just going to ride that one out for the long term because we got it for free. It seems to be very volatile. Like the other day it was up a lot. Today, now it's down. So I think there's just going to be a lot of hype behind that one until we kind of just see what it's going to do. I'm going to do my push-ups. I'm going to do them right there with you, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Japan clears Novavax for approval. See if Novavax pops. But we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure to subscribe. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10 to do 5. Can't do 5 to do 4. Can't do 4 to do 2. Can't do 2 to do 1. Can't do 1. Get our knees, do a push-up, plank to worm. Anything. But keep the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, I needed that one. There it is. Relax the eyeballs. Then drop the shoulders. Okay? Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Chest to the sun. No one's attacking you. Relax the shoulders. Boom, baby. Yo, you look good right now. I'm not going to lie. You look really good. Like, you look like you took that 3-day weekend and got taller. It looks like you got your fit together. I don't know what it is, but you look good right now. I'm just saying. I don't want to make this weird, but you looking good, okay? I'm just legs in front of you, though. Not wrapped behind your computer chair. That's awkward. Come on. You ain't riding the dolphin. Come on. Legs in front of you. Relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Oh. There you go. And just like that, you're healthy. Kind of. It helps, though. It helps. Indo's still going. Indonesia, Husa. That's weird that all of those names run at the same time every day. It's like when one of them starts to go, the rest of them, they just all go crazy. I got to hit these resistances. You know what I'm saying? They're all homies. Shout out here from Indonesia. There you go. Let's go, Indonesia. Indonesia in the house. I'm just resistancing. You know what I'm saying? Oh. I love you even though I troll you. He. Here, let me make our relationship very clear. God bless. And thank you for watching the Stock Market Live. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. And hopefully we see you ready to go with the long term. Okay? It's going to be good for you. It's going to be good for you. Amen. Amen. Do you like Gunner? I've never played Gunner. I don't know what it is. That NVAX news was this morning. Oh, I just saw it come on the wire. It's coming in now. Vaccine, Novavax vaccine for approval from Nikki. So weird, bro. NVAX at 50 is nuts. MOS, another high. NJ police can now purchase marijuana. The police can? Welcome to the corn. Where is even Bitcoin? I've only been looking at corn. I need to see Bitcoin. Not gone into any of that yet. Corn 39,000. I'm logging in. Yeah, 39.3. Ethereum still at 3,000, which is good. And then crypto. It lost some of the hype from the Bitcoin conference ending. Shout out to corn. Corn. All the corn is good. We're going to see. I think it's going to be an interesting week, though. For corn. Again, we get more numbers here today at 4. So right at close, you're getting another USDA report. Is it going to be worse this week compared to today? I think it can be, or it could also be very good. But I think this is going to be more this week will be more volatile than next week for sure. And the main reason is just literally Powell. So Powell on Thursday, again, he just has the ability to move things or up or down in any direction. Again, if he's more hawkish, it's going down. If not, it's going to go up. You know, he could also cool things down and calm us down, but I'm kind of leaning towards the downside, but I do think it does have to do with Powell. And then on top of it, we are going to be getting Powell twice. That's what I think is the craziest, is that literally you have two Powell speeches in the same day within 3 hours of each other. So now factor in earnings from Netflix, Tesla, IBM, Johnson & Johnson, United Airlines, and then you have 2 Powell speeches. So it's like we're going to get a lot more movement than we did last week as we were just starting earnings and just waiting on the bank company. So hopefully you could see that, you know, in the chart too, the key levels that we're at. I think those are very important. But then I think the catalysts really do show you that, you know, it's going to be an active week at the very least. And we're coming off a slow week. That's the only thing, is that a couple of other countries are clapped. just because the holidays, so they're operating on a short week. So we'll see. Johnson & Johnson, they're selling off. SPY's coming down. Could be this consumer discretionary or consumer staples dropping. But they're coming down right now, and J&J has earnings tomorrow, I believe. What's A6? Advanced 6 is on the high. It's tax day. I mean, Tesla's holding up a little bit. 430. It's being slow around this level, though. Like, at the end of the day, any little news, I don't know if Biden comes on and speaks, who knows what could happen, but you could bounce pretty easy here. But if we really get far away from 436, I mean, this is the danger zone. Again, this was the low candle. Once we broke below, we went a lot lower. You had resistance getting above here after the bounce. This was like the lower ends of the candle on these days in January. So where we go from here is key, but it's not flushing it just yet, which is kind of a good sign. But we will see. Watch for the bullish flip. Sentiment has shifted. They've talked about some of that today. If there was any bullish shift, it's into like emerging markets and a bunch of other ones. They're the ones that got it. Let me see if I can find the note for you. Yeah, here it is. It says bearish investor sentiment may starting to ease, at least according to signals from the futures market. A gauge of aggregate speculative bets on U.S., European, EM, and Japanese equity futures jumped by the most in almost 2 years. Last week, the data shows that MSCI's index of global stocks has fallen 3% amid inflation worries, but people are buying a lot of those assets. See, there it is. Big pop on the SPY right now. Not too big, but enough to get us out of the danger zone back to the level we gapped down here in the morning. Or is that 437? No, yeah, this is where we opened. So we'll see how long it lasts. Again, keep an eye on bonds too. The consumer sentiment that was good. Again, and then China's consumer was like the worst since 2020. So it's a very interesting take on that one to see the back and forth. IPI. That another one. HUSA's still up there. IMPP. UPS, I think, is going to be interesting. I have that $100 put. It's like break even, but again, transports in general, ever since last week, they kind of cooled off, but that's what I am worried about a little bit. Why we sold off? Probably China and bonds, but China's data was not good. And again, you had more negative stuff in Russia than Libyan oil supply, even though China was good. And then Goldman Sachs talking about a recession, and then a series of multiple events this week. Again, from earnings all the way down to double pow. I'm so excited for that. Bro, when was the last time we had two Powells in the same day? CRK. Oh, they're killing it. Comstock up 9%. AXP. Where's MasterCard? MasterCard came down. I think Visa did too. But AXP is the one with earnings on Friday. IPU. A lot of things, a lot of random names on the high ticker. Capital One. They didn't die. Schwab got murdered. The Powell meeting, one of them, I forgot what the first one is, but then the second one is like the IMF, like global central bankers. They're like pretty much having a debate on the global economy. So it's going to have a lot of people, even Christine Lagarde and a couple of others. So that part's going to be good. B&O is on the high. 114 again. 120. That's where things get crazy, but 114 still a pretty nut level. Stop making excuses where the market's going down. Big money just pulls the rug because they can. I will try answering with that next time. You know what I'm saying? When people ask me for it, I'm going to just start just saying, yo, man, big money's pulling the rug. Next question. So we'll see. And then if anybody says the opposite like you did, then we'll switch back. Why is the market going down? Clearly because big money is pulling the rug and you're going down. Clearly. I want another butterfly. I looked at them here. I think they're a little expensive though. So pretty much we're not getting they're really, I'm going out till June. So I want to wait a little bit. I think if we went till May, you could get it, but I'd rather get more time. So I'm waiting on it. But I think they're a little expensive if you want the same $20 difference. Let's buy video game stocks. I mean, I'd wait until earnings or play some for the run up, but it depends which ones you want. I mean, I think Activision already has the buyout. There's really going to be like EA unless you want to go for China gaming stocks. My strike on corn futures is like 747, I think. 746.50. And then the minis at 757. I'm up 8%, $3,000, 3,800 if I sell out both of them. But I think I'm pretty much gonna sell out at like $9. I think it'll probably test 9 in the next week or two, and then from there we'll see. But this is already a big deal for $8, but we will find out. Can you ghetto spread the futures? Actually you might be able to, but I think it's just gonna leave way too many. There's just too much settlement risk and other things that can affect the value. I'm not that skilled with it. So like options, I understand every way it could fail. With the futures, not as much. So I don't know if I'd be comfortable doing a futures trade to ghetto spread it. Dude, UNG's at 28. That's insane. That's like absolutely insane. It's still going, bro. What is that on the price? That has to be like what? Is that $8, $9? Dude. Why can't I type? 801. Yeah, that's wild. That is absolutely wild. I should have bought that future that one day. That would have been nuts. Oh, man. That's crazy. So what's the last contract at? 508. I sold out. I could have got pretty much what? Almost another $1 per share. On 2 contracts, could have got another $200. Those other plays up now 553 on the last one. We bought 10. I sold them out various times. So we just got to play it week by week. Where is it? So I bought 10 for $800. Then we waited 2 days, and then it doubled up, sold out, got all my investment back by selling half, made it free. Then we waited a little bit. I waited up until Friday, shot up again. Then I sold 2 out for $320, got $640, and then I sold out another 2 today at $890. And then I have one more contract worth like $500. So what was that? It's like 14. It's like almost like 800 to like $2,000, and then we have it without, and then another 500 remaining. But that one we like scaled out. Again, I sold out half early because it was UNG. Then we rode the rest. They had till June. Then the weather event hit. Then on Friday, I was like, all right, this is up 350%. Then today it was up 450%. And then that's it. And so we got one more left. Airbnb price. I think Airbnb just going to depend on its earnings. And then what's going to happen is on their guidance. So if they guide up, even if the earnings are bad, I think Airbnb is going to rip. If not, then we'll see. But I'm pretty sure it's all going to rest on their guidance. What do you see? Made it free? Yeah. So let me pull it up. We just about selling out and getting your initial investment back. So where is it? That's UNG. So this is why it's cool, especially in volatility. This is a very good strategy. Why? Because you don't know what's going to happen. And like we've seen, plays could go up and then the next day, next week, they could totally get clapped. But then at the same time, you see it. If you end up holding one of them, some of them are going absolutely nutty. This is just volatility right now. So what we try to do is get a good play. And then if it starts moving up during volatility, we could sell out a portion of it, get all of our cash back. So our cash balance, we could either increase it or make sure that stays stable, and then we ride these out. So I bought these at the beginning of the month. Actually, it was only 2 weeks ago, which is crazy to think about. This was April 4th. This actually wasn't that long ago. That was 2 weeks ago on Monday. That's it. We woke up 2 Mondays ago and we bought it. And then 2 days later, it went up 100%. I bought them at 80 cents. They went up to 160. So what did I do? I sold back 5 for $7.90, and then I spent $800. So after 2 days of that play, my balance in my cash, it is the same. I'm down $10 now. So now I got all my money back. My cash balance barely changes. And then now we had an open play. So then if it went back to zero, I would have lost. I still had profit. And that's the thing. I foregoed my profit that you still have profit. Even down to this play right now, even though I've gotten a lot of money, I still have $533 in profit. So that's what you got to keep in mind. But the whole idea is if volatility comes back and then UNG drops, even if it went to zero, we have all of our money back. I'm in the same position as I was 2 Mondays ago. I got exposure, got my money back, and now it's like, it's not dealing with the volatility and then getting clapped if you don't sell out at the wrong time. So as you see, we made it free. And then what happened? Next couple days, it starts rocketing up. So then I had 5 contracts left. So I said, okay, boom. Now if I sell out 2 of those 5s, I have almost 100% profit. So now everything is already free. This is pure profit. Boom, we get our profit back. And then today, this morning, they kept going up. I had 3 of them left, sold 2 more, have another $8.90, and now we're making money on it. We've already made it free, and then I got 1 more, and then boom, we're able to ride them out. But the whole idea here is just really risk management. It's saying if you want to go full degen and you really want to push an option play, at the very least, you can make it free, get your money back, and then now it's it kind of makes sense how you could push some of them, because at the end of the day, you got your money back, but just don't forget, profit is profit. It's still your money. So right now, UNG could go down, but if I want to get the last final part of my bag, I have to sell out of this one. So, but that's what we've been doing with a lot of plays. Again, we've done it with a lot of the random ones. Again, we did that with EXC too. If you remember that one, EXC I averaged down, but we made those ones free. Even the Turkey plays and some of the other country plays, we've been able to do this. So it's a nice little strategy. It works. It does slow down your gains. If I held the original position, I would have made $5,000, but instead I have about $2,500. That's kind of the difference. So if you want to understand the efficacy of it, you could see it's if I held the contracts from 80 cents till today, I would be up $5,000. But now you could see I've already realized about $2,000, $500 if I take the last one. I'm getting about half of those gains, but I had safety along the way. Let me see the EXC. Yeah, EXC we did the same thing, and you can see it here. So I have $1,000 of EXC contracts right? But we did the exact same thing. So I bought 10 of them for 400 or 20. They were really, really bad. And then I lost 50%. And then I averaged down. So then my full investment here was $650, right? So what did I do? I spent $650 for all 45 contracts. And then the stock went up in value. It doubled up to 60 cents. I sold out 10 of them at 60 cents. I got back 600 of the 650, right? And then now all of these are free. So I have the same amount of cash as before I played EXC, but now you see I have profits. This was worth $2,000 if I took it last week. So if I took it last week when I made them free, I would have had $2,000. Now I got my initial investment back, and then I have $1,000 in free options. The CVEs, those are just chilling up there. Those ones we were talking about them today because they came back up, but they're lagging on the option. So they're barely down, but pretty much if CVE keeps going up, I might try to play this like the EXC, but I'm waiting for now because it's not bad, it's not the worst. It's like kind of in purgatory, but it's not bad. Again, that one has till December, down 17%, but what I've seen is that CVE stock is up, but now all of the options are landing. Am I still thinking Snap is going to pop? If they do good on this earnings, if Snapchat could perform at this earnings, I think it's going to be a game changer because they would have 2 consecutive quarters of doing good. And then if Facebook does bad and then Snapchat's the only one able to do something good, then I think it'll be very, very well. But I don't know. Again, if they continue the trend from last earnings, Snapchat is very, very bullish. Again, if they could say, yeah, the Apple security stuff, we found a way to make money on it again. It's not affecting us. And then they sign up more people than, than Facebook. I think it'll overall be pretty fire. But we'll see what happens. Why don't companies sandbag? They do. Again, I think Snapchat sandbagged before this last quarter, but now they're going to have to come back to life. Same thing, even Facebook. That might be a sandbag. Netflix, people have already talked about it, even analysts. A couple of analysts, there's like 3 or 4 downgrades on Netflix in the last coming days, but you do get a lot of sandbags. Apple is the king of it if you really look at some of their reports. Snap earnings is in a couple weeks. How would triggering the poison pill affect the option chain since dilution would cause the share price to go down? Existing put it wouldn't affect the option chain too much, but it would affect the stock price, which would in turn affect the option chain. Because the poison pill for Twitter, it's only for the board directors. So you can't buy any. So if Elon buys 15%, they're not going to just say, okay, all of you guys could buy it. This is the point Elon's trying to make, that the board has no interest for the company because the board is the only one who could buy it. So if the board does that, then it could affect things, but it's not as if everybody in Twitter gets a 50% off. Is Snap in a couple of days? So it's probably next week? Next week or 2 weeks? Oh, shit, they're Thursday. Never mind. No, Snapchat's on Thursday. Uh-oh, hot dog. Again, if they just come through with some metrics or guidance, they'll kill it. OKE, GNK, BG, IXC, INT. All of these are on the high ticker. Bungie, that's up there. Can I go all in on Snap? Let me get some tendies. If you feel like it, I mean, no one's stopping you. At the end of the day, it's whatever your heart desires, my friend. When is Facebook going to see? Bro, if they have bad earnings, they're going to 160. That's the scary part. Whatever happens, Facebook's earnings could be very, very interesting. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. You still got, I do have COPs. They came back up. One of them did. But I do like COP a lot. Again, that's why it's like if oil starts to run heavy this week and we get that Brent going up there and we start getting past like 120 and then you still see the oil names lag, that's going to be the average down. Honestly, maybe we just do it now. Low key, because oil does look hot. And then if anything, if it's just going to depend on China. But again, the Libya stuff doesn't help. But if that flip-flops, that might chill out with oil for a little bit. Let me check the Conocos, though. Amazon Google, I believe in a month, right? Yeah, the ones we average down are up like 5%. It's like break even. And then the other ones are down. COP going for highs again. I like it. Come on, scammers. Uber dumping. Just sold my house for Facebook puts. Very disappointed in you. You didn't even offer it to me. I would have gave you a good deal. I could have funded you through the account, and then I could have let you live in it for 6 months just in case the puts didn't hit. But then now you pay commissions. Now you went through that whole now I don't know. It's just one for one. I'm just saying. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. Use your Zuckbucks. It's good. Don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I averaged down on the Conocos. So they're already at the high today. Those plays really haven't moved much. I bought the 155s again, the ones I was already down 50% on. But I bought 10 more of them, spent like $300, $280, and that's an average down. The butterfly, I've not done it yet. I've not added a new one yet. Calls or puts? I grab calls. Look at Germany bonds. Not yet. I know they've came back up. They were very, very negative. BNB through play. Now, I might sell some right before the earnings, especially if we get a pump. The market's too quiet. We waiting on a lot. We waiting on a lot. PPC. Oh, PPC. Fat can. I think our plays expired on that, though. No, we got those Mays. PPC is getting very, very clapped right there. No news on there. There's something on price fixing a couple days ago, but they're getting a fat cheek lay. Another neighbor. So let them know those numbers I said yesterday or on Friday, because that's pretty much where it seems like it's working out. Again, a lot depends on the condition of the property there, but even then, I mean, I want them to get the most amount of money. So it's like if they want to do the 1.6, I mean, have them factor in what they're going to be spending and list it, and you know, they'll get around there. But even at 1.6, I'm assuming their net that they're going to walk away with is going to be 1.4 or something around there, and then assuming however long it takes. Fed Bullard, is he? Actually might be. It says 15.50. No, I think he comes on. Is he speaking? The thing does not show that it's live. SPY, little bit of a bounce here. JP Morgan on the high again. PPC, we do not have any news on that one. They just had a drop there. Keep your eyes out for it. Little pop, TLT. Chevron's a good one. Just as an oil play, it's already up a lot, but I like it. Amazon. JP Morgan's doing very well right now. So is Bank of America, Wells Fargo. Financials are coming up, and I think that's what's lifting up some things right here. Yeah, tech is still kind of guttered. Tesla's doing a little bit better. Boeing, Baba, Caterpillar, Nucor killed it. Goldman. Yeah, Goldman and Morgan Stanley look the best, but this is good though. Now that most of the banks have reported and they all kind of seemingly have the same issues and people are getting prepared. It's like it wasn't the worst, it wasn't the best, but I think now that, you know, again, the banks could have just been down so much more. I think that's giving it some steam, so we're going to find out here.
Can't believe.
Give me a sec with that. Bitcoin pop. Everything's kind. I think financials are leading the way right now. Let's take a look. Oh, here are our boats. Don't forget about the boats. Yeah, financials are the ones ticking up right now, and this is very good. Real estate, materials. Tech is still down, though. At least the staples are down, which is showing you it's not too much of a defensive shift. But we'll see. I think Netflix pulling out of Russia will hurt them. We're going to find out. I even have the earnings preview here. So Netflix reports after the close Tuesday, number of concerns swirling around the streaming leader, including the impact of recent price increases and the suspension of services in Russia, both of which may weigh on first quarter results. The outlook for the current quarter is also a source of concern. Analysts at Wells Fargo say the current period is a wait-and-see quarter, with investors likely resetting afterwards. Here are the guidance or what's expected. Here's commentary from Wells Fargo. They're estimating Netflix will have 2.9 million subscribers, even with the loss of 1 to 2 million Russian customers, according to analyst Stephen Kalal. But he doesn't have a good handle on the Q2 outlook. We don't feel as if everyone else does either, so this is a wait-and-see quarter. SPY's ripping right now. Yeah, high ticker, and Bitcoin is on the high. Download data suggests subscriber gains of 4 million, according to Bloomberg Intelligence, compared with guidance of 2.5, but the suspension in service in Russia, price hike in the U.S. will be factors as well. In the current second quarter, the return of Stranger Things may boost signups in the typically weaker period. Key topics of the webcast are going to be gaming strategy, password crackdown, advertising, and that is it. Wait, what happened? WBD pop with Netflix. All right, here. SPY's coming up to VWAP. It's a very, very big bounce. Banks are the ones leading. There's a couple more here. Here for Netflix. That's all. I was just reading another thing. Let's see. There's 31 buy targets on Netflix, 17 holds, and 3 sells. Average price target, $500, 49% upside from current price. Implied one-day move following earnings, 7.7%. Average absolute change after prior 12 earnings, 0.9%. AKA the last 12 earnings, they've moved on average 1%. Shares fell 7 of the last 12 announcements. GAAP EPS beat in the last 7 of 12. Shares are down 6.1 in the past 5 days, while the S&P is down 2. And then shares are down 38% in the past year, while SPX is up 6. Okay, here's some Kathy Woods. They're talking all-time high in ARK short interest.
Short, there's options, but she has to stick to these stocks.
I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Why would she keep making these claims of like, hey, we're going to return 40% a year? You know, what does her compliance person think of that? So these are some of the issues that I brought up with her, and her answers are interesting. Take a look.
It is confusing sometimes to hear people, critics say, you know, there's no risk management. We have risk management throughout the firm. We have minority owners who are overseeing the risk in the firm. So we are looking at ARK as a slice of an equity allocation. And we have a study on our site, ARK-Invest, which shows that if you allocate, I think the study was 5 to 15% to ARK, take that from other equities, we will, over a 5-year period of time, increase your return per unit of risk. And that is why over the last 5 years, we have outperformed when most active managers have not. We have outperformed the NASDAQ and the S&P and the MSCI. So I agree with you that you know, what I call tried and true, the core, many people treating ARK as a satellite. I think many people are, and as a hedge against the massive disruption that we see from innovation during the next 5 to 10 years. It's going to hit some of the stocks in traditional benchmarks.
It's amazing how much engagement you're able to get. I think you and your colleagues together have like 1.7 million Twitter followers. And then you've got on the other side of the coin, this sort of legacy active where they don't, the PR people and the lawyers don't let them say anything. And if they do, it's very by the book and it doesn't really get anybody going. Nobody cares. I will say though, I think it's good. I think it helps your brand, but sometimes you'll say something and I'm like, why did she go that far? For example, the 40% return. Sometimes you'll throw out a number. I'm like, why set the bar that high and maybe, you know, upset your compliance person? Like, I think people are with you. Because don't you want to under promise and over deliver? So, well, in the beginning, we wanted people to just listen to our story. So maybe that's part legacy. But our chief compliance officer spent 4 years at the SEC as they were evolving guidelines for social media and marketing. And I started the firm saying, okay, after 08, 09, what did clients want?
there was a loss of trust in the financial services industry, so transparency seemed to be very important. So that was, I invested much more in marketing at the very start of the firm than most would for this idea. In terms of the putting numbers out there, what we try and help people understand is the other side of what you said in terms of our return expectations based on growth, based on our research, is we're also, and people don't pick up on this as much, we're also saying these expectations are with an assumption that our multiples are going to compress dramatically. So I think many people are surprised to learn that Tesla's EV, so enterprise value to EBITDA, our expectation in 2026 is 14 times. It's below a FANG today. Now, do we think it's really going to be there if autonomous takes off? No, we don't. But where you do see aggressive assumptions, and this has to do with exponential growth revolving around Wright's law, Moore's law's relative, we have a high degree of confidence in the unit growth characteristics as these technologies go mass market. And we're really trying to communicate that. These technologies cutting across sectors are creating explosive opportunities.
That was part of Eric's super fascinating conversation.
Yeah,
with
they're
ARK
bringing
Invest
this up
CEO
because they're
Kathy
saying
Wood.
ARK is the most shorted ever right now.
Co-founder of Bond Blocks to discuss.
So yeah, that's why they played that from a couple days ago. She was they're saying that ARK now has the highest short interest of its history. So they were bringing that up, and they were just going back and forth trying to talk about why. They were saying why is she making the big claims, all of that. Not bad there. Good to hear. Good to hear. Good to hear. I remember, bro, she was like, Kathy Woods was more famous than like Lil Baby last year. It was crazy. And then y'all just threw her into the gulag. Y'all just attacked her. Man, that's crazy. Ba-da-ba-ba-bap. What time is it? 10:18. Market had the little bounce. We're kind of coming up. We have some time. Ja Rule, yeah. Didn't Ja Rule invest in there? Or was that Fire Arc? Something like that. I don't know. Spy's coming down a little bit faster here. Weather got me. It's nice weather out here. I don't know what it is. I know all around the U.S. though, it's not as good. Let's got some more Airbnb. Well, let's go, baby. Let's go, man. Shout out to long. So the long term, I don't know if I got to tie this into PHILO or maybe we rant on it before or after. But does everybody in here understand that the long term is going to change your life? And yes, I don't want to, think about it. Maybe I should under-promise like Kathy. I guess it'll change your life to a degree. But I just want to make sure everybody knows, like, that is the real, just big benefit to a lot of things. Again, I was thinking about theories over the weekend. I was thinking about dollar export, dollar import, all of these different things. But then, the one thing that just kept coming up was the long term. And then even, I got to talk to some people and, people were thanking me for the long term. And I was just like, what? And I was just like, man, bro, it's just, I don't think we could accurately see the impact the long term has had on the cult. You know what I'm saying? It's very, very good. It's very, very good. You tell people to buy the long term, yet for sure we are crashing. What happened in 2020, my guy? You know what I'm saying? Just let's be real with it. You know what I'm saying? Tyler politically clapped. I know you're here. I know who you are. And just keep that in mind, though. But for real, like, why you're sub 30 years old and you're gonna hide under a rock because of what? Because of the Fed? You're gonna hide under a rock because you are on social media and everybody tells you it's a recession. Again, have you ever lived through a recession? Have you ever lived through an economic decline? All of that. But even then, what happened in 2020? I put a video out in January saying the market's going to go down 20 to 30%, and it did. We made $250,000 or more from those plays on the downside, and through March and April, we were buying Abivai, and we were buying the long term, and then we were buying even more Snapchat, and we were buying all of it. So it does not matter that there's just two different approaches to it. If I was only trying to trade and time the bottom, I could understand where you could see the contradiction. But that's where you have to realize that, this is what I'm trying to say, is that the advantage for anybody in here, if you've mastered being able to trade and set aside a trading budget and then make sure you build on that long term, you're going to it's going to be game changing. But also too, you've learned something in the last year or two. If you want to make a long term and not follow any of the rules and just buy what Kathy Woods bought or what you saw people on Wall Street bets buying, or buying this stuff that's up 400%. I mean, we saw what happens with it. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, the long term is a game changer. That's all. Again, if I could say it one more time, just don't be the generation that owns nothing or knows everything and owns nothing. And please don't be scared. Again, even 2020 election, don't be afraid. That's what he said. Uncle, he said, don't be afraid of the boogeyman. That's why they invented the VIX. That's why they invented ways to hedge. That's why think about what happened in January. We bought some earnings plays and I got smacked at the beginning of January, but everything else we didn't miss. Why? Because as one thing started getting clapped, somebody won. And who was it? It was oil, commodities, agriculture, FANG 2.0. And we hit every single one of those plays for miles, with time, with everything we could ask for, right? But that's what I'm trying to say there. It is going to, you have ways to handle any sort of market going down, any difficult scenario. But if you plan to get through anything financially, especially longer than 24 months, and you plan to do it not owning any assets, and based on the assumption that you're fearful of the market, you're going to get washed, and you're not going to be able to take advantage of it. Yes, you're going to be like, oh, I could have lost this. I saw people lose this, but that's unsophisticated. Point is, even if something happens, there's always going to be an opportunity. Again, we made money off of COVID. We made a lot of money off of COVID. And again, we were early. We were fast. We were playing TLT before anybody knew what the fuck it was, right? So now think about it, though. We still had a separate opportunity. You had a separate opportunity to play the volatility, but then you had your long term, and then we even made pickups on that long term that when you look back at it, you still got cushion on it. So point is, there's going to be a balance, but don't forget the long. I'm just trying to tell you the real value you are going to get from, like, literally. It's just, I'm saying, I talk to people and I have people thanking me from the cult, and people that, good friends of mine and people that I've known for a while. But then when they start telling me how things have played out for them, and then they all start pointing to the long term, and just, I see their lives now and what the long term has provided. I'm just saying, this is the real source of value that you are going to get from here. And this is something that you are going to take, and it is going, you could run with it. And and that's just the point that I'm saying. And I think the last couple of months you've had up and down, and I just genuinely think now you've been able to see a lot of everything where you could kind of see that it's the answer. I don't know if it's shown it to you yet, because imagine how fearful we were a couple of months ago, but look at it. It's still up. Everything is still, it's riding out, and you're seeing up and down, up and down. You've seen a lot of time go on, but the ones who are making those just a couple good long-term decisions, oh man, it goes a long, long way. You know what I'm saying? But it's just, I want you guys to all have it for real, because you are going to buy me a house if you have the long term. You are going to love the cult if you have the long term. And especially as the years go on, just imagine how much uncertainty there is now. Just make sure you have the long term. If I could say anything, It is the key, man. It is the key. I hope they feel me. At some point, do you not just give up on trying to convince people? Everyone wants to be saved. Not everyone wants to be saved or deserve it. I think with some things, you fail to. It's like, I'm not, in a weird way, I'm not even, that's the best part about this. I'm not really even talking to people who don't have, I'm not trying to convince anybody right now. What I'm trying to do is if anything, if I could just give you a reminder for those who are already on it. And if I could give a reminder, I don't know if yours is, if you have a big long-term or a small one, it doesn't really matter. But I feel like I need to give the reminder of like, yo, don't forget this value. You know what I'm saying? Just don't forget that this is the source of a lot of things. And then when just imagine how many things are going on. The long term, you are going to watch this thing. And again, we need to own stuff. There's so much confusion. There's so many things happening right now. The inflation, the central banks, all of that. That's why I'm like, hey, make sure you're owning the right stuff right now. And make sure you are owning some things. I went too large on my long term. Now I'm sorry. I don't think you went too large on it. What did you go large on? You probably made the mistake. I made the mistake too. I just didn't make it as much. I have big commerce. DraftKings went down. Coinbase went down. I have plays that I went in on and they got clapped. They were growth plays. It's all on that. If anything with the long term, it was all really people went big on a lot of EV charging companies. A lot of the hype stuff that we saw in the last year or two, UWMC, that was another one. That one even got clapped there too. But that's what I'm saying. It's just like you had the ability to make 350% mistakes and still be up. Let me say that again. If you were keeping a 60-40 or a 70-30 balance, you would have been able to, in the last 2 years, make 350% mistakes and still be up. Are you following with me? Because it makes sense. Again, you have several plays that went up there. So, again, if your balance was out of whack or if you went after, if you made more than 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, if like you made a bunch of these plays, instead of saying you're like, oh, I'll balance out my dividends later, I'll balance out, and then you went all fully for the last 2 years on growth, then yeah, you had a different scenario. But it's not like we didn't fail. Again, I have 350% losses, or 50, 40, 60, and we're still up 20%. But that's because you could make a mistake, but you just can't do it 10 times. So that could possibly be it. But either way, it doesn't matter whether you made a mistake or not. Again, you could get salty now about it, but why sacrifice your financial future just because you made a couple mistakes starting out? And if that's something I could say to anybody in here, don't fall for the easiest trick in the devil's book. You know what I'm saying? Where you just tell, oh, you messed up, man, you should quit. Oh, man, you should just stop it. Oh, you should never try it again. Oh, man, last time you did it. That's why they call him the deceiver, man, the great deceiver. But I wouldn't fall for that trap there. Because, again, the long term is adequate if you go for adequate. If you make sure you go for adequate, go for safety, and, get back on the horse and really stick to a methodical, just one move at a time, little by little, keep the rules in place, companies then you're going to be good. That's it. Technically, lesson learned. We're helping the future. Amen. And that's I could love it. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, yo, it sucks. Any negative plays, it sucks, man. Obviously, I'd want it positive, but don't. It's like if you're smart enough to take a L and actually learn from it, you're golden. Because that's it. We've learned a lot from the long term, and I'm sure, like what's his name just said over there. Who was that? Brian. He was saying, you know, even if you took a loss, it's like, you know what to do now for the next 18 years. Now, over the next 18 years, you're not going to fall for the next trap. You know now, so Abivi can move slow for 2 years while things move fast, but then when everything slows down, Abivi has the ability to move up. You see what I'm saying? This is the stuff that you're learning. You're learning, oh, okay, maybe I should have 10%, 20% of value, because even if growth turns around, 20% of value could turn into 40%. Oh, okay, now I learn with hot money, and now I learn, okay, yeah, this is good, but there's always going to be times to take turns, and once the hype goes down, then we'll really see what's happening. Now I learn, don't ever buy a fucking SPAC in the first 12 months. Boom, we're learning. You see what I'm saying? But now you have the opportunity to never make these mistakes again, but don't use that to say I'm never going to invest in the long term again because I made a mistake. The long term didn't make a mistake. You made a mistake. That's fine. Take the ownership, learn from it, and then that's it. What would you do if you're stuck in momentum, down 80, but want to get out of those and use the same money to put into the long terms? I have an unpopular opinion. Okay? My plan would be, don't sell out anything and stick to the original plan. Maybe put it on steroids and deposit more, but I would just add slowly and then start adding good plays and let it balance out. That's it. I know it's very weird. You're like, well, I have this much money. I know they're already down. I could do this, but it's like, no, keep them there. And now you already have growth. Start buying value, and maybe if you could get a little growth there, maybe, but just go for the good place. Start depositing, and then just use any new money to balance everything out. And you don't need to sell. And then maybe down the road, again, give it some time. If those plays come back up, then maybe you could sell them out, and then maybe you could exit. But now you've already suffered most of the loss. SPY's popping right here. 2 candles coming back above VWAP. Would you average down on momentum plays to break even? No, not especially if you haven't balanced out the rest and you haven't been, bringing things back up. But SPY's is getting actually pretty big right there. Bitcoin above 40. Mask mandate for planes and trains overturned by Florida judge. GS ripping. UNG went bad. Yeah, JP Morgan's going very, very good. About to be back to 130. UNG did slip. Banks are killing it right now. Wall Street bets ruined many mindsets. I think it was partly that, but then also the response. I mean, you see it. There's people in here. There's people who've been here for years. And again, they just, literally, you just bought way too many growth plays during the hot money phase of 2021, and now the long term looks a certain way, and now people are saying, I don't ever want to do it again. It's just like, this is normal. This has always existed on Wall Street. People go in, they break the rules, and then they never invest ever again in their life. Literally, that's been happening since 1999. That's exactly, just every single time. That's it. You join the game, you don't follow the rules, and then you're like, I'm never going to do this again. That's all. And that's what I'm saying. It's just, unfortunately, you have 2 decisions that you got to make right now. Do you want to learn how to do it the right way, deal with whatever L, or do you want to quit? It's very, very simple. What's happened to real estate investors? Yes. Even my parents included. Yeah, SPY's really, really going up. Just imagine being 0 and focus on long term. Yeah, just forget the losses that you have. And then the point is, you still have that money in there. Eventually, some of them may come back up. But now, just stop throwing new money at a bad play. Stop throwing new money at something that didn't work. Just keep it there. You don't need to sell out and move around. Just keep adding money to the long term and start putting it towards high quality. And little by little, month after month, before you know it, your long term will come back to life. And then now you have quality that is holding it up. Tesla back above. Bro, the SPY just rocketed again with tech. Tech getting a bounce and then banks. This is killer. Why is Tesla, the Earth is bigger than the car manufacturers? They sell the most. They just sell a lot. Again, as much as I would like to say Tesla is overvalued, they just have a lot of big numbers, and they're doing better than a lot of people. Again, social marketing. They don't even spend a lot of money. They have 15 different areas they're making even more money on. Again, AI down to just the space and solar, even just straight energy of what they might be able to provide in the future. So they have a lot going on for them, which increases the future growth. Can't wait to talk about GME like this. Honestly, I think you're one of the most insane people. I don't know. I don't think I'll go for it. I'm just messing with you, man. But I don't think I'll talk about GameStop. I don't want to fight anybody. But I don't think games has the scalability as what Elon did. And even then, it's Elon. It's one part Tesla, as much as a lot of people have learned to never doubt Elon. And it's good. Oh my gosh, did I tell you, bro? Bro, did I tell you? Oh my gosh, guess what my mom told me? Guess what my mom told me the other day? Oh my gosh, I forgot to tell you this. You know what my mom told me? My mom said she likes Elon Musk. That's it. It's good. It's good. I'm adopted. Travis, why are you going to come at me like that, Travis? I fought hard not to ban you and only time you out, Travis. Don't talk to me like that, Travis. You don't know me like that, Travis. Very disappointed in you. That's it. I was excited about this, Travis. Why you got to come at me like that, Travis? Come on, Travis. You don't know, bro. She said she likes Elon Musk. How did he win her over? You would be surprised, because you know what she said? She said, "Did you know he has Asperger's?" And I said, "Yeah." My mom didn't know that. And then my mom was talking about, she was like, "Yeah, because they switched Asperger's in 2013. They put Asperger's in the category of autism." And my mom was like, "No, like he's actually like speaking out about it." And then she was like, "Now it explains some of his behavior a little bit." And I was like, "Wow, Mom, interesting." But my mom kind of likes Elon now. She said she likes it. I was like, wow, I didn't see that one coming. I was like, wow, that's crazy. So is Mama bullish on Tesla? I didn't ask her that. I probably will. How you doing? What's up, Adnit? How you been, bro? How you been? It's been good. Alrighty. Okay, hold on. Please hold. My mom's price target. I don't know. I'll ask her today. Carbo? No, it's juice. I have a raspberry lemonade green tea. Rosario, how you living, man? He's good, bro. He's good. We out here. We living good. We living great. Can't complain. What made the market bounce? I think financials. Financials came through, and then tech got a little bit of a bounce off the bottom. Now we're right back up 0.25%. Tech is barely green, but a quarter on the other two. That Disney 1 year low. I thought they had good earnings too. That's what I was surprised about. Yeah, long-term talk did help a little bit. It's time. Ladies and gentlemen, happy Monday. Today has flown by fast, but I got a mini philo for you, man, and I'm very excited to give you this one. It is very simple. It might be eye-opening. It's kind of like aggressive and exciting, but it might give you something to focus on. And then best of all, it is very post-Easter, and I liked it. Honestly, I'm going to start this off in a very, very weird way. For some of y'all, you may not appreciate it, but I hope you know we love you, okay? And what we're going to talk about today is service, okay? We're going to talk about serving and providing service, and this is a very business philo. This philo comes from Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale. And I got to listen to this segment, and it was very important to me. But the one thing I couldn't shake was that it was the Easter weekend. And, you know, there's something I really liked about it. The fact is, Easter, in a weird way, is all about service. If you think about it, I just felt very humbled. The service our Lord has provided to us. You know, Jesus came here to serve. You know what I'm saying? The whole mantra of Jesus, he said, wash the disciples' feet. You know, Epictetus would have been proud. He said, don't tell me your philosophy, live your philosophy. And that's what honestly, if again, you could be as religious or not, but that's one thing you'll notice about the paradox of Jesus, as he was the very few people ever in the world, if not the only one back then, to claim he was God, but to go about in a way serving people. Now, that's what stuck out to me. But here's what we need to talk about today. It is very simple, okay? It is very, very simple. The level of service that you provide to other people in this world is equivalent to the level of reward that you will receive. This is part of the laws of wealth. This is part of the laws of nature. Again, a lot of people try to fight this concept. Do you realize that you need other people to live a productive life and to accumulate any wealth? You need every people, all of you, to live your current life right now. You cannot live it if people did not serve each other. Hate to break it to you. Where would you get your water? Where would you get your food? Do you see what I'm saying? Every single business you rely upon, you walk into a business, somebody is there to serve you, whether they are paid or not, whether they're doing it on their own goodwill or not. The point is, if it doesn't happen, you know what we call that? We call that a supply chain problem. Have you noticed that? It's a supply chain problem. If you don't have people able to serve a certain area, it breaks down the supply chain. One person can't help this person, that person can't help that person, and so on and so forth. Isn't that funny? The supply chain of service. Oh, I love it. I love it. But this is a big thing that I think a lot of people miss. And this is why, I think New Year's kind of marks the second beginning of the year. Some people do. But the one thing I really want to highlight is coming into the rest of the year, finishing this year off strong, getting whatever you want off the ground. I hope all of you understand the law of service and understand that your rewards are equivalent to the level that you serve. Very, very simple. So guess what? Whatever you want to do, whatever you want to experience, the car you want to drive will be equivalent to the level of service that you provide. The house you want to live in will be equivalent to the level of service that you provide. Are you willing and are you providing a service to people? Are you serving other people in your life with what you are doing? This right here is a very big answer. So this is what Earl Nightingale was talking about. And he was bringing it up. This is one of the pillars to becoming a leader, to becoming what you think about, to actually having success. Because right now, I'm going to tell you right now, if something's not working in your life, or if you wanted to do it and you're saying, this isn't working, or I wanted this, but it's not like this, the question, you shouldn't really be thinking, how can I do this better, as much as you should be thinking, how can I add more service? Oh, I don't know if they feel me on this. And I know this one's a very, this is a very interesting one. Why? Because you guys are trading. Trading's a weird, very, very weird occupation, if you really think about it. But yeah, at least you guys kind of get it. And I think there's a way you can apply this. It's value. It's finding value. So if you're going to provide value, it's very, very weird in stocks, right? Because some of you are like, well, Josh, I want to get better at trading stocks. How can I provide more service if, relatively speaking, I am serving myself? So I hope you could understand the concept with this. It is really finding value. I think you could take everything you're doing and go a little bit deeper. Even for myself, when I ask that question, it's one thing because I'm like, well, I could serve the Chad, but how would I do that? I would have to get them more information, get them better information. And for me, it boils down to diving a lot deeper into what we're doing. You see what I'm saying? So for all of you, I think that's one way you could start. But then have you ever asked yourself, what are you doing with the money you're making? See, this is a good one. I really like this one too. Because I even look back at what I do with it. I'm like, well, it's not like I only trade stocks. Usually it could go into something else. So this is just something I'm going to ask you. Is just where in your life are you seeking to deploy your resources to bring about service or value? But this is a very simple thing. And I think we could start with this for the week, start with it for the month, whatever you want to call it. But right now, we should be looking and answering the question, how can I serve more? If you want to find the answer, I want you to think about service and value and understand this is the pillar to what you are going to get. This is the age-old concept of what? You will reap what you sow. But if you really look at a lot of businesses, anything set aside to just benefit one person, it does not have sustainability. So ladies and gentlemen, your PHILO to start the week, the resurrection. Hopefully you know what Easter is and maybe go look at what our guy did a lot. But I just want you to keep service on your mind and understand those of you who can serve and those of you who are willing to serve and bring value, you are going to get the reward. This is the age-old looking at the wood and you're saying, give me fire, then I will give you fuel. No. You serve, you work, you add the fuel, the fire is going to come. So I really like this. If you guys want to listen to it more, you can go and listen to Earl Nightingale, Lead the Field, and he talks about this. But I don't know why, because I've listened to this before, and usually it kind of just like, it hits like some basic stuff that I've heard. I feel like we've all heard it, but it's just like I'm telling you with the long term, right? Where I said, I'm not trying to convince anybody. I'm just trying to remind you of the truth. And me being reminded of this, it was very, very exhilarating for me. Because I said, wow, I almost forgot. Service is the key to all of it. How you provide value is the key to all of it. You will reap what you sow. So we got to make sure we got to start planning, baby. So don't forget your level of service, what you're willing to provide to others outside of yourself is equivalent to the reward you will receive. So if you would like more rewards in life right now, whether it's material or not, I don't know what you're looking for. It's very simple. Start asking yourself, how can I be of more service? How can I provide more value? If I could provide something to the people around me, that is going to be the big difference. Because that's what it was. I mean, here's the story. I'll give you one more from Earl Nightingale with what he said. He said it was like this guy who was sitting in a restaurant with his wife, and they looked sad. And he was talking about, I've looked around this whole town, and nobody is willing to give me a job. That's what he said. And the man was all sad because he said, I've searched and I've searched and I've searched and I've searched. But nobody is willing to give me a job. Do you guys know the problem with that statement? Think about that. If you heard somebody over saying, then they said, I've applied to 100 places and nobody will give me a job. Do you see the problem? Do you see the problem? There you go. Some of you got it. The answer and the problem it is how he said it. And it highlights his expectations. He said, give me a job. He didn't say, oh, there's nothing I could work on in this town. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Oh, maybe there's people I could serve in this town and I could make a living so I could move here and live here. We want to move here. He said, no, nobody will give me a job. Think about that implied attitude. You want someone to give you the job. Give me firewood. Yes, exactly. The wood won't give me fire. I tried and tried, but the wood won't give me fire. Yes, my friend, because you need to add the fuel. You see, you could go and look in that mindset, looking around, and if deep down in the back of your head, everything is all, what can I get? You see what I'm saying? Saying, what can I get? Someone will give me the job. I need this. Versus if that man set out and just found areas in that town where he could provide value, where he said, I'm good at working with my hands. I could talk very nice. You know, I actually know a lot about these, and it looks like a lot of people here have this. Maybe they got a lot of cars. Maybe we could clean the cars, fix the cars. Maybe there's a lot of people with houses. Maybe I could work on their houses. But do you see the difference? So I know sometimes you hear service this, service that, serving. Some of y'all think it's to Jesus or Joel Osteen. But hopefully you're getting it from that last analogy. It's very simple. We're talking about serve, putting in work, and finding areas where you could bring your gifts and talents to life and get what you deserve. But somebody walking around expecting the world to give them the fire without the fuel, well, I feel like the reward is going to be less. So, ladies and gentlemen, my advice to you is put in the work and find a way to add service. Start framing your mind through this. Instead of saying, what can I get if I do this and I get this? Or I could work and get. No. I want you to just change it around. and saying, if I could work on this, I could create that. Okay, if I could provide value here, there is going to be a reward because I am providing value in this area. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you could do that, it's going to be good. But this is where we're starting off this week. And I really hope for the rest of your year, just don't forget about this, all right? But that is your philosophy. Take it to the bank and make sure, guys, are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly watch this main channel. First link, Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate Course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Spies going up right now. No news on this except for bank stocks pretty much coming back to life. That was pretty much it. Give me an old school. I need some old school, man. You know what I'm saying? Give me some old school. Where is that old school? Give me some of that. Let's go, baby. Shout out to Chad. Shout out to Chad.
2020, baby. Yeah. Got the color, got the put. I can make the money both ways, always. I can buy the whole chain, go away. Got a lot of love and throwing no shit. No games, small change. I just made my own band. Probably trading stats where you still at the snoring. Morning, scoring. I'm just bringing more in. Hitching the DeLorean, sourcing. You could throw your own in. Drop it like a ball when you holding. I'm shorting. Skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating. Seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming. Hating for no reason, you a demon. Leeching, heating. Wishing you could be me, ain't easy. I told you I'ma do this, don't forget this shit a marathon. You make a move but stay in the same place, your West a Peloton. Make $100 off a phone call, now that's a telethon. Benjamin's, Jefferson, YOLO to a ghetto spread. Yeah, you know I invented that. Who's been like a Trinidad? I'm moving like a president, can kill me like a Kennedy. I'm trying to be a better me, but they just keep on tempting me. Release the demon, set him free, he come back, bring me 50 G's. Nowadays it's hella smoke, your game like I'm from Babylon. My capital got stamina, I wrap it up in lamina. Talking in new blabbering, but I'm not understanding, bro. You hating and complaining, but you still watching the channel, bro. I do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. So come back for free, will I be I don't wanna ride that. Yeah. Pleasant out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna ride that. Pull up in a bed body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need man skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of candy. Pull up to the valley, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the Lanto, got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? But it's some more fighter, y'all don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a Indiscriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me, nah. Same old J, used to smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. Then we took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the season and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Tell him, Uncle. Oh, man. Boy, I got the hiccups again, too. This is crazy, bro. Oh, that was Uncle Answers. God bless you. Oh, hiccups are back. But we are back. We got our PHILO. I hope you are all blessed. I just hope you feeling good, man. You know what I'm saying? I hope you're ready to work, too. I hope you're ready to serve. I hope you could get your mind running. Think outside the box. Think of areas where you could provide your value. So then that way you're hyped for the next 8 months because the mind is limitless. And then you realize you're like, wow, I got more value than I ever thought. And I could provide value here, here, here. Now we start getting the wheels turning again. And then you're like, oh, I could do this, I could do that. And that's why we got the long term. While I'm doing all of this and that, the long term is doing this and that too, you know? So, amen, baby. But we are back. Market, nice little hour bounce there. Again, we've had a lot of back and forth today. Some people were saying this is that, this is going to be the little bottom there. A lot of pre-market moves coming back down. If anything, just tech was able to bounce right there. And then the bank stocks went from kind of negative to just really green, or kind of green to really, really green. So it's looking good so far. We're going to see, again, the rest of the week still has a lot of different things. So we're going to find out how this plays out. But this is the first move, and it's honestly small. I mean, we're only doing 1/3% now, but we will see what happens. It's going to be fun, though. Going to be fun. I think this week we got craziness. Even then, earnings, too. Just don't forget. I forgot. Snapchat's on the way. Man, you're going to get Facebook. Where are the Facebook plays, actually? Honey, you're my risk. But damn, bro, those are 1.9. Dude, the Facebook plays got clapped, actually. I might. Is Facebook next week? Because Snapchat will be before. Yeah, April 27th. I did not have Starbucks this morning. No, you're saying that's what caused? Bro, Facebook is crazy. Rebecca. Welcome back. We know the name. We know the name. Good vibes. Amen. Amen. Even for the rest of the year, man, I think there's going to be opportunities. I rebuke anybody ever being scared of the stock market to invest. Again, you guys got to realize, most of you, you've seen some hard shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, most of you, like, even if you're like a little beep, I need to get a beeper. Can I get a beeper? I think I have I need to get the beep audio. But pretty much what I'm saying is, like, a lot of you you've seen a lot just in the last 3 months. That was enough. You saw, I wouldn't say the worst of it, but you saw a lot. Again, COVID 2020, you saw probably one of the worst things that could have ever happened. So just keep that in mind, and that's why just don't ever be scared of the market here. And just, we're gonna see how it all plays out. But overall, I mean, this whole next couple of weeks will be good, and even the rest of the year, and even where the market's at. I mean, we still got a lot to figure out. So I think we're gonna have some good timing here. Good timing here. I bought my first stock in 1998. Still here, baby. Oh my goodness. Amen. Bro, that's hype. 1998. You asshole. You know that? That's what you are. That's what you are. That's crazy, bro. You've had all of this. You're an asshole. You know that? Just like the young guys. That's what I call the young guys assholes. And then the old guys who bought before, like, we were all alive, they're assholes too. See, because they kicking it. They joined the stock market MLM early. They were in the stock market MLM early. I didn't even exist. It wasn't even an idea. See, but that's why, okay, now can I talk to him for a minute? Come on, let me talk to you for a minute. Oh, yeah, the stock market is an MLM. If you haven't realized it by now, you're just lying to yourself. But I feel you. Anyways, can I just tell you, he said, I wasn't even born yet in 1998. He didn't have an idea. So this is why it's crazy, because all my people out there with kids, I rest my case. How wild is that? That now some of you are going to have kids, and even though they wouldn't have an idea of the long term, you are going to have them fully invested before they even get the thought. Oh, come on. That's wild. So it's like the kid wasn't thinking about it. Imagine if the parents were. Think about that. That's wild. that means there's some kids in a weird way they were thinking, like, most of y'all are going to have little Chad babies, and your Chad babies will be thinking about it because they would already have it. Oh, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, your daughter's 6 months old. She has 2K in the long term. Like, dude, that's insane. Like, think about that. Oh, man. Before she'll even speak a word, the long term will be work. Oh, it's crazy. It'll be crazy. It'll be crazy. So good work, Chad. Good work. And that's why long term too. And now some of you, here's the funny part, because some of you guys are like, I don't have kids, Josh. I'm not going to have kids, Josh. But you're like 20 years old right now. So like, let's assume you were born today. 20 years from now, you would be 20 years old. Isn't that crazy? So you don't realize it yet. You haven't lived the second half of your life. Wait till you turn 40. Wait till you turn 30. You still got a lot of time left. So you're, in a weird way, it's kind of like you're having a kid of yourself, if that makes sense. Pretty much 20-year-olds, what I'm saying is just like, even if you don't have a kid, from 1 to 20, you're going to go from 20 to 40. Oh, I don't know if they feel me. New money in the market. Well, yeah. That's the thing. I don't want to explain the pyramid scheme of the stock market, but yeah, population, there's always new money in. If you haven't noticed, the people who get in early to the stock market, that's it. They just sit there, and then they got the positioning, and then more people join the market. It's just the MLM. Troy dropping K-Dot album news. We got new K-Dot album. Kendrick? Oh my gosh. It's an ideal time to build positions. Well, just keep in mind, you have to think of two types of positions you're going to make. Is there positions you're down to really ride, or are they going to be pre-earnings positions? Because at the end of the day, in the next 2 weeks, and even with the catalyst that we have today, earnings can move a lot of things. So that's just where, again, even by tomorrow, or even by Thursday, Tesla's going to look completely different. Netflix by tomorrow is going to look completely different. So just keep that in mind with anything here, and that's why try to have a determination on the time frames that you're going to be going after here with anything. I still am in the EXC calls. We got the out the money ones. I sold the in the money ones, and we made some free, but we have till July on this play. Still riding it out. Looks decent. Again, it seems like last week and this week a little bit, you saw Abivi and a couple of other things. A lot of dividend names kind of chilled out. Is Kendrick dropping next month? He might be. I don't know. No Tesla plays. I was going to buy them there at the bottom. It went up. I don't know. The Tesla plays are cheaper, though. Like, the premiums have been absolutely just clapped. A couple of pre-earnings so far just have not been good. Facebook and the other one just were not there. NFT, I did not get a chance to look more into it. Just still a concept. I haven't looked at the NFTs even in a while, but I will get to that one. Again, the NFTs are kind of like, I honestly look at them like once every quarter, if anything, ever since the volume dropped a lot. But I like this. I still like the concept of that one. Lean hog futures up there. A lot of commodities today absolutely went through the roof. I mean, even oil. I mean, oil's up a lot. What's it called? Is at a record high. Corn, even wheat too. I think, is it 2 o'clock? They should be closing. Yeah, I think futures are even closed right now. Fed is going to speak. I think Bullard's supposed to come on towards the end of the day. Wheat calls 0.9 on the bid. I like them. They're looking good. And now we could trade the wheat futures. So it just sucks. I need wheat to come down. And then I'm going to go for the May contracts of next year. I'm going to go for longer dated wheat. It sucks, though, because I remember it was really, really cheap when I was looking at it. These are March. Like, look how expensive the March. Remember, when I was trying to buy them, they were at like $9.50. But again, we made money on the wheat shares, if anything. And then corn, that one's fire. So we'll see. Not too bad. But commodities today, overall crazy. Again, even fertilizer stocks, NTR, MOS, all those premiums are up. Even Nucor, Caterpillar, I forgot Nucor keeps going. Remember, we had a Nucor play from a couple weeks ago. They're up like 50% now, I think. 60% on the Nucor. Which one is that? Yeah, Nucor is doing great. Uber, Tesla's still looking good. Again, I haven't even looked at Twitter. Listen every day at work, make money in stocks while building airplane engines. Keep up the good work and let's go Lauter, baby. Amen. Or no. Amen. Building engines. I don't think I'm sick. I think I just kind of a little stuffy. I mean, every now and then, maybe just need more water. But I don't think I'm like sick. I had a lot of poop over the weekend. I pooped a lot, but it felt good. It felt healthy. I ate a lot of food and I just ate a lot of food and it wasn't that bad, but I think I'm good right now. It's good. It gets the job done. Building jet engines, following the cult of life. Cult is everywhere, bro. They don't feel me. They don't feel me. You guys all have a lot of various careers. It's crazy. It's crazy. The diversity, the industries. I mean, we could start our own conglomerate. Gold gave up intraday's Colt Career Day. We should do that, actually. We should have like a job fair where everybody comes, represents their industry if you guys are hiring. Roofing, listening, and investing. Good grind life. Amen, bro. You're in a good industry, bro. Them roofers are expensive, man. Them roofers are expensive. Don't let them play you. Bring your Colt to work day. Are we going to start the Chad IPO? I mean, somebody said it during when Kathy Woods was talking because Sal brought it up. I didn't realize it. Like, it's super easy to make an ETF. So, like, you could make an ETF. We could make a REIT. Even then, there's, like, a couple of other things there. But if there ever was a Chad, I don't know if it'd be an IPO as much. ETF is, like, very, very doable. All you got you just hire the lawyers. You apply for it, and then that's it. It's actually very easy. But I would probably be better at a REIT than a ETF because I don't know what I would buy in an ETF. I would just put the long-term. Tesla's ripping, new high. Tesla, 1011. Did the premiums come up? Yeah, they went up a lot, actually. They would have been like $2 to $3 on the Tesla options from when we were talking about them when Troy was asking. They've went up some of the out the monies for next week. It was like a 30% move or 50% move. Starting for the CFA, let's go, baby. Past that. The pass rates are going back up. People weren't studying during the pandemic. Corn pop. Corn. What's the other one? Wheat. Wheat coming down. Beto is popping. Even Beto's on the high. Damn, Beto's popping big. Coin. Even Coin. Remember Coinbase? It was in the gutter. Damn, Coinbase is pretty low though here too. But their IPO price was 160, or was it 60? Issue. Oh, it was a direct listing, right? Wasn't Coinbase direct, or was it a real? Because it doesn't have public offering info. I think it was 160. And then it came out at 300. But coin is cheap. When is this? April 19th? Oh, that's tomorrow? Does anybody want to go to a Bloomberg thing in LA? I can't make it. You could just go and say you're me. There's a LA thing, just where I don't know who's going to go. Oh, shit, where did it just go? I'll tell you, yeah, just say I'm Josh Answers. Be like, you don't see my face on social media? That's crazy. They might ask for ID. Just say, I forgot it. Just look at my Instagram. That's me. Look at the thumb. And then I'll give you a glove to wear that looks like my thumb. And it'll be good to go. Works every time. Would you say you got your money's worth for the terminal? Kind of. It depends. I think it's provided value for a lot of people in here, and I think it's given us a lot of cool stuff. But it's not like I like it. I would keep it. You know, I have a 2-year contract with them, but I will probably keep it there. So it's not too bad. Was it really 30K? No, it's not 30K. It's like 30 something a year with everything, and like the base is like 24, but then it really comes out to like 30 something after all of it. You can write off the terminal, yes. There's a very big business expense. Inflation hedging coin. Again, coin, Bitcoin. I'm going to actually check Bitcoin. What time is it? It's 11:20. It's still early. Oh, we could take the quiz from last week. I forgot. Because it was Friday. We didn't take the quiz. You guys remember? So we could still take it. I forgot. Yeah, we have till today. Wait, 4:19, yeah. I don't know if you guys want to run it real quick. I'll just do it real quick. We could get through this. Let me get the SPY up here. There's coin, Twitter. We're going to keep Twitter. SPY's at VWAP. All right, let's run it. You ready, Chad? You ready? Let's get it. This leader met Vladimir Putin in Moscow on Monday. Oh, shit. Who was it? Was it Poland or France? Austria. Damn, I didn't know that. New Zealand Central Bank delivered its biggest hikes at 22, and they raised rates by, I think, 1.5. Is it 1.5 or half? New Zealand, it's either 1.5 or half. 3, 1.5. Half. There it is, baby. Good work. Elon Musk being sued by this person over alleged delay in reporting his Twitter stake. Who is it? Who's suing Elon? Chad, you guys better know this one. Is it Gary Gensler or Mark Bain? Mark Bain? Yeah, okay. Because it had to be. In March, U.S. inflation climbed to the highest annual rate since 81. U.S. City is reintroducing mask mandate. Was it Philly? Yeah. Currency dropped to a 20-year low against the dollar this week. British, was it Japanese yen? Bank apologized for its historical ties to slavery. Who? Which one has ties to slavery? Which bank? Not the yen? No, wait, which one? No, I have no idea. ABN? Yeah, I have no idea on any of these. Prime Minister of which two countries held a presser that both would soon join NATO? Is it Estonia and Moldova, or Finland and Sweden? Or Norway and Sweden? Finland? Okay, there, dude. Troy has all of them. This tax haven froze $7 billion of assets linked to Russian Abramovich, I think Jersey. According to the unsealed court, the name of WhatsApp group in which traders known as Essex Boys chatted during oil's territory was... What? What's this one? Legends XXX? Oh, that was weird. Okay, we did good, but we had delayed. Troy gave us all the answers. Top 87, top 600. We still kind of did bad. So I feel like we could have done a lot better. Still. I didn't know any. It's dated. It was from last week. So there you go. Thank you. The same questions as you getting them wrong. Oh man, it was difficult. He knew the answer. I know we were late. We took the final later. I forgot though. I saw that over the weekend. I saved it for you guys because I was gonna take it by myself, but I was like, nah. We still got till Monday. New core, new high. Crude Boys is lit. I know, like Jeopardy, there's no real way to study for Jeopardy. Like if you were ever on the show Jeopardy, like they don't give you like it's the hardest thing to study for. You just have to like study a bunch of useless stuff. It's very, very wild. Twitter, new high. Apple's popping. New core as well, but Apple's going up big. Coinbase again. SPY's climbing. Yeah, it's coming back up there. It's, in a weird way, though, we're still at the levels from this morning. We haven't gone really past 0.5% or 1/3%. We're slightly above there now, but let's see what happens with this. Again, you got an hour and a half, so still a lot of time. Again, tech is picking back up amongst other things. Financials are leading the way, but tech just got big candles there all across the board. Again, Apple, and then Nucor's up. What about Caterpillar? AMD stupid pop. Again, chip makers all day today. Yeah, AMD through the top right now. NVIDIA, again, people may start getting ready for earnings. Keep that in mind. AMD, Qualcomm. Airbnb woke up a little bit. Ambarella on the high. Yeah, Qualcomm's moving just like AMD. They're doing good. Again, Twitter with another high. SPY kind of topped out there, but see if this continues. It'll set us into a new high right now. Yeah, TSM earnings was last week. How are the oil plays? Like, where's oil at? It kind of chilled out. Wheat and corn, those are going to be done for the day. Tesla, new high. Yeah, options are moving up there too. UNG chilled out. Where did that one new core. Where's coal? Crypto, yeah, I forgot to check it. I wanted to. Thank you for the reminder. It's been going like Beto and all of them. Yeah, Bitcoin's back to 40,900. It might even make another pop. Ethereum back above 3,000. It's looking decent, man. It's looking decent. You know? Oil big Chicle, decent pop. Oh, it fell a lot, though, right there. After that was like the oil close. It's just getting volatile. S3 update on UWMC, 19%. Saying Bitcoin runs on tax day. Is today tax day? Bullard, he's coming on pretty much at close or right around close. So SPY kind of topped out there. Again, you got a lot of the moves there. A lot of things moved up, but it wasn't you didn't really get that follow through. Again, we're pretty much at the highs of this morning, and we had an hour and a half left. Pump fake, or no, just give it some time. We'll see. Or we'll just see even by the end of the day. No updates either. No other news. Again, very dry economic day. You got Biden, Blinken with Moldovan foreign minister, fed Bullard around the bell. Like 10 minutes before the bell rings, Bullard comes on. And then White House news briefing is around then too. I think they're doing it after hours now. I don't know if you guys noticed the last couple days, but it also could be because of the holidays. Again, don't forget, they're all closed, all the European countries. What a day. I hope Robinhood closes my position. I've never heard that before. But I hope they do. Crude lock and drop. Crude lock and drop it. Crude lock and drop it. No? Okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Oh, you got one more ad. Yeah, Tonal. I'm Serena Williams. You know how I get ready for the top tier competitions? I go and I train on a screen in my living room. That's how we do it.
Boycott meetings of the group of G20 finance ministers this week in Washington if Russian officials attend. A senior Treasury official tells Bloomberg Yellen will avoid some sessions but will participate in others focused on the economic fallout from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, adding Yellen doesn't want the presence of Russian officials to stop work the U.S. and its allies must do in the context of the G20 meetings. A senior official responsible for driving technological innovation at the U.S. Department of Defense has resigned, saying the Pentagon needs structural change and should behave more like SpaceX, Elon Musk's satellite company. Preston Dunlap tells Bloomberg, quote, "We're falling behind the commercial base in key areas, so we've got to catch up." Dunlap's comments come after two other senior tech officials in the U.S. Department of Defense also resigned, calling on the Pentagon to modernize its approach to technology. And relatives of children killed in the 2012 Sandy Hook massacre could have a harder time collecting from far-right radio host Alex Jones under the legal strategy being employed by the conspiracy theorist. Companies tied to Jones filed for bankruptcy, seeking special rules reserved for small business owners who have fallen on hard times. Last year, Jones and his companies were found liable in a defamation lawsuit brought by relatives of Sandy Hook victims after Jones called the shootings a hoax. And in Tampa, Florida, a federal judge overturned a U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention mask mandate on planes and trains. U.S. District Judge Catherine Kimball Mizell said the mandate, quote, exceeds the CDC's statutory authority and violates the procedures required for agency rulemaking. Global News 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
Thank you. Thank you. Commodities are ripping. They are ripping. Wait. Why did you guys start talking about Alex Jones? Hold on. I was like listening to what she was saying. I was just like getting the little news wrap. You know, I was like, okay, I was noticing the commodities on the data check. I don't know if you saw that. And then everyone was just like, Alex Jones, sell him the calcium pill. Yeah, that was just the news, though. I was like, I heard it, but I didn't process it like that. That's why I brought it up on the watch list yesterday. I wanted to throw in a little bit of the news events, but over the weekend, it was just, it was the Ukraine headlines, a lot of the Twitter stuff, and then it's just like, I don't even know why the InfoWars news is super importante. I don't know, man. It was, it's interesting. But yeah, Alex Jones is going bankrupt, or I think they're doing it to protect their assets. Because Alex Jones, I think he has a decent amount of money. Or I think I know in one of the years, he made like $100 million something, or off of just like random shit. Like, Alex Jones is, he makes money. When I was 16, I wanted to work for him. Alex Jones. Back then, though, probably, like, that's before, like, that's before you would ever get, like, censored. I think, that was probably around the time of the Sandy Hook thing. Now going bankrupt. I think they're doing bankruptcy protections. That's why if you see what he was, what they're doing, it's like it's a company of his. Don't be fooled. I mean, do you guys not remember when Johnson & Johnson moved all of their assets to a shell company and filed bankruptcy? You guys don't remember that? So it's like this. That's where I think they're highlighting the news, but I think it's like a Johnson & Johnson play. Yeah, the talc powder. Mm-hmm. He knows how to, yeah, because he's been saying crazy stuff for a minute, so. Yeah, he was like one of the, in a weird way, he was like one of the OG YouTubers, if you think about it. But a lot has changed. A lot has changed. Will Baba go green? We sold out of one of those Babas today. The China, actually, damn, Baba does this every day. Too big retail driven by consumer spending. What do you like better, Costco or Home Depot? It's tough because Costco is yet to drop the ball, right? Home Depot was looking like Costco till 2 quarters ago, or a quarter ago, and then the margin pressure and then everything else. So I would take Costco, but the problem with Costco is that if they slow down the momentum, then you're going to see the same thing that happened to Home Depot happen to Costco. But Costco, I don't think Costco is going to, it's good. I like Costco a lot out of those two. I do like Home Depot a lot too. Home Depot provides better value, but you also have worse weather in the present. But the thing is, Costco hasn't seen any bad weather. You see what I'm saying? So that's the only risk, is that if the weather changes and Costco has to deal with a storm, you're going to pay for it a lot more than Home Depot, where Home Depot, it's already kind of 30-40% through the storm already. So, but I do like Costco out of those names. Just even on a name basis, I do like Costco as a way solider name, or a name that's more solid than Home Depot. But Home Depot is very, very good. Good earnings from Snap. I want to say they're going to be good, but quite frankly, I just don't know. After the last, they sandbagged and did very good, and then now this one is like the more important one. We're going to see. We've not talked about mortgage rates too much today. We are going to be getting mortgage data tomorrow, or excuse me, a lot of real estate data is tomorrow. Only thing that came out today with mortgage rates was the Fed's economic predictions based on their survey, and the survey is saying in the next 12 months, consumers expect that mortgage rates will be 6.7%. So that's the only update. Otherwise, it's still just another historical bond route affecting mortgages, bonds, everything. The yields just keep climbing. That's part of today. I mean, the good part is that at the very least, the market didn't respond today and came back up. But, I mean, we'll see in the long run what that turns into. That means no house buying. We're going to find out. Again, I talked about it today. I think the next stage in the market is stabilization, not decline. AKA prices have been going up and up and up. I think before they start going down, the higher mortgage rates go up, it's going to start to stabilize the prices and kind of slow it down from going up at the pace it has been. And then we will see, because if consumer expectations are 6.7, that's one thing, but we're really just going to see how it plays out. Only one way to find out. Abby, don't require new homes to be bought to make money. Upgrading they can't afford. Yeah, they just need margin. That's it. The prices at Home Depot need to come up a lot more because their cost went up. So they didn't feel it early on and they were able to deal with it. But again, they were doing very, very well. But then the last earnings with the margin compression, that is what kind of got people worried. Material costs, shipping, all of that. I don't need Home Depot prices. Well, yeah, if you own the stock. If you don't, then yeah. Lumber, that was part of, that affects things too when they couldn't get it. They were still making money on stuff, but realistically, it didn't hit their earnings till a year later. So like a year after the first lumber, when it went crazy in 2021, their stock did very, very well. It wasn't until recently that things started going down because as the supply chains and shipping costs and all of that kept rising, now their margins really started to get affected. But 2021 with lumber, they killed it. They killed it all through the year, and it was just literally right here at the beginning of the year. Now the guidance and margins, all of that, now they're back to that lumber thing, but they killed it off the lumber run. If anything, that didn't really affect them. But as that situation persisted for another 12 months throughout a lot of industries, then people were disappointed. Holding last UNG till expiration, I would want to, but I wouldn't be opposed to selling it a little bit earlier. But with that being the last one, I do want to let that one, run a little bit. There, MRO. A couple are doing that. You'll notice, even ARLP is moving different than the coal plays. A couple of stocks here and there in certain commodity industries, they're switching off when they make the moves, like EXC and CCJ and all of that. NTR, when is their earnings? I do plan to hold that. Again, I have two plays. So one of them is up, and then the other one, the first one, the average down is up, but not the other one. So pretty much I could play one for earnings and then one pre-earnings. There never been HC would be at 400. Yeah, HC would be doing good, but I mean, who knows where everything else would be if there was no supply chain issues. Biggest problem with banks, they're not offering higher rates on savings accounts. Well, we're going to see. I mean, they shouldn't be making more money, but I think if anything, before you know it, the banks are going to, the big thing and where we saw growth from this earning is consumer loans. So they have a lot of money and we haven't really seen it yet, but I think the banks are going to, especially if things start slowing down, they're going to start giving out more loans. And I think that should make up for it, both for the company and for the consumer, if that makes sense. Like, I'm sure you would like it and like give it like 6 months a year if, the bank didn't raise your savings rate, but they gave you easier access to capital. Would that be something you would be interested in? I feel like I'm selling you right now. Recent movement of the 2-year, 10-year, kind of expected. Remember when we said usually it'll invert briefly and go back, but I think it's just waiting for the stock market to react. Pretty much if the stock market comes down, then the yield curve is going to invert again, and that's why we'll see after Powell's comments this week, and that could say some stuff. True City was trying to sell me one. So that's what I think is going to be happening. Their loan loss provisions, they're amping up because, again, I think they're going to take loan losses in different areas. So like I'm sure if we dug through the filings, we could find the segments that they're more worried about. But even then, loan loss provisions increasing, it could be expecting borrowers to not pay, or they could also be factoring in giving more loans, which would in turn raise your provisions for loss. Do I ever use technical analysis? Just support and resistance and volume, if that counts. Just key levels. Power hour approaches. What was that being? Fed Bullard. Yeah, Bullard can get crazy. When we're Bank of America, they said they're giving out more loans now that stimulus is done. Yeah, and that's where they expect to get growth. Bullard is St. Louis Fed. Yeah. I'm trying to see. When's Roblox's earnings? May 10th. We got some time. May 10th. Is reporting. What's their market cap now? 23 billion. Still a pretty big company. Okay, cause 23 billion, that's pretty I wouldn't want to say it's like big and small at the same time. It's still bigger than a lot of stuff. Today's slow for a Monday. It really is. It really is. But then again, tomorrow all the way till Thursday, we're about to get 2 mega cap companies reporting, even IBM, what's it called? Johnson & Johnson, all of that. It'll be interesting. You thinking Roblox earnings play? I'm actually thinking Roblox just for to average down on the other one. So I pretty much as a side to the long term. But if I was going to buy more shares, you know, it's a good price. It's a good price. Xpon Pop, cheap stock. SPY even coming down a little bit here. Expion 360. You do call. I did do calls a couple days ago. They're down 60% though. The downgrades and then the stock moving down. It got clapped with it. No pre-earnings run up, but maybe tomorrow or today if we wanted to go for a double dip on it. But again, if anything, I feel like a pre-earnings run up will just take me to break even, and then we'll go to there. We'll go from there. DD for the win. They're getting delisted, so keep that in mind. They came out with those plans today. That's why the stock was down 25% in the morning. Veru on the low. Roblo. What happened to futures? What do you mean? LMT earning. LMT kind of came down a little bit. LMT is going to be very interesting. LGVN volume. Roblo for the long term. I would either think for the long term, I think Roblox is still going to be speculative until it gets very, very cheap here for the long term, essentially. Yeah, Longeveron popping a little bit. LG Van. You like Honeywell for Fang 2.0? What category would they be? Aerospace and defense? Longeveron back above 10. Caterpillar. Intel could be an interesting one. I mean, more value play, but I've actually always liked Intel in a weird way. So not too bad. Honey makes firefighting gear. They have quantum computing exposure. The Affirm was just that they had like a rumor this morning about like a partnership with Goldman. That never materialized, did it? And then it's just holding. Damn, Affirm. I mean, again, Affirm always has cheap options, or the chain is deep, so you could go, you get whatever you want. Why are corn and wheat closed? Because they close at 2 p.m. So the futures markets, they open up earlier, but they close 2 p.m. So right now they're closed. You could trade them. Even today, I was able to put an order on for wheat on TD Ameritrade. They stopped that a couple weeks ago. So now that's back on. And 4 p.m. today, we are getting another USDA crop report for the end of the week. Housing, we got some of it, but then we're going to get a little bit more earlier. Like tomorrow, we got some of it, or later, excuse me. We're going to be getting some tomorrow. WLL earnings, I'm not going to be playing that one. It's 11:53. We are about to start Power Hour. I hope you're ready.
Long-term implications
go
for
pee.
the economy.
Follow me on Instagram.
What do
I love you.
policymakers do? Do they cut the RRR? Do they cut the medium-term lending facility? But then debt to GDP ratio is now at that, it has surged again for the first time in 2 years.
What are the ramifications, though, for the global economy? We had the World Bank, of course, cut its global forecast by something like 0.9 of a percentage point earlier today.
We know that China has been such a big part of the global growth acceleration story, right? But we have seen already earlier this month the World Bank coming out and cutting the growth forecast for East Asia and the Pacific. So for China, they're only expecting growth of around 5%, which is not bad, but it's still not the 5.5% that policymakers wanted. Now, as you mentioned, the World Bank has cut it now for the global economy, and they've specifically talked about Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and they're now mobilizing a funding package that was bigger than anything that we saw during the COVID-19 pandemic.
And we're looking at single names here. We're looking at specific countries that are trying to negotiate for more money, and as Sri Lanka in particular, as they look for $4 billion to pay back creditors here, to get essential needs. What are the kinds of conversations we might hear from them and others?
Yeah, it was really interesting because even with the World Bank coming out with the global growth forecast, they kept emphasizing the fact that low and middle income countries will have a much more difficult times with their debt crisis, that we could see more of that this year. And then, as you mentioned, you have Sri Lanka and their officials arriving in Washington this week asking for $4 billion this year. But what they need to present is this sustainable debt program, right? The minimum requirement for any sort of aid. And you can see right there that the default risk is at near record highs at a time, of course, when you continue to see these calls for the entire government to resign.
All right, a lot going on in emerging markets. Down once again on the day. Sherry on, you can catch her every day as co-anchor of Bloomberg Daybreak Asia. Meanwhile, back here in the United States, we are counting.
Thank you. Equity markets rebound, look past energy spike and Fed speak. Equities shaking off earlier losses, bouncing back into the green on light post-holiday volumes. Traders note some machine-driven buying that's wielding more clout with most European markets closed on Monday. Rally is a fragile one with natural gas futures at the highest since 2008, stoking inflation fears, and a bevy of Fed speakers likely driving home for a potential 50 basis point rate hike at Fed's next meeting May 4th. Oh, it's May 4th? Damn, so it's in 2 weeks. And then the blackout period's on Friday. Shit. That's crazy. Got the money to help with inflation. Ooh. Happy Monday. Feel good to be Mondayed up? Feel good to be back. My explanation today. Well, it's cool because I'm going to be able to, the watch list is going to be super simple today. I'm just going to explain it very simply. The market today was just the big money pulling the rug. So it's going to be like a 30-second watch list because it's very simple today for how we could explain it. It was just big money pulling the rug. So, that's the best way to describe today, I would say. Just any other news you hear, just noise. The blackout period is where they are not allowed to, what's it called? They're not allowed, the Fed is not allowed to speak. So it means you're not going to really hear much from them. There might be a couple Fed speakers, but I think with like certain updates and questions, that's it. Up until the Fed meeting, there will be no guidance or anything like that. Fed can't talk. Yeah. My trip this weekend, I didn't really trip. I just had a lot of people come in for town. Again, a lot of family and other people. So right off the bat, just dealing with, I dealt with a lot of guests, more or less. So got to do that. I got to eat a lot, ate a lot of dinner. We got to go walk on the beach with moms, do our thing. It's very good. It was not my birthday, but it was the resurrection. It's just very, very good. It was cool. I saw a lot of activity for Easter. I feel like a lot of people were out and about. Yeah, Liberty Station, of course. It's very, very good. Very, very good. It was chill though. It was weird having an extra day. That's it. But it was nice. I got to sleep in. I got time to I had time to go poop and all of that. It was good. That was you on the beach? Maybe. It depends when you were there. Is that a lot of beach time? You live downtown? No, I have a house there, but I was living there full time before COVID. But then after COVID, downtown was just too nasty for me. I didn't like living in a building. Then you go outside and it was just weird and quiet. And then I know no more downtown for me. But I have a place there. I Airbnb. I have a couple. I have an Airbnb and another one that is about to go live. Sitting there, wind and sea. Oh, bro, it's good. Wind and sea is dope. How's girlfriend doing? She's good. I'm probably exhausted from dealing with people over the weekend, but good. Gas lamp area. It's nice, depending on how much you go. It depends if you want to just go out or not. Do the San Diego houses manufactured by the beaches? I don't know. They have those in LA too. I've never really tried them. If they allow you to rent, you could rent anything right now. I'm telling you, you could rent anything. And then if you also AMRX biotech approval, AMRX FDA approves Almacis, Bevacizumab. What is this? It's proud to announce. I think it's them. Yeah, they're popping off of that now. So I had a little sell-off, and now it's going up. FDA approval for AMRX. I have no idea what this is. Third bevacizumab. Almacis was developed. MX Ab Science, a global biotech. Experience a vascular endothelial growth factor inhibitor used in oncology. That's it. Vero, I think is just going to move with all the hype names. Twitter's still going right now, but I think as any of those other names move, that'll be it. It's old news. Oh, it just came through. It could be reacting. I don't know. Twitter's rocketing up right now. Two candles here towards the high. cancels. Tips, dollar test, long run descending triangle. Market convexity sales are evident, though slowing. Energy and tech, opposite momentum. That was earlier in the day. AMRX is moving now. Did AMRX get halted, or is it just holding there? Downtown was creepy. It was. And then I remember one morning, I was inspired. There was someone in the chat, and they were like, go on a run in the morning. And I was like, I'll try it. I've never done that. I woke up at like 4:30, 5 a.m., and this was during COVID, bro, and I went out to run around downtown, just like run around the block a little bit, and I hit one corridor of just piss. It was just one corridor of piss. And it was just disgusting. And I had my mask on. I was running with the mask on. I was still very scared at that moment. And then I'm running through this, like, and bro, I like threw up in my mouth because like it just wouldn't go away. MRX, AMRX again. But ever since then, it was bad. Like downtown, and then it was just creepy. No one there. You just felt like it was just creepy. Doing that a couple months ago. Maybe I should go for runs. It's hard, bro. It's hard. Anything waking up early in the morning and like running, dude, I like can't do that. Just not built for that. Beach was nice. All the birds and wildlife. It's been beautiful the last couple days. It was like a very nice weekend. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Twitter is moving very good. It's up there in the top right. We were getting 2 candles there at the top on the high, and then it just kept moving. What time is it? 12:05. It's still kind of early. I mean, we still got a lot of time left. If you think about it. Slow bleed till it continues. Now, you can make another bounce here. I think oil, tech, how they work, or if you get another run up there through financials. If financials could tick up, that could pick up the market. And then if tech continues, even consumer staples would be great right now. But they're down, and that's more safe haven. And then we'll see. Am I stupid for adding the DraftKings at every dip because I love the company? Honestly, if it's within your budget and it's not taking away and you're not like FOMOing into any other stuff, you know what I'm saying? Or you're not like making that investment constantly and then you're like, oh, it's messing with my ability to execute. Pretty much as long as it's not disrupting your ability to execute elsewhere with your financial plan, I don't think it is I don't think it's going to be you're stupid for doing that. Again, make it fit within the plan, make sure it doesn't disrupt anything else you want to do, then there's nothing wrong with that. As long I don't even think it has to do with love or emotion. I'm just saying, will it disrupt your other decisions? Will it disrupt your long-term and how you're going to act on that? Or are you pretty much able to still execute every single plan while still being able to buy this dip on something that has not been performing for you? That was weird. Most like stock under 20. Probably, I think the only one at this point would be DraftKings or maybe Redfin. DraftKings or Redfin. Maybe if you got $10 more in the budget, 15. Uber. Those are all cheaper priced ones that I'm interested in now. Palantir. I don't know. I like Palantir after that little sale we had there, or when Sean sold us on it. I kind of liked it. I'm glad. I have 100 shares. I don't know if I'd want to throw that in my what's it called? I don't know if I want to throw that in the long term per se, but I mean I like the $10 price I have. I made it free a long time ago. I'm chill. But I did like what he said. I really liked his view in it. I mean, he seemed not really caught up in the hype. So, I mean, it all seemed good. Are they still any bank plays? Nah, I still got those old Wells Fargo. We'll see if they come back. That JP Morgan, the small $60 one from last week. Let's see. They went up a little bit, but they're still down. That's why I think if we get a good digestion, no hangover this week, the banks will really be able to do their thing. First comment from the UK, baby. Thanks, Josh and Chad. Appreciate the energy. I'm new, but glad to be here. Let's go, baby. And if you're new, get that long term. Get that long term. Trust me. Trust me. And get ready for earnings, too, because if you don't want to just wait for the long term, earnings season it's risky. But before and after these companies report, there's going to be a lot of opportunities. If you haven't picked up on any of the chat here today, I don't know when you got in here, but I will tell you right off the bat, balancing your budget and making sure, you have that risk management, how much you're depositing into trades and then stocks, option trades and stocks, having that balance and then having that balance right here, right now, as we're entering a key meeting, then we're good to go, man. We are good to go. You got an off-market home for me? You know I love off-market homes, man. Tradingforternity@gmail.com. Email me the address. Let me know how much they want. Say what's up. You know what I'm saying? Just let me know what's going on, baby. Let me know what's going on. New dishwasher has the power cord sold separately. Dang, they taking the Apple model. SPY's coming down a little bit at VWAP right now. Let's see how it plays out. Should hardwire that dishwasher. Only gone after work. 8 p.m. long term is where it's. Let's go, baby. They know how to do it in Europe, it seems like. Y'all know how to do everything except secure your damn energy. But, you know what I'm saying? Otherwise, I like how the Europeans do it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got class. Y'all in the game. Y'all got the long term. That's it. Y'all just ain't secure the LNG. But besides that, I like it. I like the UK, man. Let's go. Let's get it popping, baby. He's like, did you just compliment me and diss my country's energy security at the same time? That's crazy. Josh, do I like turtles? That's a first comment from Marshall this morning. Yeah, I like turtles, man. I saw a video the other day on TikTok of a turtle attacking a shoe, and it brought a lot of joy to my life. I don't know why. Maybe, and it made me think about God for a little bit, because I'm like, God is so great. He creates all these things and how life and nature is so funny. But, it was a turtle attacking a shoe. Did anybody see that video? It was crazy. It was just like an empty shoe, and the turtle would just, put his head in the shell and then stick it out and then run into it. Tortuga. Yeah, but other than that, I mean, I have no bad experiences with turtles. I've never had a traumatizing experience. Turtles have never gone against me. If anything, I like what they stand for about winning the race and going slow. Honestly, I'm a big fan of what they represent. But other than that, just great experiences with turtles and tortugas alike. And that's it. I like it. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. Tortuga. Mutant Ninja. Oh, yes. That was one of my favorite shows as a child. Big fan. Big fan. Do you support paper straws? No. Or I do, actually. I support a corporate jet ban. That's it. That's all I believe in. If you ban corporate jets or raise the prices of corporate fuel for corporate jets by 400% to 1,000%, I support that. But I don't. The turtles and the straws have zero impact. That's it. That's what it's. I think it's a fact. Honestly, if you would have a better chance of saving the turtles with, again, hold on. Low ticker just spazzed a little bit and I saw 2 candles. But realistically, that low ticker spazzing caught my eye. Hold on. I think we're good. But you definitely had something just... South Africa floods require massive relief. I didn't say F them turtles. No, I said F that corporate jets, and that the real environmental effect would be through banning corporate jets and their pollution and other ways, but not the straws. The straws are just a way to have a small portion feel like they're doing something. It's a scam. Why it went up? I don't know. I mean, I don't know why the market went down right there. Big money's pulling the rug again. Very simple. We knew this. End of the day sell-off, too much time. There's enough. I mean, we'll see. It's not that big, though. It sucks because it started up here, so you got to kind of connect it, but we'll see what happens. UNH, analyst override. Bro, UNH got like 4 price target upgrades today. All off the morning. So I'm surprised they're not even down. They got that's the 4th price target increase. You missed it. No, I think that might have been another one. Pentagon has no confirmation that Russia hit Western aid in Ukraine. John Kirby briefs at Pentagon. Sherman to lead U.S.-EU talks on China, Indo-Pacific this week. Yeah, it could be Kirby's comments. I don't know. Or it could just be natural just movement right here. If you guys would like to listen to some Kirby. Too much rug pull.
Has any U.S. aid not gotten to where it's supposed to go? And secondly, could we get an update on Russia's military capability?
How did this guy get in here? He sounds 15.
That second one's a big one, Mike. So on the first one, just to remind, what we're doing...
So fresh, every day. 400 on the UNG, baby. Or not. Amen. Amen.
Into Ukrainian hands, getting it into Ukraine using ground methods. And that's as far as I'm going to go in terms of the details on that. And we're confident that that material continues to get into Ukraine. Once it gets into Ukrainian hands, it's up to the Ukrainian armed forces to decide where it goes, what unit gets it, when, where it's stored, if it's stored at all temporarily. That is up to the Ukrainians to decide, not the United States. We're not putting strings on this stuff.
Yeah, he started it out with that. He started out by saying that they, what's it called? They're worried about Ukraine or the Western aid being hit by Russia.
And then the Ukrainians use it in the field. As for Russian military capability, that's a very big question, so I'll do the best I can. I mean, we still assess that in general they have the vast majority of their assembled combat power available to them. From what they assembled over the course of the fall and in the early winter months or weeks, they still have a lot of that amassed combat power available to them. They have suffered losses. They have suffered casualties. They have lost platforms and systems, whether it's aircraft or tanks or armored personnel carriers. You've seen the video yourself. You've seen these destroyed Russian platforms on the side of the road, but they still have quite a bit of capability left to them. Now they are concentrating that capability in a smaller geographic area, in the Donbass specifically, but also in the south. And so they are trying, as I answered earlier, they are trying to overcome some of their logistics and sustainment, their interior lines of communication problems, if you will. They won't have as far to go in the Donbass to reinforce, resupply, refuel their forces in the Donbass, because they have a long border with that part of Ukraine. And they are certainly adding combat capability in that part of Ukraine. It is a smaller, again, piece of ground than what they have been trying to operate in over the last 3 to 4 weeks, along 3 major lines of access across the entire eastern half of the country. Now they've concentrated it, and they still have a lot of combat power to use there. It's also, as I said earlier, terrain they're comfortable with. They've been fighting over this, over the Donbass area now for 8 years. So their commanders, their troops, there's a familiarity with the cities and the towns and the terrain that they didn't necessarily have when they were trying to come at Kyiv from the north and Chernihiv from the north, and then up, from Crimea into the south. So we would expect that they're going to try again through their own familiarity with the terrain and the mistakes they made. They're going to try to overcome that. Okay.
Has there been any change, any big fluctuation within the last week or so, or last short period of time? I know that a senior defense official has put the estimation around 80% to 85% in the past couple of weeks. Is that around the same now?
You mean of the amount of combat power they still have available?
Yeah.
Look, I don't want to get into percentages and specific data here on their combat power from the podium. I would just say that we still believe they have the vast majority of their combat power available to them, even with the losses. They had taken time, months, to assemble combined arms capability outside of Ukraine: aviation, armor, artillery, infantry, special operations, airborne. They assembled a lot, and they still have a majority of that available to them, even with the losses that they've sustained in the last few weeks. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just following up on what Ms. Brest was getting at. Could you update us a little bit, if you have any visibility into the mix of troops available? How many are they calling on special forces that they used in Syria? Are they calling up new recruits? What the mix is there in terms of?
Yeah, we don't have a perfect we don't have a perfect sense of their manpower. We know that they have tried to recruit foreign fighters out of Syria. They claim they were going to get 16,000. We don't have a number to tell you that they got that many, but we know that they have actively tried to recruit foreign fighters out of Syria. We know we've seen indications that they have tried to reinforce their troop levels from other parts of Russia, as well as countries outside of Russia and outside of Ukraine. We know that they are refitting and resupplying and trying to put back into the fight some battalion tactical groups that were in the north, that they have evacuated now or retreated out of Ukraine into Belarus and into Russia. We still believe that there's a not insignificant number of battalion tactical groups that they're trying to refit to come back in. And we know that just in the last few days, they have added to their battalion tactical groups in the east and in the south. Again, we don't know exactly where all these units are or when they were reintroduced, but we know they have added to their force levels.
He always sounds convincing, man.
Just one other.
Like, honestly, if I just muted this and we looked at him, like, look at him. You're telling me he doesn't work hard? I feel like they have everything under control just by looking at Kirby. I know maybe I just judge too much, or I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm not judging enough, and I'm not but I feel like he just is an image of like, this is in full control. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Like, I feel like if he just walked out for anything and he was like, yeah, we have this under control. Oh, no. Like, look, he's like, and he looked, I'm like, he's talking with his eyes. Look, he has it under control. He's like, come on, look, we got this. We understand. Yeah, he just does not look concerned. Yeah, like, bro has talked about the wildest stuff, and he always just looks, he's just fine, you know, it's just fine. It's good. We got this. That Kirby confidence. Amen. Oh, man, I love it. But honestly, the back and forth, again, any of the news, it's always good to hear these for a little bit. I drank too many of that. I think it's that green tea juice. I just keep having to pee today. So I've just been on that, and I just put it on, and then sometimes it gets interesting, and I listen. But honestly, shout out to Chad. Thank you guys for being generally respectful. I feel like you guys have improved greatly. So just very, very good to see. You know what I'm saying? Very, very good to see. We love it. Hydrated. Ready to go. No, it's like these... It's like a Suja energy tea. It's like a raspberry lemonade thing. But like I did this last time. Last time I drank it, just kept making me pee. And it doesn't even like crack you out like a Red Bull. It's weird. But you'll see Tyson, chicken on the low. Again, we saw PPC with the candle earlier, but then again, news. Low ticker is picking up. There's more than just Tyson, but a lot of things are actually kind of selling off there. You say, I think I saw VZ on there too. VZ's already at the bottom. A couple of things are moving, though, right now. Alliance Bernstein. Everything is red again. So remember, today, even on the upside, remember, this bounce felt huge, but we never went up more than 0.4 or anything like that. Is it bank slipping? It could be. They're all kind of giving up a little bit. Remember, that's where we got some strength or, again, energy. That was the big momentum here today. I don't think the Goldman red is that big, but it is slipping. Bull trap is all it was. It's simple. We don't need to talk about it. It was big money rug pull. Okay? BMRP. Simple. Big money rug pull. That's it. No more questions. Y'all already know the answer. Stop the defensiveness. Right now. Stop it. Okay? That's it. BRRP. BMRP. It's Brimp. The classic. It's classic. Come on. But I feel, though, I hope you guys know that regardless of any jokes, I have multiple personalities. So like there is a personality of me that deep down is with you on that. But I unfortunately or fortunately, the other personalities balance it out. So just keep that up. SPY's not crashing, but it is giving up. It's pretty much giving up that monster bounce. So it's like we weren't ripping to the moon, therefore we weren't crashing. The market went up a little bit earlier, and now we're giving it right back. So depending on how you viewed this run up is probably how you're going to view this downturn. But we're staying within a nice 1/3 of a percentage point up or down, either way, all day today. Nepal and the peach. Nepal, you got me fake calling out weed today, man. You know that? I legitimately thought you had a 420 strike on some marijuana ETF, man. But I love you, and God bless you, and thank you for the peach, my friend. But you got me on that today. That was like a mid-fury a little bit, bro. I for real was there. And then I'm going to just let you post that there because I just want everybody to realize, or I want you to realize you're just a grown man using your freedom of speech to type that. You know what I'm saying? I just want you to think about like, that's cool. Maybe you were trying to post a classified or something, but I don't know, man. But it's that's just, it's cool, man. It don't offend me. It should offend you. That's come on. That should offend your future self and how you making yourself look, bro. Come on. Why? But again, if you were trying to post a classified, you had the wrong box, my friend. You had the wrong box. Muhammad. Oh, man. That's Trump on the low, not Trump. And then Cown, not cow. So many tricky symbols today. Man, it's slowed down a little bit, though. At least the low tickers, not too active. I would watch banks. Again, tech's been in the middle. Don't forget IBM, Johnson & Johnson, Netflix. These are all earnings in the next few days. Are you guys prepared for all of those? For real, I would do that right now if you wanted to. So remember, we talked about those Teslas a couple of times. So I don't know if you want the Tesla. Maybe some of you want to play IBM and all of that. Pretty much, if you want to play a play for tomorrow morning, let's see. Before market, you have Johnson & Johnson, Halliburton, Hasbro, Silvergate, Lockheed Martin, Signature Bank, Travelers, and that's pretty much it. BMI, and then after hours tomorrow, you have Netflix, IBM. So IBM, you could play for the morning and for the run-up throughout the day. LRN, if you're into that. Omnicon Group, OMC, that's it. Nothing tomorrow besides Netflix. And then Wednesday morning, so you could play these, Procter & Gamble, Abbott, MTB Bank. Remember, they just got clapped and had that block trade the other day. And then RCI. And that's for the next, like, Monday through Wednesday. But remember, if you want to play plays for tomorrow or anything, just keep that in mind. But I would focus on the earnings plays. So if we're, like, think about it, like, wake up. That was like a wake you up type vibe. Don't get lost in the sauce right now. Do you guys realize what's happening? The market's not going up. The market's not going down. Stop being so dramatic. This is literally earnings season. Tell me you don't remember this. Come on. This is why you sit here every day. So especially if you got some chat experience, don't act like you haven't seen the market do all of this dancing to only stay in the same place, and it's always in earnings. You see what I'm saying? So just focus. Or the big money rug pull, dude. Get a little bit of heads put short, dude, because the big money rug pull coming on the way, dude. You got to just describe everything in the market right now, dude. Big money rug pull all day. Totally. But still. Nah, but seriously. I need you to see it so that all you do is focus on the earnings plays that you want right now, okay? So just think, if you want to play Netflix, I would focus on that. If you want those Teslas, if you want the United, if you want the pre-earnings plays, or you're going to play the post-earnings tomorrow, keep that in mind. Keep your budget in line. Or otherwise, when the market's going up or down, all you got to do is just find the place for earnings. And right now, too, you know, there's just this side of energy and commodities because of what's going on. So I think that's the best way, but just don't get too dramatic about the market right now, and hopefully you guys could see it because it feels like earnings, honestly. You could call it whatever you want, but it does feel like earnings, and just keep that in mind. So get ready for a couple more days like this, if anything. Perp skirp, dude. Totally. More fibs, dude. Oh, dude, everybody got a little fibs, dude. You could fib on a daily, dude. Like, you don't even need me to fib with you, dude. They don't feel me, dude. Good vibes, dude. Good vibes. So let's go. What was for Easter dinner? We just ate. We actually ate out. I got my mom to eat out. We were just walking, and then the restaurant, a wild restaurant appeared, and I somehow got her to do it. But it was, you know, we had to go inside. Hold on, the spy's dropping. It's a good story, I'll tell you. But spy, we're right at that level from earlier, right at the gap down level. But hold on, big money rug pull, dude. Big money rug pull. Oh. How much time? 30 minutes? 30 minutes right towards the lows of the days. Not at the lowest. We'll see what happens. Volume's picking up. I have not checked volume once today. Oh, volume's super low, dude. Dude, so low, dude. Oh, dude, it's like little money rug pull, dude. Because, like, dude, it's like half the volume. Dude, it's like the lowest day of the year, dude. It's like 12:30, dude. Are you serious, dude? Easter, dude. The Europeans, dude. They're still celebrating, dude. So it's gone. It's totally like, dude, little money today, dude. Nothing at all, dude. Earnings. No, but for real, it's only 40 million. And it's post-option expiry, too. But, no, that's only 40 million. That's actually not that big. That's like one of the lowest of the year, actually. So again, I think that European influence is probably factored in. Makes sense why we didn't move so much today, or at all. There's Apple, Tesla. Bank of America is holding up good. Roblo, Airbnb. Facebook's holding up decent. So is Netflix. Tech's actually not doing too bad. I think these are the other industries right now. 30 minutes left. Volume is very, very low here on the day. Europe will be open and we'll actually get more earnings tomorrow. So let's see what happens next, okay? Who I got for NBA? I don't know. I just wanted LaMelo to win a championship. I know I was aiming big, but now that that's over, I don't know. Is LeBron even in there? It'd be cool if the Cavaliers won. That'd be good for them. But, yeah, I haven't been too much into it. Are these NUEs coming down? Caterpillars coming down? Who else? There's NTR and Mosaic. Those are all up. So even a lot of this stuff holding is coming down now. We need Amazon. MasterCard, they got clapped from the morning. Did China come back down? No. Then EWJ. This play, too, I don't know if you guys want to take it or not. It's up 100%. But, like, it's May. And I'm worried about May because you got to realize if you get one bounce on anything put-related, we've been going down for a lot of consecutive days, low-key, on some of these. So it could really just, like, launch back up. So that's why I'm worried about May. But this is, like, right at the breaking point. And BOJ warned today a little bit. It's a very interesting price. Oh, we're in the money on that. I guess that's the better part of it. You're in the money, so not too bad. Bank play. No bank plays, but I might want to put one on. I did do a MasterCard, but like I was saying today, Morgan Stanley, or like I said on the watch list, that was one I wanted this morning, but they already rocketed up. I could double check on some of these, but I'm hoping, like if tomorrow, if the banks slip early in the morning, that could be a good pickup. Supposed to have surgery and they call saying you need to pay $7,000 out of pocket. $7,000. What's the surgery for? Sometimes you could call another doctor and you should just ask them for a cash price and somebody might quote you cheaper. So they're probably giving you that price because of the insurance. But it depends on what surgery it is. None of this is medical advice either. I'm not a medical professional or financial advisor. My nose is completely shattered. But what's the surgery that you're getting? Like, what's it called? And like, even then, are you okay? But I would explore options outside of insurance. You'd be surprised. SPY's about to hit the lows right now. Yeah, you're going down. Let's see. It's about to hit the lows. But again, tech isn't at the lows from today. I think this is some of the energy, and then a lot of the names like materials, anything that was up today, they're starting to kind of come down here. So I think everything is just starting to get dragged now after that tech. And then Walmart, that's probably consumer staples. Yeah, consumer, dude, the defensives are selling off. And then healthcare, even after good UNH, that's going up. That's going down right there. And then industrials, but then like consumer discretionary and even tech isn't that bad. And then energy and finance, very weird. Your safe havens are kind of selling off right now. Like tech is up, but it's not up enough, or it's like slightly down in some areas. But right now, this is like your Walmarts and any of the safe havens, the Abbey's, all of that. That's starting to fade right now. Like HD's hitting the low right now too. That's big. Very interesting. Dow is pretty much matched up with tech. Big money rug pull, dude. TLT's been down a lot today. 120, bro. This is wild, actually. That's it, man. 120. The next level is like 118, 119, or 115, but this is already bad. That's why it's if Powell lights the fuse on Thursday, it's there it is. Netflix. Some people said it looks like downloads might lead to 4 million signups. Guidance is 2 million. SPY's hitting a low, but like Coca-Cola, HD, again, those defensive stocks, those are the ones going down right now. Where they rotating their money. It looks like cash. I mean, dollars up 0.5%. Bonds are down. Stocks are down. But again, too, just don't forget earnings as well. This isn't that big of a move, and half of the world is closed right now. Europe, Australia, again, they're all celebrating still. So the volume is very, very low today. But at the very least, it looks like America alone for the most part, and then with a hint of bad China news, people are just going into the dollar today. But it's a portion of the market volume that we've seen all year. So that, if anything stuck out today, it's the volume is literally, it's the lowest on the year. So we're going to see. And then, yeah, factoring in earnings, I mean, going into the dollar a little bit ahead of these earnings, I mean, I'm in the same exact category where I'm willing to hold some cash up until these companies report. The random play, I have no idea what it is. Who is this? EEFT. And then that's it. EEFT. And then peace in the Middle East. EEFT. EEFT. I got it. I went a little bit further out the money to make sure I could get filled at $1. They were all like $4 a contract. SPY's coming down. Lowe's is on the low. Costco selling off again. Ater. In the Ater. Higher PPI means higher CPI. I would agree with you. Bro, all the data is mangled, though. I don't even care. Stop calling it CPI. Prices are going to go through the roof. That's it. That's all. And it's eventually going to affect companies and earnings, or it's not, and we're going to see how the Fed policy is. But I can't even... There's no point of trying to explain inflation anymore. It's just prices are going to go higher. That's the best way to describe it. You can't describe it with one word or anything. Just prices will be going higher. You could try to wiggle your way out of that, but just prices are going to go higher for various input costs all across the board. What time? 12:41. 20 minutes left. Twitter pop. Yeah, coming back up there a little bit. Again, value names are the ones selling off here. Safeties, defensives are the ones going down. Little bounce, though. This is literally the low of the day right before it all. So we'll see what happens. Mm. 12:41. Ater's on the high again, and then Twitter had that pop. Tech is holding up here. Again, keep in mind the earnings. We already went over them if you're going to play any of them. Again, IBM, and who else is in the morning? In the Ayer. It's already Tuesday, man. No, IBM's after hour. Johnson & Johnson and Halliburton and Hasbro and Lockheed in the morning tomorrow. People want to say they're anticipating a new offer. Yeah, the tender offer. He's not going to do. He's going to do it on 420. Why wouldn't he? It's Monday. I know, but today's, bro, you have 20 minutes left. That's it. And then we're back. You know what I'm saying? I feel, man, that's good. Oh, I'm picking up what you're putting. That's it. It's already Monday. That's it. It's Tuesday now. We're already on Tuesday. The new offer will be $69,420. I wouldn't be surprised by that. If he did that and then offered on April 20th. There it is. It's already up, 7%. We talked about the shares. I think the best case scenario, hopefully premium dies eventually and we get into it later and get it right last second, but you could go with both ways. Tesla reports on 420. I thought their report is on Thursday. Are they Wednesday? Are they? Are they Wednesday? Oh, Thursday is AAL? Wednesday. Holy shit, they are 420. Oh, man. I'm sure Elon loves it. How DVR works, direction 3 times. I'm assuming it's a 3-time levered ETF. So I would look into what they're holding and how they try to accomplish that. But it's pretty much saying you'll get 3 times leverage reverse of the real estate. So if real estate goes down, that stock should go up at a rate equivalent to 3 times the amount of the real estate assets going down. So you just got to see what exactly they're holding and then read their prospectus, or you could just read quickly on it to get an idea of how it works. But each one of them is different, but in general, like 3 times leveraged shares, that's how they kind of operate. That Ater's still going. Ater's actually moving up a lot. And then Val on the low. Valaris Limited. They're down 1%, but kind of printing. You're in a 3-time short on real estate. They've been the defensive name, so if we do see a defensive value sell-off, that could happen, or anything policy related, or again, depending on how it plays out with rates. But real estate has been one of the killers so far. But I could see that play depending on the time frame. Favorite tickers, Amor Fati. Oh man, those ones are killer. Amor Fati, you guys play those, go long on them. That's a recommendation. I agree 1,000,000%. 100% approve. 5 minutes till 10-minute rigged. Get ready. Who's shorting real estate? Someone in the chat, but it's not what you think it is. If you're getting just go look at what your short ETF holds, because it could be a good trade. Shorting some of the home builders the home builders already benefited from the prices going up. So, they've been downgraded and haven't had too good of earnings. So, sometimes you could get good exposure. Again, how rates and other things play it out, that could be part of it. So it's not like as crazy of a trade. It's not like shorting the price of single family real estate, essentially. SPY's coming back down here. 4 minutes till 10-minute rigged. The UNG is up 500. Yeah, it's doing good. So we still got one more left. We took out at like 300 to 500% or 450. But yeah, it's holding up very well. It's a good one. It was the biggest move since '08. Again, and we got it with good time. We got very deep in the money on it. Again, or at least at one point it was like $3 in the money. So it was a good play. Short CarMax were they the ones who had bad earnings the other day? Man, new core. I mean, we Mosaic. They're still holding up good though, but they're giving up again. A lot of them are. Seeing Tyson undergoing racial audits. Interesting. Meta Group opposes re-election of 2 board members. That was Carvana. What's Carvana's ticker? Carvana? CVNA. Kivna. Thank you. Yeah, maybe you could go after car. I mean, used car prices are going down. We're seeing some level of demand destruction, but it really just depends. So SPY, I mean, watch here. We got 10-minute rig coming up. You are at the low. Again, like we said earlier in the day, if the more you butter from 436, the uglier it looks. We hesitated, so, I mean, we're going to see what happens here. Earnings plays. I have a Netflix. I have a Facebook. Then I have a lot of commodities. I think I'm going to probably do more post earnings and pre earnings. I did get a MasterCard pre earnings, and we're going to see. I don't know. Travel. I'm just going to play travel follow ups. Tesla. I'm considering it because the plays are cheap, but I don't know actually. Tesla. I'm gonna double check one more time. That one could be a pre earnings because they report on Wednesday. And that's about it for now. Yeah, the Teslas are like right in the middle. They've decayed heavy over the last couple days, even the calls, even though Tesla's done pretty well. Casa, no, I saw that moving up earlier. It was on the high ticker. It's still on the high ticker, actually, right there. Don't know anything about it. Casa Systems, it's up 80%, hitting the high right now. SPY 435.70, 10-minute rigged. Let's see, Conoco earnings pre-market. That one's going to be good. Oil. Unless the oil companies pull the bank earnings. Premium down 15. They're still up from the bottom there of today, but over the last like 14 days, Tesla premium on the call side for anything with May, absolutely wrecked. So, well, that's the one I wanted to look. There's April. Let me check the April 29th. Yeah, so they're moving. They're willing to move. And the premiums are down, but it does have to, it just all depends on the earnings. So we'll see. SPY, a little bit of a cheek lay, but you got volume coming in. Again, that 10-minute rigged wasn't too bad. Maybe we bounce from it. You need me to come with big energy tomorrow? All right, well, we're going to have a good gym sesh, and then we'll make sure we get some good sleep. But I'm excited. I mean, we got Netflix earnings, so it'll be good. Hopefully the voice doesn't get clapped, but it's going to be good. I've planned for energy, a lot of energy. As much energy as we could handle for, God willing, however long. We just got to, we in the game, baby. That's it. We just got to be in the game. Just flip the switch. No biggie, baby. Bro, they don't feel you. They don't feel you. Mm-hmm. No, I played. Netflix was last week, and then it got double downgraded. They're down 60%. I threw in like, I think 200 or 300 bucks to try to get the pre-earnings run up, but I was early on it. We talked about being early. It got clapped. So we're going to see coming into tomorrow how it plays out, again, the market and everything else. But that one, not looking too hot. Same thing with the Facebook I did too. Facebook has a lot more time. I might double dip on that one. We have a little bit more time, but that's pretty much everything else. Nigel may make an appearance, actually. I mean, depends on the energy we have. We'll see. We'll see how I don't know if it'll be a massacre, but Nigel may be able to be there. I think it might be a good Nigel day. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Heard anything about the rails being ordered to stop shipping wheat and fertilizer? I've not. Last day to contribute to 2021 IRA, I believe so. Tax day. Nigel. Trying to bring Nigel, I'm going to tell you that's a diss now. Nigel. Nigel's a good guy. More expensive these days? I don't know. We'll see. I haven't, again, he's been kind of devastated from the last massacre with Earth. Like, a lot of things got, Nigel just, he watched a lot of animals in the kingdom get picked apart. Even if they fed, they all ended up throwing up. It was a wild, honestly, that was kind of his like pandemic in a weird way. So I don't know what he's been going through. I don't know if he has a stimulus check or not, or like what, but like, it was bad, bro. You saw like earnings from Facebook. That was just, bro, you just saw them get mutilated. Like Airbnb like was eating like a madman and then just somehow winded up just in the ER, like, so, there was a lot, but I don't know how he feels. I haven't talked to him since. I've not spoken to him since. He has been kind of off the grid with it. So, but it seems like, I don't know. I think things will be good. It's not, S&P, the kingdom looks good. Everything looks fine in the animal kingdom. The watering hole's not too bad. So I'm sure, he's one to love the game. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. I'll definitely hit him up tonight. Try to get him booked. IMUX. What's IMUX? Very fun to say. IMUX. Munich. So much carnage. A lot of carnage. I know. We'll see what he says. Tesla calls coming in hot. I mean, the premium's pretty much like near the lows of the day. I think it's just a big risk if you want to take it or not. I mean, 2 days for the pre-earnings run up. It might hit. It might hit, man. It might hit. All depends. Energy prediction, it just depends if Brent gets above 120 or not. Otherwise, it's going to be interesting. I think it could still find a way to slow down, but a lot's going to, like right now, we opened up the week. Don't forget this for energy. You opened up the week with two things. China trying to reopen, but then backed up ships in China, and then Libya falling off. Burry tweet and S&P rocketing up there. 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left. What did Burry tweet? Will this work? I don't know. In the money or out the money? He tweeted a poem or something. All of these guys are so cryptic. Bullard should be coming on, actually. And that actually could be moving because of Bullard, now that I think about it. But I don't see any headlines, but it could be there. Hey, so on watch getting sweeps. I was going to check. Oh, man, the time. Oh, that was a loud one. Sorry. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal, the trading fraternity terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time. And then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 74 degrees and sunny. Looking like a beautiful day out there to enjoy the weekend. Maybe get a light sweater there just in case there's some wind, but looking good even if the S&P is fairly neutral on the day. So hopefully you enjoy that. We are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful weekend or evening. Go, 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 go. Let's go, baby. Monday in the books. 7 hours is actually not over just yet. You had a lot to deal with. One of the lowest volume days ever. Bad China data there in the morning. You got issues with oil back and forth. Commodities and energy ripped. Bank stocks ended up doing good and leading the way. Tech stocks not that bad. Safety sold off. You got earnings tomorrow morning, and then you got earnings for the rest of the week. 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Bring it home. Less than 1 minute left. Ladies and gentlemen, what are you going to do, though? You got the recap. You're pretty much closing fairly neutral. Again, commodities going crazy. Oil went crazy, or even the rates went crazy, but it didn't bring everything down. People are waiting on earnings. You got the Fed on Thursday. What are you going to do? Close it out. Close it out. 20 seconds left. Less. You have less than that. Oh, my gosh. 15. Oh, my gosh. It's happening fast. Yeah, I took a water break. It's okay. Bring it home, baby. Bring it home. Less than 5 seconds. Speak now or forever hold your peace. 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, there you go, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, there's the day. That's the 7 hours in the books. Come on. How do you feel now? How do you feel right now? Hold on. Hold on. I need a GG in the chat. Everybody. Oh, no. Give me the GG. Where is it? Where is it? Give me the GG. Oh, give me the GG. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, there it is. There it is, baby. GG. I need the GGs. Come on. GG in the chat. We made it. 7 hours. Oh, hold on. I need to get them in there. Hold on. Oh, there it is. Oh, thank you. Hold on. I had to get this screen up. God bless you all. Chad, I love you. Thank you for being here, but I don't care if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. I need a GG in the chat right now. You are ending the day. 7 hours. Some of you are in the game the whole time. Straight up in the game the whole time. Come on. If you were playing with real money, if you got real news, if you were actually posting it, if you were actually asking genuine questions, I need a GG. And even if you were a little asshole, I understand. Some of you are a little asshole. You ain't just mature like that. I get it, man. You know what happens? That's what the internet does to people. I feel you, dog, but just drop a GG just because you act like a little bitch. It's okay. Just hit them with the GG. It's okay. We still love you. It's just some tough love. Somebody got to call you out for it. Your parents ain't beat you. So just drop a GG. It's okay. GG is sportsmanship. Good character. Everybody. Everybody. All of it. All the real chat players out there, baby. Oh, cut it. Cut it, man. That's crazy. Chad. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's the day, bro. How do you feel? Oh, my gosh. How do you feel? I need a deep breath, bro. Oh, my gosh. GG. GG, baby. God bless you. Monday, baby. It's over. Monday is in the books. Are you ready for Tuesday, bro? You want me to get you hyped for Tuesday? It's game time, baby. Oh, come on. Oh, 7 hours. It's already another one, bro. You know you got less than like 40 weeks left in the year. Stop playing with me, man. Stop playing with me. I'm just saying, man, the weeks are going by. Another day. It's another good day, but I need y'all hype. You know why? Do you know why I need you hyped? Here, let me tell you why I need you hyped. Hold on. Where? Let me tell you why you need to be hyped. This is why you need to be hyped. No, not that one. This is why you need to be hyped.
Hey, man.
This is why. Oh, they don't feel me. It's earnings season. Come on. So, Chad, I need you. Oh, it's earnings season. Goodbye, TNT. 9:30. Oh, come on. They don't feel me, bro. It's earnings season, bro. That's why, bro. It's earnings season. Stop playing with me, man. It's earnings season. Come on. Come on, it's here, baby. So, Chad, God bless you. God bless you for making it this far in your life, your trading career, the long term. Big shout out if you holding the long term, man. For real. If you've been holding it, it don't matter if you've been thinking about your long term. You know what I'm saying, bro? Yo, shout out to the people trying to refine it too. You know what I'm saying? The people who are looking at their long term like it's a garden, like it's a living organism, and just watching it grow, watching it change, and like, we could do this and we could refine it. Okay, some didn't grow, some did, and this is, oh, come on, they don't feel me. Long term save my life. Oh, bro, that's a good one. That's a good one. Stack that cheese. 1,100 plays on his MySpace page. Oh, producer said he had to take it down. Said he had to pay. Open long term 3 years in a row. Oh, you know, they don't feel me. I don't know if they feel me, but Chad, get the long term. Shout out to the long term. But before any of y'all go, I've been getting hyped here today. It's been very, very exciting. But before you head out, just thank you for being here. And we love you and appreciate you. And me, myself, personally, man, I'm grateful for this opportunity. So if you clicked on that video, whether you liked me or not, whether you trolled or whether you were showing genuine love and coming with genuine questions, and I really appreciate it. Either way, you gave me an opportunity. So God bless you and thank you for holding it down. And hopefully you were able to get some value out of it. And if there's any way I can help you out with anything, give you value or service, let me know. Let me know, baby. We ain't shy. I hope you're not too shy either way too, okay? But for real, God bless you. Thank you for doing what you did and holding it down, and especially to my positive people, man. Again, if you were in here, don't matter if you have a membership badge or anything like that, we have the stream alerts, but big shout out to the stream alerts and big shout out to the members. Again, we wouldn't be here without them, but if you came in ready to play and you just had a genuine attitude, I think the real word of the day and maybe the word of the week should be genuine. You know what I'm saying? Genuine. Because the way I see it is that some people are genuinely here to interact. They want to have a genuine interaction. They want to genuinely ask a question. They genuinely want to know why the market's moving or why it's doing this. They are genuinely asking questions or genuinely sending a damn prayer to someone in the chat. You know what I'm saying? And that's why too, it's like some of y'all play around. I'm genuinely just taking it as you're a hater. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes that's just how it plays, but it just really comes down to the people who are genuinely about like, yo, this is why I'm here. I'm ready to play, man. This is why I'm asking a question. This is why we're doing it. This is all of it, baby. So I think that's the word of the day, baby. But we love it, and God bless you for real. All of you, again, for the members, bro. We wouldn't be here without them. You see them rocking the badges. They look pretty. You know, we don't incentivize it to them, but I just know they all hold it down, and some of them have been here for years, and I hope you guys are able to all do the same, and that's what a long term will do to you, baby. They don't feel me. Bullard says he does not want to disrupt markets, but needs to move quickly. Oh, interesting take by Bullard. But the long term will do that to you, man. But for real, man, some of you guys who have been here for so many years and have supported the channel, for real, thank you. And I hope you realize I'm excited and I'm ready to. I hope we could provide much more value to you in the next couple of years, you know. And I'm very, very excited, and I hope you are too. about the long term and even the pace that we operate. I think you've seen it here, slowly but surely. The Tortuga, the turtle, we've been doing it, but God bless all of you, and I hope to have a lot of you here for that long. And really, I'm telling you right now, it's going to depend on the long term. Oh, I know there's a lot of good trades here and there, but and shout out to UNG and wheat and whatever else there is. But at the end of the day, man, that long term, bro, I'm telling you, life changer. Life changer. Stop sleeping on it. And even if you haven't been sleeping on it, I'm just giving you that reminder of how important it is and how important it's going to be. Yeah, is it rocketing? Could be off those Bullard comments, bro. He seems very, it seems like Bullard is trying to be hawkish, but he's not trying to go too nutty. You know what I'm saying? It's he's kind of becoming dovish. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A very interesting comment by him. So we'll see. Practice my aloha. Aloha and mahalo, my brother. God bless you. Shout out to Hawaii. Shout out to 808, man. I don't know if I butchered the aloha or the mahalo, but I got what the Hawaiians got. I can show love. I know the Hawaiians show love. The Hawaiians got soul. They got spirit. So I don't know if I can say the words the right way, but I know they can feel me on it. I've always had good 808 vibes all day, baby. I don't know how y'all wake up so early, man. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you, baby. It's there. It's there. But God bless the chat. God bless the cult, man. Again, shout out to the members and the stream alerts. And if you're a member doing the stream alerts, you just doing it all, and we appreciate you, baby. And I hope you give that just full-fledged effort. I hope I don't have to doubt you when it comes to the long term, and long term for a long time, baby. Okay? It's long term and long term for a long time, baby. Okay? That's it. I'm telling you. And just check out the links, man. Just check out the long term. Okay? Check out the first link if you want stream alerts, free, long term, whatever alerts. Oh my gosh, 2,000 likes. Thank you for liking the video, baby. Oh, nah. Oh my gosh. Amen. Amen. Holy crap. God bless you. See, y'all ain't got to do that. Thank you. I appreciate it. Was that a quiet horn? What do you mean a quiet horn? It could be a quiet horn? What kind of bullshit is this? What kind of bullshit is this? But anyways, I love you. Just check out the link. Second link, nightly watch list, main channel. More than 50 basis point isn't... What the... Oh, dude, that's crazy. Bro, my guy's pivoting. I don't get it. He said, but then he just said he won't rule out a 3/4 rate increase, but it isn't the base case. No. Did you get that wrong? No. More than 50. He's talking, no. That's not that dovish. No. That's not that dovish. That's not that dovish. No. Because no. He's saying 75 or more. That's not that dovish. No. He's saying more than double, but a double hike is good. No. Dude, he says he wants 3/4, but he says he's cool with 0.5% now. He's saying 0.5% is cool, but he's saying he doesn't think we need 0.75 anymore. As long as we go at the 0.5. But yeah, no. That could have been very dovish. I read that. Again, he said, but he's not saying 75 basis point, and he's pretty much saying 0.5 basis point is adequate. So that means I think that might cement the 50 basis point, so we'll see. But he's leaning into 50 basis point by saying we're not doing 75. That's kind of a little bit of a pump fake, but there's that. But Chad, I was going to tell you about the links, and y'all can check it out. If anything, man, all you got to do is fill out that prayer request wall. You can follow me on Instagram. Again, just don't miss out the long term. A lot of people asked me questions about it today, and I think the best thing is just don't miss it. I will let you know there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of things we're waiting for, but keeping it simple and not really rushing into it. So follow me on Instagram to make sure you don't miss anything or get the long term, but just fill out that prayer request wall, okay? That's it. And somebody brought up the Josh Scholes model. That's this video here. If you want to learn how to trade options, telling you, change your life right there. But so will the prayer request wall. Oh, they don't feel me. But fill it out. I love you. I want to pray for you. But Chad, I just need to tell you something. Honestly, I don't know if you realize I'm rushing through this. You know why? Because I just want to tell you the PHILO of today. Okay, Chad, are you ready? Are you ready? I just want to remind you again that whatever you want, and that your reward lies in your effort and the value and service that you are going to be out there. I want to rebuke the attitude of I can't get anything. You know why? You're right, dog. You're never going to get anything. You're never going to get anything, and I never want you to have an idea that you should ever get anything. You will always provide a service and provide value to get what you want. Do you see what I'm saying? You said, no one will give me this. The market won't give me a chance. The market won't give me a play. Josh won't give me a play. Oh, they won't give me a job. No. I'm rebuking it. That's it. No. It's all out the window. It's all out the window. It's all out the window. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? No one's going to give you anything. Nothing's just going to happen. It's just not going to happen like that. It's just all that's going to happen is you will earn the value and service you provide will be an equivalent to what you will get. And if you do that and you're saying, I want this, you're going to say, okay, how can I provide enough value to get this? You do. Oh, yeah, you hear me? I hope you do. That's it. I wanted to just skip to that. And I want you to realize that, but I want to make sure that everybody's ready to put it in drive, ready to work, ready to grind with it. But this is a very big concept. And honestly, man, happy Easter, bro. They still celebrating it in Europe, bro. Everything was all about service and sacrifice. And, bro, you could get real deep with it, but at a very simple level. No one is going to give you anything. And I never want you to ever expect to have anything given to you. It will all be earned by value and service that you provide. Now, that's good. Trust me, it's better. It's better. It's better. You don't want anybody to give you anything for many reasons. And you don't know why they're giving you stuff sometimes. Why would you want to get stuff? Like, what do you want to get? What is the criteria to have something given to you? Screw that. I'm just saying the level of service and the level of value you provide is limitless. Oh, they don't. Do you hear me? And now if you feel like your rewards have been capped, that means we can find another way to provide a service or value. And that's your answer right there. It is limitless. So it's even better. But we don't know, there's no such thing. It's not going to happen. No play is going to be given to you. The world ain't going to give you anything. No one's going to walk up and give you any play. The fake Josh is not going to give you trading advice. Nothing is going to be given. It is all going to be earned through what you plant and the value that you create from it. Equal and opposite reaction. What I'm just trying to tell you is if you make energy, you're going to get energy back. Oh, they don't. If you give some fuel, you're going to start getting the heat. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just very, very simple. Just shake it up a little bit. Start moving some things around and watch what moves. That's all I'm saying. I hope you realize that. But there's a direct proportion. Provide that value, baby. All right? All right? Are you ready? So, Chad, I hope you get it. I hope you get it. I hope you embrace it. I hope you love it. I hope you know we love you. But that's the day. So wake up and drive. Give it 105. Please wake up and drive. No neutral. Don't react to the first thing you see. And come on, man, for real. I don't know if you feel me. This is a resurrection. I don't know if y'all feel me. Stop playing with me. Stop just celebrating it and wearing pretty colors and all that. Nah, I'm saying it's a resurrection, dog. I'm just telling you, if you didn't like how the beginning of the year started, well, guess what, bro? Dead it right now and raise it back to life all in the next day. I'm just saying, give it 3 days. Some people would give it 3 days. Oh, they don't feel me. I'm just saying, let's go. Let's go. The resurrection, bro. They call it bounce back season. You know, it's a resurrection. Understand what that word means. Resurrect. They don't feel me, bro. They don't feel me. So let's go. Let's go, Chad. Let's go. I hope you're ready and I hope you can celebrate with it. But it's game time, baby. Okay, so go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, Strangest Secret in the World. Go read some Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale. Whatever you feeling, baby, it's all up to you. But do something, man, because don't forget about him. And don't forget why we here. And why we keep going. And why we in the game. And why we don't quit. And why we find the lifestyle of service quite fitting. It fits very, very well, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh, they don't feel me. Oh, they don't feel. I hope they feel me, bro. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. Where is it? Where is it? Let me get one. Hold on. No. I'm going to find another one. I want this one. I want this one. They don't feel me.
Yeah, breaking bread, they don't like that. Bet it off for nothing, I could tell they don't like that. Told them I'ma do it before I done it down. That's good.
Let's go, baby.
Something positive, man.
Oh, bro, I'm hyped.
Don't expect it.
I'm hyped, Chad. I don't care, bro. You can listen to it and not get hyped. I'm gonna get hyped. I don't care. I'm gonna just listen to get. Come on, man. Are you gonna flip this switch or not, bro? It's in you. It's in you right now. Oh, it's a new year already. You get another chance, bro. Man, Chad, God bless you. God bless you. Let's go. Take the energy into tomorrow. Take it into tonight. Do what you need to do, baby, but let's go. Okay? So I love you. I hope you know you're blessed. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I will see you on the watch list, and I will see you in the morning. Goodbye. Oh, hey, wait, Josh. I want an earnings pony. Yeah. Okay, love you. Bye.